Meeting of May 10th, 2016 to order. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Present.
Hart?
Here.
Hotchkiss? Here. Murillo? Rouse? Here. White? And Mayor Schneider.
Here, and Councilmember Murillo just walked in the room. Okay, any changes to the agenda? Okay, public comment, do we have any public comment speaker slips? Right there, okay. I had a feeling that must have been the case. Okay, Ivan Pelly and then Phil Walker, and you have 2 minutes here up at the podium. Come on up. Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you? Thanks for accommodating. I haven't done this before, so hopefully I get it right. I'm Ivan Pelly. I'm the board president of Santa Barbara Pony Baseball. Pony Baseball has been a fixture in Santa Barbara for 45 years. We use the city parks, Mackenzie, Cabrillo, Ortega, and Dwight Murphy. And Pony Baseball pays about $10,000 a year to use the parks for baseball activities. As the board president, one of my jobs is to field complaints and hopefully mitigate the underpinnings of those complaints. One that came to my attention today was an article in Ed Hat that highlights the drug and alcohol problem at Ortega Park. So we use the park 5 days a week. We send coaches down there. We send groups of children as young as 4 years old to the parks. And when you have time, you Google Ed Hat, Ortega Park drug use, you'll see today's article, but it seems to have reached an all-time low. The picnic tables were removed there. I think with good intention to maybe encourage people to move on when they're participating in drug and alcohol activities, but instead they gravitate towards the bleachers. So coaches who are not really equipped to engage potentially aggressive folks on drugs or drunk are having a hard time making use of the park. So my hope is that the City Council will be moved to proactively engage the problem in some way. In my 6 years of experience, I've seen naked people, I've seen sleeping people, I've seen drunk people throwing up people, people tattooing each other. It's a pretty unwholesome scene at the parks. It's not great for our kids. PONY, by the way, stands for Protecting Our Nation's Youth, and we're really not doing that if we're exposing the kids to these conditions. So,
thank you. And I think Mr. Dominguez has a question for you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to come down there and take a look myself. When's a good time for me to come? Is there a time when you'll be there and I can talk to you?
I would certainly be happy to arrange that anytime. I put my contact information on the form that I filled in, so I'd be happy to meet you.
Is there an ideal time, afternoons?
Teams typically practice from 4 to 6, so
okay.
We could meet anytime. And there's photos on Ed Hat that were posted. As, you can sort
and
of
I don't know if you've met our police chief, Chief Kronbach, who's sitting here as well. So
I have not, but it's
so
nice
maybe
to
you
meet
two should make each other's acquaintance.
Yes,
so.
that would be great. So that's it, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Bill Walker.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. You know, the news has been out there recently. The Southern California Earthquake Center had some announcements within the last week or 10 days that tension is ratcheting up. Geotechnical or geotech forces or tectonic forces are putting the tension on the San Andreas Fault in the Southern California area. And it's been 160 years now since the great Fort Tejon earthquake. So I was on my roof, probably 2.5 to 3 years ago. I was starting to get bids. I had the roof eventually done, but I remember Mr. Martin of Martin Roofing was scanning out over the Campo Feliz property surrounds my little 5,025 square foot lot, and he was looking out over the roofs of the condo projects, and, you know, he said the city needs to bring back the affordable low-interest housing rehab loan, and it would be good to bring it back. Talking to people down building and development, apparently the HUD requirements became so complex, it was difficult to really get moving on the loan much more, and it was dropped off the face of the world 9 or 10 years ago. But roofs don't fix themselves, and if you let the roof go, everything else starts to fail too, down from the top down. So seismically and on the top of the roof or the top of the building, it's good to have some money available to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. We're on to the consent calendar, and you have some items to read.
Yes, item 2, resolution to receive and implement grant funding related to California redemption value containers, recommending that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the finance director or his or her designee to submit and execute all documents necessary to secure funds from the Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery related to the collection and diversion of California redemption value containers. Item 3, adoption of ordinance for Rain Santa Barbara, Inc. brine discharge agreement, recommending the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a 10-year agreement with 2 consecutive 5-year options with Rain Santa Barbara, Inc. for salt brine conveyance to El Estero wastewater treatment plant effective June 9, 2016. And item 8, adoption of ordinance pertaining to 251 South Hope, recommending that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending chapter 28.12 zone map of title 28 of the municipal code pertaining to zoning of assessor's parcel number 051-240/008.
Thank you. Without further objection, we'll waive further reading. I have no speaker slips on consent calendar. Any items to take off, or is there a motion for the consent calendar? Okay. Moved by Rouse, second by Hart. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. Report from the Finance Committee, Mr. Hart.
Madam Mayor, the Finance Committee met and discussed the fees for the various departments, and that they'll be coming back, I believe, next week to continue that discussion, or in a couple of weeks to continue that discussion. And then we also continued with the discussion about the streets infrastructure problem. And again, that discussion is morphing and evolving into a larger discussion about capital needs for the city beyond just street infrastructure.
Great.
And
Thank you.
We'll continue.
Okay. Item 11.
Item 11, 911 emergency dispatch and cell phone call routing.
Great. Chief, and thank you for your flexibility. I know this was supposed to be heard a couple of weeks ago and just got to be a late night, so
That's how it works.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, Council members, Pat McElroy, Fire Chief. I wanted to take some time and talk to you about something that we've been working on as a county fire chiefs, and also our EMSA director, Dr. Angelo Salvucci, for a few years. I became aware of this about 3 years ago through some primarily through Dr. Salvucci, and it's just kind of a problem that most people aren't aware of. We're trying the best we can to raise awareness here, and I think we're being very successful. But it's a technical problem, and it's taken me 2 years to get to the point where I can tell the story the way I can today. And what I tried to do, being a non-tech person, is to reduce this pretty complex technical thing to a story that I could tell an average citizen. And in this case, this was originally put together to present to fire chiefs and police chiefs, because so many of them are not aware of this problem because it's a fairly recent development. So what I'd like to do is just kind of take you through the 911 system, its formation, a little bit of its history, and how we ended up where we are today, and talk about particularly how it affects us locally. 1967, President Johnson's Commission on Law Enforcement Justice recommended creation of a single number to report emergencies. In 1968, for the United States, the number 911 was chosen. It was part of a movement around the world where the idea of having a universal number that you could call for police, fire, medical emergencies was truly a universal thing. So anywhere in the country, you could pick up your phone and dial 911. At that time, it was all landlines, and you could get a dispatcher who would help you with your problem. Okay, so 35 days later, after that announcement by President Johnson, first 911 call was placed in Haleyville, Alabama, a day that they still celebrate annually here, but it is the birthplace of 911. In 1973, Ronald Reagan signed the Warren 911 Assistance Act into law, and that is still in place right now. And it established California state-run 911 system. So when President Johnson wanted this done, each state had to adopt it. Each state had to come with a funding mechanism. And so the country didn't instantly turn to 911. It became percentages of the country till finally in the mid-70s, it was about 90% of the country. And now, of course, it's universal. Back to that one more time. It also established a state emergency telephone number account, the SETN account, and that's real critical to where we are right now. And it's on every one of your phone bills. When you look at the bottom where the taxes are, that's there on every one of your phone bills. So that funds California's 911 system. So when you called 911 from a landline, with enhanced 911, your address appeared before the dispatcher, and it showed where you were calling from, and the help that you needed was dispatched accordingly. If you couldn't talk, it still showed up that there was a problem at that address. So if you're incapacitated, if you were hiding from an assailant, if you couldn't speak English, you were able to get somebody to know that there was a problem at that address. Okay, but in the 1970s, a new wrinkle appears in the 911 system, the mobile phone. So most of these phones were in cars, and it was assumed they would be reporting from the roadways. So because of that, the discussions occurred, and it made sense that if it's coming from a car, the CHP has jurisdiction throughout the state of California. Why don't we route them to the CHP, and then they'll transfer them to the corresponding appropriate local public safety answering point or dispatch center. So at that time, we're talking thousands of phones, maybe tens of thousands, and maybe 100,000. But it was a system that made sense. Next. But by 2010, there were 250 million 911 calls being made in the United States. By 2015, 80% or 200 million are coming from wireless cell phones. In California, 25 million 911 calls are made each year, and over 80% and climbing are made from cell phones. There are 35 million cell phones in use in California, one for virtually every man, woman, and child in the state. And nobody was expecting that to happen. It just happened, and it happened in a hurry. If we'd all invested in cell phones, we'd probably not be here today. But so it's important to remember that throughout the state of California, there's 25 public safety answering points, which is the PSAP you'll see here for a while. They handle 49% of the 911 calls in California. Why? Because that's how the Warren Act was set up. If your jurisdiction touches a highway or the cone from a cell phone touches the highway, it's given to the CHP because that's how the law was written. The priority goes to the highway. But now, next please, there's 425 additional public safety answering points in the state of California. So they're handling 51%. So 25 or less than 5% is handling, actually a lot less than 5%, between 5 and 10% are handling 50% of the calls. And it just seems to me that there has to be a recognition that the basis on which it was decided who would get the calls has changed because the proliferation of cell phones has become so extreme. Only 6% of the homes in California are landline only. And that has just dropped dramatically. Next, please. Okay, there's over 300,000 wireless antennas in California. Carriers are continually updating or installing antennas as frequently as every 12 minutes. There's a change made to that. Okay, what happens when you call 911 on a cell phone? Your call is routed to a cell tower. And say, for sake of argument, you have a Verizon phone. A Verizon phone is picked up by that antenna. Each tower will have a multiple antenna from a variety of carriers. So, but each individual antenna on that tower has a 3-digit number assigned to it. It handles only the 911 calls it receives. And so, say for example, that Verizon tower is assigned number 123. It might be the CHP. Well, the next tower down would be assigned 456 for Santa Barbara PD. That call will never, ever, ever go anywhere else except to where that was originally assigned. unless it's changed, it says it's manually changed. So when that antenna was installed 8 or 10 years ago and there's been no adjustments, it will always go to the CHP. It can't change its mind. It can't make a decision. It can't go, well, they're right here. It's right here. It makes more sense. That's where it's going. So that's kind of the heart of where we get into our issues. Okay, when a new antenna is installed, a coverage map shows the coverage for that antenna. And this is a typical one. This is at 1919 State Street, and it's an AT&T site. So in this case, the decision was made. The two top coverage cones stay in the city of Santa Barbara. So those go to Santa Barbara Police Department. The one down on the lower left touches the freeway there. Now, it's important to look that it's not only touching the freeway, which is the purple line, but it was decided that we would give an eighth of a mile buffer on either side of the freeway. So that still counts as an on-highway call, so CHP. So a quarter mile, and if you know that neighborhood over there, it's the west side, just below Mission Street. And so those are pretty densely populated areas along there. We have a lot of apartment buildings, and you'll find this throughout all the coverage maps in this city. And this is something that typically, I've never seen anything like this. I'd never been part of a decision like this until recently. And so we're trying to get police and fire chiefs to go, these decisions are being made in your jurisdiction every day. You've got to get involved in this. So this becomes important later because of where that cone projects over to the west side. Next, please. Okay, so what has happened here is we've settled on a system that depends on transfers. That if my call goes to CHP, it's transferred back to Santa Barbara PD. So when I'm looking at my statistics, I have no idea how long that person may have been on the phone trying to get a hold of us. And say in some jurisdictions it's even worse. Say some jurisdictions may go to the CHP, then to a county sheriff, and then to a fire agency. So it's handled by 3 people before you get the first person. And
You don't have the idea because it may have been handled for 5 minutes before it ever got to you guys.
yes, okay. And what's, to me, I'm coming down the side of optimal routing. We should be looking at those antennas and have somebody that knows that city helping us make the decision and have the data instead of just basically kind of spitballing it where you're looking at an antenna. We need to have data that backs us up. Next, please. So why should you care? Why should we all care? Please. Because it's starting to become a very public problem. People are recognizing it. People are talking to each other going, I had the weirdest experience. I called 911. This has happened. This is what happened. And it's centered around cell phones. And this is all over the country. And major media outlets are covering this. All the networks are covering it. We've been talking to CBS News in New York. The other thing that's happening is entrepreneurs are sensing a vacuum. And the city of Oakland's police and fire departments do not take any 911 calls. They have all of them transferred from the CHP in Vallejo, all of them. So there is a guy who started a company, and this is it right here. He's part of the blue light system, which we have on campus for sexual assault things. He's the guy that came up with that. What he's decided that I will sell an app to a City of Oakland citizen for $20 a year that puts the direct line to Oakland Fire and Police into your phone. Now, will that work? Yeah, it'll work if you're in Oakland and you're an Oakland resident, you've got that program in your phone and you pay the $20. But the whole idea of the 911 system is it's universally accessible by everybody and it's transferable. It should be where you're calling from, where the call's originating from. And it shouldn't, you're already paying a tax for this. It's the state's responsibility to make sure it's being done right. The FCC in this article in Newsweek, which is not exactly a wild-eyed organization, projects that the number of American lives lost to cell phone imprecision is over 10,000 a year. That's a pretty staggering number. If it was Ebola or Zika virus or something like that, where would we be? But this is something that's within our technical capability to handle, and we haven't found the wherewithal to do that yet. As a fire chief, and this is part of the presentation, I concentrate on talking to fire and chiefs and police chiefs. Our metric is our response times. That's how we distribute our stations. That's how we staff. That's how we justify what we're doing. So we want to get to this intervention point. That's our goal, is to get to where we're doing CPR, or we're the first incipient stages of a fire. We're getting there before it develops. Well, we can only go so fast. We're not going to be going 250 miles an hour. It's just not going to happen. The dispatch time, we do a very good job in our dispatch center of processing calls, and that includes the turnout time in the stations, and that was for fire and police and EMS. Next, please. But what if we don't know how long that person's been on the line, and we're basing our system of response times in Santa Barbara anywhere from 16 to 20% of our calls annually? We have no idea how long this has been going, how long they've been on the line, because we don't have the ability to track that. And when you look at things like EMS, next please, the American Heart Association chain of survival, if any of these links are broken, their chances of survival go down by 10, 20%. So early access, calling by a cell phone, which is a counterintuitive thing. You pick up your cell phone because you think it's faster. And in a lot of cases, it won't be. I had to call 911 from outside my office on Chapala Street, and I got the Ventura CHP. And I've said, I'm behind Station 1, Chief McElroy, I need an ambulance. We had an overdose. Where are you? This is Chief McElroy. I know, but what city are you in? So it's going to a dispatcher in another county who may live in another county. And so all the local knowledge we try to give to our dispatchers and our firefighters and all that just goes out the window. So it's a really important thing. I know that a call was made from HR last week, from the basement of City Hall. It went to San Luis Obispo CHP. I can't figure that one out yet, but that's what's going on. Next. So what does failure look like? What's it look like when the system fails? One more. Okay, that's that antenna I talked about earlier, 1919 State Street. Remember, there's cones going this way, cones going that way, and another one going over here this way. We get a call for an unconscious young woman, young mother, in her room. Her brother picks up the cell phone and calls. They are picked up by the CHP in Ventura. CHP in Ventura transfers the call to Santa Barbara, our Combined Communication Center's dispatch, and is given the incorrect address. 2 engines, one from our jurisdiction, one from Montecito Fire, and an ambulance from AMR are dispatched to this location. They cannot locate the exact address because the exact address, the number, doesn't exist on that street. So, next please. The emergency was actually over here. This was picked up in that cone, transferred to somebody in another county, and the dispatch was delayed for 12 minutes. So Ms. Soto passes away later that night. And the Station 5 is right there. So would it have made a difference? I think it would have. So it's an important thing that you don't, when you know this is happening in your town, I was already aware of this issue, and then this happened, and that's what's kind of spurred me on to look at this further. Next, please. Okay, this is what's called a sector cutover decision sheet, and this used to be kind of the standard. This is what the state was doing, and that's that same antenna. So the red line, the red dots are coming from the freeway. Calls coming from the freeway. But if you look at all of them, there's down on Las Positas, there's some off the freeway in that white zone. As it is, over the course of 2 years, from 2009 to 2011, and this is very, very good data, and this is what we need to see to make these decisions. There were 797 calls received by, 911 calls received by that cell tower. 519, or 65%, were received by Santa Barbara PD. 277, or 34%, were from the highway. I would argue that probably closer to 70% when you include the origination from the caller actually not being on the freeway, but being in that buffer zone. So 65% of the calls going to the, should be originating in the city of Santa Barbara. The decision is still made to keep with the CHP because it didn't hit the threshold of 70%, which it was at that time. Now, as this issue is starting to gain steam, that threshold is dropping. But this was the type of data that we really needed to see. Now, one of the things that people, when I originally started doing this, frankly, it was something I thought of too, is, well, we prepared to handle all these calls if CHP isn't handling them. And then I started going, well, we're getting them anyway. It's just we're cutting out the middleman. And we're getting faster response for our citizens. And in this case, the increased calls from this would have been less than 1 a day for the city of Santa Barbara. And that's the only impact that would have been to our dispatch center. Next, please. Okay, this is Isla Vista, 2011. This is another one of these sheets. Like I said, this project is no longer in place anymore, and I really regret that it isn't. Okay, this is a Verizon antenna in the basement of Stork Tower in Goleta. Next one, please. 99.4% of those calls originate in the sheriff's jurisdiction or UCSB police jurisdiction. 0.06 originate on the highway. If you cut this over, it'll result in a projected call volume of one per day at Santa Barbara County Sheriff. All of these were going to the CHP. So it was clearly recognized. Somebody looking at this could go, well, this is obvious. We got to change it. So it was accepted by the county coordinator, who runs all the dispatch decisions in the county as an employee of the county sheriffs, and she's been incredibly cooperative with this. And then it approved in Sacramento by the CHP. Next. Okay, 2 years later, or 3 years later, May 23rd, 2014, a mass murder takes place in Isla Vista. The stats are right there on the left, and it doesn't include the gunman who later killed himself. These are the crime scenes. There's a number of cell phone towers in Isla Vista, but in this particular one, dozens of Verizon cell phones are picked up in Isla Vista. They all still go to Ventura 3 years after it was that we should switch it. We decided we should switch it. Every single one goes to Ventura. The antenna cannot change its mind. It's been programmed to go to Ventura. It doesn't see that what's happening here, and it's better to go to the sheriff. They all go to Ventura, and that's because that number, that ESN number, which is a 3-digit number, it does involve anybody climbing up on a ladder and moving an antenna. It's done from a keyboard, and it was never changed. Okay, so by this time, we're fully engaged. County fire chiefs are fully engaged. We, in January, sent a request to the state to get all the data, current data from our towers in Santa Barbara. We still haven't received that. But we knew about this tower in Isla Vista. We knew that this was a pretty graphic example. We brought it to Assemblymember Williams. At a hearing in April, he requested that the state investigate that particular site. The following month, at a meeting I attended at the Orange County Fire Authority with the 9/11 Advisory Board, the 911 office reports as one of their signal accomplishments of the year that cell site has been routed correctly. They send out a press release. Assemblymember Williams sends out a press release announcing the change. I'm going to a meeting there up in Sacramento about 3 months later of the same committee. Next, please. And so the day before I'm going to head up there, or day and a half before I was going to head up there, I drove out to Isla Vista with a Verizon cell phone from the park on the loop there and called 911. Call still goes to Ventura. Nobody ever fixed it. There's no quality control system. It's seen as a recommendation. You send an email to Verizon, we want this fixed, and it was never fixed. Within that next 12-hour period, I called our county coordinator and I said, hey, this is still going to Ventura. And she goes, no, it's been fixed. And I go, can you see my call? And I gave her my phone number and she could see it. She goes, oh my God, yeah, it still is. So it sets off this furious round of activity the next 12 years because they know there's a hearing coming up in 2 days that we're going to be talking about this site, and so it's fixed. But that's kind of a whack-a-mole. This is a really highly technical system of 300,000 antennas, and it shouldn't involve somebody complaining repeatedly. There should be some type of systemic quality control thing, and it shouldn't be one person. It should be a computerized system that's checking this stuff, and currently, I'm not convinced that there is anything like that. Okay, the challenge to the SETNA fund, and this is that funding mechanism that I talked about earlier. In 2007, right in here, and this is about the point where 911 cell phones broke the 50% barrier. So it started to become 50% of the calls that were coming, 911 calls were coming from cell phones rather than landlines. Their total revenues were about $250 million. They're projected to drop below $100 million next year. The purple line is the stuff, setting the phone off your cell phone, and that's been going up and down. Why is that? Well, you're losing the revenue from landlines as they go away. If you're bundling your cell phone, you're losing that. You're not paying for long distance anymore. So the amount of money that you're paying for your phone, in some cases, has dropped dramatically, and correspondingly, so has the money that funds the system. So it's a true challenge. So as a fire chief or as a police chief, one of the things we need to think about, who are our customers? Who are our customers and what are their expectations? Well, millennials are now 25% of the population. They're larger percent of the population than the boomers now. 43 or 53% of the workforce in 2015, which to me means 53% of the voting, that is voters is what I think of in that case. Their view of what a smartphone is or does is drastically different than mine and most of the people that are in positions like mine. These folks will never have a landline. That's just the way it's going to be. And I think her name, Mary O'Hare Devereaux, had this great quote about for a baby boomer, technology like a cell phone is a tool that they use, and for millennials and younger people in the next generation, I can't even imagine. It's technology is an extension of who they are. It's not something that they're picking up and using. And for me, a cell phone came along at a time when talking was what I wanted to do. For my kids, talking is maybe their third or fourth option on that handheld computer they're walking down the street with. There's so many other things that they're accessing in their world. Next, please. So in their world, and our customers, the people who are calling 911 that aren't aware that this is a big deal yet. Back one. Can you go back one? That's from our station one. That's the thing that they're carrying in their hand is orienting them to their world and orienting their world to where they are. So in their world, Domino's Pizza delivered 100 million pizzas last year. 100 million pizzas. And this is their new phone app. You know what it reminds me of? A dispatch model. When you get the call, how long it was handled. Except this is when we got the call, when we prepped it, then we put it in the oven. Now it's in the box. Now it's in the car. Here's your driver. His name's Bill. He's driving a, whatever car. But he knows where you are. Uber is the same thing. So in the world that the people that we represent are living in, that's the service level that they're used to, which starts to beg this next question. Which of these people doesn't know where you are? And if the average person thinks the people in the middle absolutely know where you are, because what's the rest of their world telling them? The rest of their world's telling them that everybody knows where they are. They can see their friends walking towards them. They can find out where people are, and so that's the way the world is going for them. Next, please, Pam. So what we're here today to ask for support for is Assembly Bill 1564, the 9/11 Emergency Response Wireless Routing Optimization. Next, please. Okay, and what this does is it will be able to change the routing of how a cell tower, how your phone is accepted by a cell tower and where that is sent. If the call originates, we can change it. If a call originates from a location other than the freeway, the technical alternative routing is economically and technologically feasible, and the alternate routing will benefit public safety. And for me, this is the key thing. It will result in 911 calls being routed to the responsible responding agent jurisdiction that covers the location of the call origination point. We should be looking at where is the call originating. That's the jurisdiction that it should go to, within that jurisdiction. And I refuse to believe that we're not technically capable of doing that. It's just not It's not in the way that I look at this. And I know that there are ways to do it because I've seen some of them. Those previous charts, those pie charts that we had were part of a system that's no longer in place anymore. But they could tell you over a period of time where your calls were going if that was changing. Next, please. Okay, so these are the folks that have signed on. The last year and a half ago, there was just a couple of people of us involved. So it's, as you can see, it's really starting to take off, and we've gotten some more since then. PORAC has joined us, and another law enforcement agency that escapes me right now. But we've gone through the first 3 committees through the Assembly and went through appropriations where we thought we might have a challenge. And it's gone through in consent anytime. We don't have anybody in opposition to us right now, but we'd really like to consider having the council consider supporting this bill. Next. So, any questions?
Well, first, I want to thank you, Chief, on your leadership on this issue for so many years to figure out what the problem, that there was a problem, what it is, and how to find a solution to it. So I know you've worked very hard on this issue, and really appreciate, and I believe once this is happening, then people are really going to look to your leadership to this. So thank you very much. Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why is legislation necessary for this?
Because if you think of the Warren Act determined that all cell phone calls would originally go to the CHP.
So you have to change that legally?
Yeah, we have to open the option that you the cell phone routing decision can be looked at in terms of where are these really going. Can you go to the next slide, Pam? Okay, this is one that's March 31st, 2016. This is down in the harbor. I think it's on the Endless Summer building. So this is the decision that's being made right now, but it's now being reviewed because I'm asking to see these sheets every time they come now. So they're not being decided. This sheet was drawn by a young woman in Loveland, Colorado. The decision on the routing is made Santa Barbara County and Sacramento. Sacramento really has the final decision on this. So this is an antenna. These are routing sectors from an antenna in one of the buildings down at the harbor. Okay. Now this made sense. This would have made sense when there were 10,000 or 100,000 cell phones in California, because through this purple line running through here, it's a state jurisdiction. Although they still show Cliff Drive as state jurisdiction here as well. Because if the cell phones were picked up from there, it made sense. But that was before this whole cone here, which includes City College, the Mesa, the West Side, all that. Everybody there's got a cell phone now. So what I want to see when you're making a decision is show me the data that is telling me in this cone and this one, which are both going to the CHP, that 50% plus one of those calls are originating from the highway. Otherwise, I want them to go to us. But in this case, which is kind of sad, this is the one that goes to Santa Barbara PD. So any calls from out there are going right downtown, but these ones are going to the Ventura CHP. So, but these things, we weren't seeing them before, and I think most police and fire chiefs in California still aren't seeing them because they're not aware of this as the size of issue that's become. And I'm not trying to blame anybody, but, and this isn't an old problem. Like it was only 2006 or 7, I said, that the threshold went over 50% of the 911 calls, but it did. Nobody was expecting it, but it did. So what are we going to do about it? You know, is kind of where I'm at with it. And I think that as public safety people, we have to get involved in the decisions that are made in our jurisdiction. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So we're talking about speed and accuracy.
Well, accuracy enhances speed. You know, my idea is you pick up 911, you go to the right person the first time. That saves, you know, in our city, the transfer time for the first 7 weeks of 2016 was an average of 75 seconds before it got to us. Okay,
But
so
would
that's
save those 75 seconds anyway.
and that's the average.
Right.
So some were a lot longer, but you know, on a cardiac care patient, and Dr. Salvucci will back me up on this all the way. 1 minute and 15 seconds is a big deal. If you can get a shock in or start CPR, it's a big amount of time.
Yeah, for stroke victim, it's
Stroke as well,
enormous.
too. And a stroke victim, it's really even more critical that you know the location of the caller, because if the person can't talk, it's really critical that we get down, where's the person calling from? And that's another part of this problem, too, which opens in another thing called Next Gen 911, which is we're on a threshold that keeps extending out, where it was going to be a few years ago, now it's kicked out to 2020.
So this will increase sizably the volume that we get. Do we have the personnel to handle it now, or do you think that'll need to be increased at some point?
I don't think it does increase the volume, because like I said earlier, what you're doing is you're just cutting out the transfer, because you're getting the call anyway.
I see.
So if I called from outside of my office, like I said, and got the Ventura Siege Pay, and then they transferred it to Santa Barbara PD, what I'm missing now is it doesn't leave the county. It goes straight 3 blocks away to Santa Barbara PD.
Good point. Good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Maria.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Chief, thank you for that. Did you ever find out what the problem was with Stork Tower? And I asked that in the spirit of not laying blame, but what happened?
It was just dropped.
Okay.
It just didn't, what you need is something that's going along behind and quality control checking.
And the legislation will help that?
The legislation opens the door to that, but
Okay.
we have to look at a systemic way of quality controlling a massive system. But there's data run in this building for finance that's as complex as this. We could the idea that there isn't a system out there that can analyze the data for these calls, I just can't believe that that's true.
Thank you.
Mr. Hart?
Are there other states that are further along in making these kind of reforms, or is California kind of pushing the edge on this?
I think California is kind of unique because it's far and away the largest 911 system in the world. So, like I said, there's 250 million 911 calls made in the United States, and 10% of them are coming from California. And the other thing is we have a state police system. And that was how it was funded from the beginning. That was the decision of how it was made. I think Massachusetts is quite a bit like this, but those are the only ones that leap out to me that are similar. But the problem, I've got to the point where I dream about this stuff, and every news story that I read about something, you start going, well, what happened? How did you get your 911? People call me on the street and say, I had to call the fire department the other day, and go, well, what happened? Who did you talk to? And you start hearing that people are experiencing this problem, but they don't recognize it. And that's the thing, is unless you realize that, I went through a couple operators before somebody, talked to me about a thing. That's what's going on. You're being pinged around to different centers till they figure out where you are.
Well, I'm just really encouraged that you've taken this issue on. I know Dr. Salvucci spoke to you about this initially and got this all going, so you both deserve incredible credit. I mean, the idea that this is a national problem that folks aren't aware of and is just going to continue on unless folks intervene and fix the system with the legislative approval. Assemblymember Williams should be credited for helping with the legislation, getting this through. And I think, as you've demonstrated, just by exposing the facts and having people aware of what the problem is, it lends itself to wanting to have kind of a legislative and technological fix, because the time savings involved, as you described, is critical. I mean, you do all the training, all the work that you do to shave seconds off response times here locally is lost in orders of magnitude by this system that doesn't make any sense and is just an artifact from the past. It's screaming for a solution, and I think it's a no-brainer. Is there other folks that wanted to speak?
Actually, Dr. Salducci wants to actually speak, so I didn't realize we had a speaker slip. Why don't you just come up at this point, and then we can finalize the item. Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you, and sorry, that's a 10-second old speaker slip, so it's
That's
not like
all right.
it was sitting
That's
on
all
your
right. We'll
desk.
let it go.
So thank you.
You've earned more than 10 seconds. It's just.
Thank you, Mayor Schneider and members of the council. My name is Angelo Salvucci. I'm the medical director of County Emergency Medical Services and a physician here in the Santa Barbara Cottage Emergency Department. And I wanted to speak, obviously, to support this and to appreciate you for taking this on and encourage your support. This is a very important issue to us in emergency medical services. Every few seconds and certainly every minute of delay in the processing of a 911 call results in deaths, and result in deaths locally and in deaths statewide and, for that matter, nationwide. Our professional organization, the EMS Medical Directors Association of California, has calculated there are hundreds to thousands of deaths that occur around the state because of delays in processing 911 calls. This bill that has been introduced by Assemblymember Williams is supported by our state organization of EMS medical directors, our state organization of emergency physicians, the California Medical Association, and the American Heart Association, amongst others. And it's for that very reason that it will save lives. Here in Santa Barbara County, you're more likely to survive your sudden cardiac arrest when your heart stops than you are in almost any county in the nation. But we can do even a little bit better if we don't have to wait to get triggered to respond to these calls. The city police departments, dispatchers, the city fire departments personnel, and the AMR ambulance folks do a tremendous job in resuscitating patients. But if they can get there a minute sooner, they'll be all that much more effective. So we appreciate all of your consideration and support.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership here, too. Okay, it's back to the council now. Mr. Hart, were you?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and support the legislation, and just, again, extend my congratulations and thanks to Dr. Salvucci, Chief McElroy. I think their incredible experience in this area lends amazing credibility to the conversation, and I just really appreciate your extra effort to make this happen. So thank you.
Okay, moved by Hart, second by Rouse. Mr. Rouse, did you have anything else?
Well, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just, I know how long Chief McElroy's been talking about this and how dogged he's been in trying to get this done. I can't imagine what source of resistance would come from. So I wholeheartedly support this.
I mean, typically this kind of request would be a no-brainer, and it is a no-brainer to support, in my opinion. I know when we spoke a couple months ago when you were working on this, it was, I thought, a good idea just to put it out on a council agenda so people can listen and understand and know what's going on. So, yeah, it's thank you, and we'll look forward to hopefully seeing some major improvements sometime very soon. Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, item number 12.
Item 12, appeal of small cell wireless communications facility proposed in the public right-of-way of the 300 block of Grove Lane.
Okay, this is an appeal, so just as a reminder of how appeals work, we'll have a staff presentation about the appeal itself, an opportunity for council to ask questions. This is an appeal from the Architecture Board of Review, so if there's anyone from them who wish to speak, they can do so after the staff report. Then the appellants will have their opportunity to speak. They'll have up to 20 minutes to do so. Same with the applicant, up to 20 minutes. Any time left over from your presentation could be used after public comment in that item. So, so if you want to save a few minutes, if you need it for after public comment, that's fine. And then it's to the council, and when it's to the council, it stays up here unless we need to ask someone for clarification or we have a question. And with that, Mr. Limon. Oh, first off, I do need to ask if there's been any ex parte communications with any interested parties other than the site visit that we were at that needs to be reported at this time. No. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hotchkiss.
I talked briefly with somebody who had signed one of the petitions, just asking him
Yeah,
why.
but he's not an interested that person in terms of not the appellant or the applicant.
No, not
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Limon.
Madam Mayor, Council members, the appeal before you involves a proposed new small cell wireless facility located in the eastern San Roque neighborhood. It's a residentially zoned property or neighborhood, and what's being proposed in the public right-of-way at the intersection of Grove Lane and Prince Street is additional improvements to an existing power pole that's about 25 feet. Has minimal utilities on it now. Some of the appeal issues that were raised by the appellants as well as the petitioners involve the concerns about what the actual approval looks like with respect to the aesthetics, but they also raise issues regarding the citing that they believe it was inadequate public notice. They believe there are other alternate sites that could be considered. Along with the aesthetic considerations, just the final solution that was selected by the ABR and the level of concealment. And they've also cited some safety considerations with respect to the location. I'm going to focus on the concealment efforts that were made by the ABR, since that's one of their primary roles, is to minimize the visual impacts as they review these improvements. What the ABR reviewed, and this is a plan view looking from the sky at the proposal, is a proposed solution that would have all the equipment on the pole, including the electric metering equipment. There would be no cabinets. This is what the ABR approved in March of this year, which was appealed. And here you have a visual representation of the amount of equipment that's being proposed. You have two views here, one looking south straight at the equipment, and one looking east that would be from Brent Street. As you can see, this equipment varies in height anywhere from 7 feet up to 21 feet with the CAN antenna at the uppermost portion of the pole. This is a photo simulation that also shows what it would look like from the view to the south and northeast view from Grove Lane. This is another view. And one of the considerations that the ABR had was in citing that some of the street trees could actually help screen some of the equipment as it was mounted on the pole. Now, we also have included the plan that was reviewed at their first concept review back in August. The reason we're showing this is this was a plan that actually included originally equipment cabinets to the north of the site. And so some of the equipment that was approved on the pole was originally contemplated to be housed within these equipment cabinets. And the reason I'm showing you this is it actually speaks to the options before you and the alternative choices that council can take as far as what you believe have minimized the impacts the best. This is the visual elevations that shows, again, the radio equipment that has been placed into the cabinets at the sidewalk level. And so you have less equipment, including the metering pedestal that is now. And now this was the proposal that was originally shown by the ABR, and I'll comment on their review a little bit later. I wanted to cite some of the background with respect to these cell sites. The city has been reviewing these for several years now, and originally it was a combination of subcommittee efforts working with our community development director to make recommendations on how to install these with the least visible impact. So we have approximately about 80 to 90 sites throughout the city that have been installed by various carriers. And what has evolved over time has been the recognition that neighbors and residents would like to know that these improvements are being installed in front of their property. So we've increased these noticing efforts, and I'll get into that a little bit later. With respect to ABR review, again, what was interesting about the ABR is their original concept review in August were concerned about putting the cabinets actually on the other side of the pole. They thought it would be a better screening solution for the cabinets and directed the applicant to provide additional landscaping to screen those cabinets. They were somewhat surprised when the application came back in March of this year, and the applicant proposed that they have all the equipment on the pole. That was not consistent with the ABR's direction. What evolved were several questions that were raised about why this was happening. Why did they come back with this solution? And the applicant can speak to this a little bit more, but what was clear that the applicant felt that they were hindered by the requirement to provide additional landscaping in the right-of-way, that they did not want to entertain that maintenance requirement, and they felt that the solution to put the equipment on the pole was their preferred solution. And the ABR, I would characterize it as a reluctant acceptance. There were some concerns about what it would do to the pole, but they did approve the equipment on the utility pole and made the no visual impact findings. One of the interesting things about the appeal is actually it does point to the fact that our ordinance, again, is outdated. We have new federal regulations and state statutes that have been adopted recently where we're reacting to these new regulations and the shot clock provisions. And our city attorney's office is actually working on a draft ordinance that's going to come to the ordinance committee in the near future, which will address some of the updates that have occurred since 1996, which have essentially preempted some of the concerns that were originally placed in for separation requirements about radio frequency concerns. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 actually indicates that the cities cannot regulate on those concerns, that these small wireless facilities do not generate these types of safety issues. The FCC also established local rules on how to treat and act on these wireless facilities, essentially establishing shot clocks. And the city attorneys can comment a little bit more on why we've expedited this decision to council and why a decision needs to take place today. There are actually state regulations that govern the wireless providers to have the right to use the right-of-way, so that's why some of these have elected to install these facilities in the right-of-way. It also allows the local governments the right to control the manner of the installation to avoid conflicts. Again, if they want to use this infrastructure, they just can't use it without without reviewing it to make sure there's no safety issues or conflicts within the right-of-way. AB 57 is the latest law that also established shot clock provisions and actually mandates that either actions be taken within those time shot provisions or they are actually approved by right if action is not taken in an expedited manner. So with respect to the appeal issues, one of the concerns was there was inadequate public notice. And what I want to point out is the actual ordinance does not speak to wireless installations as far as mailed noticing requirements. What we've learned over the years is that the neighbors would like to have notice of these improvements be placed on their block. In some cases, they are proposed directly in front of their properties. Here we have an installation on sort of a side property line where it's in between two properties, so it's actually an ideal location. Some we've had to deal with right directly in front of properties, and they don't want to see this from their front property line. And so we've learned that these notices actually help. It helps frame the question in the neighborhood, and it gives the people to come forward and say, you know, what about this location? Is it appropriate, and can we screen them in a better location or better manner? One of the concerns that was cited in the appeal was also whether the applicant provided sufficient rationale for why they've selected the site. That's part of a submittal requirement. It's included as part of your attachment. We asked the providers to give us an explanation of why they selected the site, why they need the site, and why there are other options that are not being considered, along with an RF study that's required to be submitted to make sure, again, they're following the limits that are allowed or mandated by law. With respect to aesthetic considerations, again, the ABR considered two options and eventually landed with the approved pole-mounted equipment option. We have the decision that often happens with these applications of where do you put this equipment? It's a trade-off sometimes about where this radio equipment should go. We had two installations last night at the ABR, and the ABR decided differently on each installation. So they are making careful considerations about the level of screening, and they're looking forward to having a clear ordinance also to have additional regulations on the preferred alternatives, and I think it'll help the boards in the future. The safety considerations, again, there was a radio frequency study prepared, and there was some concerns about the backup batteries in case somehow they would be damaged. There are no regulations that mandate how that equipment is used, and so this equipment is typically placed on the pole or in a cabinet. Now, with respect to concealment efforts, you know, one of the struggles that the board has is whether or not pole-mounted installations can be viewed as no visual impacts. They're there, And in some cases, the best they can do is to paint the equipment and try to have it blend into the power pole. And that's why you see most of this radio equipment painted brown to match the pole. They've actually painted the antennas on the wires sky blue or gray to try to have them blend in also, or even green when they have a landscape backdrop. So there are efforts to try to paint the equipment. The ABR did not pursue a ground equipment pedestal solution on this location or an underground vault. The city has approved about 25 locations with underground vault. Again, those are primarily focused on the downtown urban core of the city where there's a lot of pedestrians, and we don't want equipment cabinets in those areas with high pedestrian volumes. And aesthetically, it's much cleaner installation. Now, the carriers have a problem with underground vaults. They usually do not like the costs associated with that, and then there's some flooding concerns and venting concerns associated with those types of installations. So the standard of review that the city has is the ABR is directed to look at these antennas to make sure that they can try to minimize these adverse visual impacts. And our ordinance actually indicates that if the ABR cannot come up with the conclusion that these impacts have been visual impacts have been minimized, the application is actually referred through a conditional use permit process to the Planning Commission. And we've had a couple of those where the ABR said, no, we can't. This is a new pole structure, and we can't hide it, and they've been referred to the Planning Commission. This is going to be, again, somewhat tweaked with our new ordinance with respect to which applications get forwarded for a conditional use permit. We've been using interim design guidelines that were developed in a subcommittee with the ABR and HLC, and those were originally created to try to conceal antennas on buildings. And for the most part, you can't see our installations in the city. We've done a really good job in concealing these antennas that are larger facilities within buildings. Now, we're dealing with new phenomena, these small cell sites that are out in the right-of-way, which are, again, being more difficult challenge to screen completely. So the relevant guidelines ask that the antennas be screened from public view where possible, and the equipment cabinets be screened from view or be consistent with the care of the neighborhood. And sometimes that calls for less equipment or the painting of equipment. We've actually painted equipment cabinets Malaga green to match the downtown core colors of this infrastructure. And then obviously the conduits on the poles would be concealed with paint. So what are types of questions that the ABR deals with? Specific site constraints would be sensitive resources where you dig within archaeologically sensitive areas. Whether tree roots are impacted, in some cases they have to run power to these sites, and there's concern about where you trench and how you avoid the roots that are of our city trees. And is there sufficient landscaping already on the site, or whether they need to add landscaping? And again, what is the correct solution? What is the preferred solution? Should it be pole, pedestal, or vault? So how did staff arrive at our recommendation? When reviewing the original discussion, we believe the ABR gave good direction to this applicant to move the equipment to the south and to try to keep some of that equipment off the pole. And so our decision to support the appellant was actually that we believe there's a better concealment solution of this equipment, and it can be improved with a revised design and the use of cabinets. Rather than deny this application and return it to the ABR because of the shot clock time frames, we instructed the applicant also to consider revising their application, and I think they've submitted some additional photo simulations and plans recently and are willing to comply with a cabinet solution as part of to be consistent with staff's recommendation. But that's really what the question is before you. Do you accept the solution that the ABR came up with, which is all pole-mounted equipment, or staff's recommendation to put some of that equipment into equipment cabinets? It's really a question of what you think is the best concealment of this equipment. So our recommendation is to actually uphold the appeal of the ABR approval, but actually revise it with ground-mounted equipment cabinets and direct staff to return with decision and findings reflecting the outcome of this appeal. Here is, I've taken the liberty of showing the applicant's version of what that equipment would look like if you elect to approve it as per staff recommendation. Here's a photo simulation that would show the equipment cabinets south of the pole as originally directed by the ABR. And here's another photo simulation that would show the equipment. So staff is available for questions. The ABR unfortunately could not attend today, but I think I have a good pulse about what they feel about these type of installations if you want to ask me about what how the ABR deals with these.
Thank you. Mr. Hotchkiss.
Ms. Limon, do you know, has the appellant seen these new representations here? I just got them yesterday, so.
Just delivered, and though we did not give them to the appellants.
Okay. So we can ask then when they come up. Okay, thank you.
So I understand what's happened very recently. Let me see if I get this right. There was an original application and include cabinets. It was directions to do so. It came back. Everything was put on a pole. That was reluctantly approved according to your interpretation of the ABR, which was upheld. There was an appeal because they want to have the cabinets come back. Since then, Verizon has said we could do what the appellants are asking. No.
Let me clarify,
So I want to
Madam
say,
Mayor.
what's the difference between what that new proposal is versus what the appellants are asking?
Well, the appellants, I believe you're going to listen to them. I believe they may have stronger objections to the actual location, period.
Okay.
We're not trying to satisfy all the concerns of the appellant with respect to maybe location of the site. They may have concerns about moving it somewhere else. What we felt was we agreed that the concealment decision, the design was not the best concealment, and therefore I believe that there could be a better solution that offers a better concealment. They may disagree with both solutions.
Okay. So we can clarify that when we go to the appellant, which we're going apparently to do right now. So you have up to 20 minutes here, and there's a timer right there at the podium. If you can come up and state your name for the record, and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Kastner. My wife and I, Maria, are the appellants, and appreciate the opportunity to state our position. Also appreciate Planning's position to uphold our appeal, but I think they've overlooked a third option, which is really most important to us. This location is the prime arterial for this entire neighborhood. Literally, 120 houses pass by this. 120 homeowners have to look at this installation in this location, and Verizon is asking council, the ABR, and us to trust them that this is the best they can do. And I've looked at their original application. Even though ABR said, what about other locations? Their original application just said, you know, this is our best shot. Trust us on this one. And then when they presented this installation with 7 or 8 different pieces of hardware hanging off the pole, they said, trust us, this is the least obtrusive installation we have. And then they said in their application, trust us, all the wiring, all of the service to this is going to be underground. Well, just this last Saturday, their contractor showed up and started running overhead wire to this pole. And as I'm certain most of you saw yesterday, there's a coil of wire up there. They're already working on putting it in at this location, and they don't even have approval yet. So our position is you can't trust Verizon. They made no effort. They didn't even offer to make an effort to show that they'd look for another location. The ABR, based on this installation of 7 or 8 pieces of hardware hanging on the pole, made a finding of no adverse visual impact. How could they come up with that conclusion? Okay. It's hanging out over the street. And this isn't really a very good picture to show it because the trees are kind of a yellowish color. I looked at the one over on on Tear and Sunset, which is a street right over here, probably 500 feet away from this installation. And it's hardly unobtrusive. In fact, it's a real eyesore, and this installation will be a blight on our entire neighborhood as offered and in this location. Planning noted that we complained about the amount of notice for the neighborhood. Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 2887-380 requires public notice. California Government Code Section 65091A4 requires 10-day notice to all property owners within 300 feet. We got a letter mailed to us that went into the mail 4 days before the hearing, postmarked 4 days before the hearing. We received it on Saturday, less than 48 hours before the hearing. So, again, Verizon, trust us. We're going to give everybody notice. We're going to do this fair and above board. We live a house and a half away from this installation, and there was originally a sign in August of 2015. That sign came down sometime in December. The project disappeared from the city website, and no sign ever went back up on this location 10 days before the hearing. Had we not been home, because this is, again, March 28th, that's the first week of the public school vacations. August 17th, we were on vacation. That was the last week of summer vacation before public school started. They seem to be scheduling things when nobody's around to show up at the hearings and object. Verizon admits that a conditional use permit is required, and under the conditional use permit procedure, the city has authority to determine the location of the site, not just how it looks on the pole or on the ground, but the actual location of the site. The ABR basically refused to seek additional sites that may be less obtrusive than the one on Grove Lane. One board member apparently asked, what about other sites? There was no directive to do it, and Verizon never offered to do it, never offered any evidence that this was the only site that was available. Sprint versus Palos Verdes Estates is a California appellate court ruling, guarantees the city the rights to regulate aesthetics in commercial districts and residential districts. And again, as the planning representative pointed out, this is a strictly single-family home neighborhood. It's all residential, and it's primarily property owners. This is a pride of ownership neighborhood, and the addition of the overhead wires, the addition of all of the hardware on the pole, even if they put the stuff, half the stuff underground, it's still an eyesore in the neighborhood. And without any investigation as to other locations, I don't think ABR has done its due diligence, and I don't think they've done the people of Santa Barbara or the people of East San Roque haven't done their job for those constituents. Again, I'm reading from the Sequoia Wireless Telecommunication Facility project discussion. They talk about all proposed electrical and fiber optic cables and other necessary utility connections will be located underground where feasible. They didn't make any showing or even offer to make any showing that it wasn't feasible, and they're going to have to go underground to get the electrical in anyway, so they just added another overhead line to that pole because it was quick, easy, and they don't even have permission to do it yet, and they're doing it already. Planning made note of the shot clock. In this installation, it's 150 days. This is a new site. It's 90 days for existing co-locations. So the idea that we had to get this on expedited basis from a March 28th hearing, we're not even 60 days out, okay? We have another 90 days from May 28th. Also, there is no need to make a determination today, because not only do we have at least another 90 days, but the city can disapprove. They merely need to take action. The shot clock is only a trigger for the petitioner to compel the issuance of building permit. But if the city disapproves of the installation location or the installation at that site location, then the shot clock is reset when they come back with something that complies with the city's requirements. Again, at the ABR, after the member suggested the applicant consider other equipment locations that were not as visible, there was really no response. And I'm looking at this Sequoia Wireless Telecommunication, which is attached to the Planning Division's Council Agenda Report. They don't even say we looked at some others. They just said this one is it. They also say at page 2, which makes me think that they don't spend a lot of time on these, that they're talking about the Blanchard Street right-of-way in the bottom paragraph of paragraph 2. So this is not customized for our neighborhood. They changed the address on the first page, and everything else is the same submittal they do every single neighborhood. So basically, they're coming in and telling the ABR, the city council, and us as residents that this is the way it's got to be, and that's not the case. State law and federal law allow the city to determine the location and the aesthetics of these installations as long as they do not effectively exclude or discriminate against any particular carrier. And there's no evidence here that by asking the applicant to relocate this to a less obtrusive location that there'd be any discrimination on the part of the city. So in addition to the two options, the one proposed by the applicant, the one proposed by planning, I suggest that there's a third option. Find another pole in a less obtrusive location that can be screened or is screened, or where you can put the bulk of the hardware underground in a vault, is a viable alternative. There's a lot of discussion in the planning report about the Telecommunication Act of 1996. It's not applicable here because there's no exclusion or prohibition on wireless service. There's no unreasonable discrimination among carriers. There's no local regulation of frequency emissions if the facilities meet the FEC regulations. The Telecommunications Act does not apply to this new location and this new installation. Section 6409 in the Middle Class Tax Relief Act also is not applicable because this is not a modification of an existing facility or installation. In the paragraph 3 of the Planning Commission Agenda Report, they talk about the FCC adopted regulations establishing shot clocks, installations of additional antennas at locations already have antennas are 90 days, 150 days for new antennas. There's no evidence that there was anything on here until they put their little photographic interpretation of it. There's no installation at that site. So there's 150 days for the city to work this out with the applicant and have them find a better location. Public Utilities Code Section 7901 and 7901.1 allows a telecommunication the right to use the right-of-way. However, 7901.1 reserves the absolute right to determine the place within 150 days. So again, there is no necessity to vote and decide today. The applicant can be sent back and with a disapproval of this site and allow them to resubmit with a new location that is less obtrusive. It's not located on the prime thoroughfare for the entire neighborhood. I mean, it took my wife a matter of 2 hours walking around our neighborhood to get the 70 signatures of property owners that are attached to our appeal. I mean, there were so many people that are really not interested in this, at this location, that, and she didn't have to go very far. She only went our street, the next street, the other 2 streets on the other side of the installation on, I believe it's Eileen and Sunset. But there are literally hundreds of people living in that neighborhood that go by that location every day. The ABR member made a summary closing statement that the proposal was unfortunate but acceptable. Maybe acceptable to them, but it's not acceptable to us. And we're the ones that live in that neighborhood. We're the ones that pay taxes for our properties in those neighborhoods. And the finding that the above-ground cabinet design was worse than the pole-mounted equipment design is basically shifting the burden from the applicant to the property owner to maintain their tree, and we're in a drought. Trees are dying all the time in Santa Barbara. What happens when that tree right there that is responsible for screening 40% of the tower dies because nobody's watering in their plants anymore? So here we've got the applicant shifting the burden for the screening, which is their responsibility under the Santa Barbara, excuse me for a moment. I can't find the paperwork. There is a guideline for installation of new cell facilities, and it talks about all the things the applicant's supposed to do. Shifting the burden to the local property owner is not on that list. I can pretty much guarantee you. Again, Verizon wants us to trust them, says this is the best we can do. Even though they were sent back to revise their design according to certain guidelines provided by the ABR, they didn't. They came back and did what they wanted to do because it's the quickest, cheapest, and ugliest, but what do they care? They don't live in that neighborhood. We agree with planning that the antenna have not been minimized to the maximum extent possible. But again, without any investigation of any other sites, we don't even know what the maximum extent possible is. They didn't investigate any other sites. They didn't propose other sites. They didn't say why this one was best. They just said, trust us, this one is the best. And even after the applicant came back with their pole-mounted application, ABR just kind of rolled their eyes and said, well, okay, I guess if that's the best you can do. I don't think that's the best the ABR could do. And quite frankly, as somebody that was in building for a number of years in Santa Barbara, I've seen the way ABR has nitpicked people over the tiniest details on their house, their balconies, their front doors, flagpoles, and yet something like this, they can say there's no no visual impact. It really kind of blows me away that they can come back and make a determination that there's no adverse visual impact of something sitting like that right on the street on the main thoroughfare. And with that, I think I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Okay, it goes to the applicant. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Pete Shubin with Sequoia Deployment Services, here today representing Verizon Wireless. I'm here to take your questions. If you have none now, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time for after all other comments are made.
Well, hold on. I'm going to stop the clock. This is your opportunity to give a presentation. Usually questions are asked as additional to the presentation. So, but now I see a bunch of lights on. So, okay, we can have your questions answered. It's a little unusual. Mr. Hotchkiss, did you have a question?
Yeah, do you want to reply to any of the appellant's direct comments?
There were several. I'll reply to the design comments.
Sure.
We've submitted 3 designs. There's additional proposed design. There was the design with everything on the pole. Then there's the one we submitted late Friday in response to the staff
hold on,
report.
I'm sorry.
I agree with you, Madam Mayor. This is what he should be doing.
I'm going to let you do a presentation. You can describe I'm going to let the clock go down because I don't want you to have double dipping with time, to be fair. So why don't you do your presentation? If the council has questions, they can ask it. You don't have to take the whole 20 minutes. There might be questions. But otherwise, we'll be asking things that you should normally have during your presentation. So why don't you just continue on at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Verizon Wireless has proposed 3 designs for this location. The 3 designs include the initially proposed design with the cabinet north of the pole, all equipment located on the pole, and a new design with as much equipment that could come off the pole located south of the pole. All 3 designs are functional and acceptable to Verizon Wireless. However, the council may choose to pick one of them. We will accept it. Our initial response, as staff had mentioned, to the ABR with regard to moving south and providing landscaping had a concern over a few aspects of it: maintenance, responsibility, and compatibility of the landscaping that would surround that location. It wasn't an issue with the location of moving the equipment cabinet to the south of the pole. As you've seen, one of the designs includes that. It involves the maintenance of it. In a residential area, people like to maintain the parkways with the plant material that they like, that changes over time. In our experience, we've seen conflicts with what would be conditioned for equipment in the public right-of-way versus what a property owner may want this year or next year or down the line. Maintenance, there's issues with water surrounding the equipment. And since that hearing, Public Works has come back and responded back on another project with they do not want pedestals landscaped in the public right-of-way. So it was fairly consistent with what Verizon wanted to see and what Public Works wants to see. I'm sure staff will probably want to discuss that in some further detail. With regard to alternates considered, we were very brief in the initial application because there's other utility poles on the block and in the area where we need to put the site in the coverage and capacity problem area where the site is necessary. None of them are available due to state rules with regard to placement of equipment. So you have power and communications, and everyone has their reserve space on a pole, and there's a little bit of a window where an antenna could go. Those locations are not available on those poles due to the multiple lines of conductors on the poles. We did submit a letter that explained on those poles, on those blocks, why they will not work in detail. To locate outside the area would not provide the coverage where the coverage and capacity is needed. Wouldn't provide a balanced site, wouldn't provide the optimal site to provide that area. With service, the result is you need more sites to provide the same level of service. And that is why we can't move outside of that area. Our other option would be to stand a new pole, which Verizon Wireless could do in the public right-of-way, but would clearly be less desirable than attaching to an existing structure. There's a structure there that works at the height with the antenna on the top, so we would not want to stand a new pole. That would be more visually apparent in the neighborhood. So we didn't discuss those in detail. At that time, we did with our recent letter when that question came up, because the ABR's job is not really, should we move and look somewhere down the street, but they were looking at that one location, which is why we focused our presentation to them on that one location. The discussion with the ABR regarding the no visual impact requirement is, have we lessened the visual impact as much as possible? It's a very subjective question, whether it go on the pole, whether it go on the ground. As staff had mentioned, there was projects that were heard yesterday that had different decisions. On one, put it on the pole, on another, put it on the ground. And we have designs presented to you to address whether it go on the pole or on the ground, whether it be, if you'd like one or the other, we'll accept that. The question regarding vaulting has come up. We went and looked at the DAS vaults, and DAS is a distributed antenna system. It's a different type of equipment and different type of technical requirement than what's proposed here. Vaults without vents and vaults that have capacity for smaller equipment. Verizon's equipment would require a large vault. Verizon's equipment produces heat that would need to be vented from that vault. So you would have not only the vault with the existing equipment, you need space for the clearance requirements for maintenance inside the vault. It becomes a very large structure, and then you must exhaust and change the air over in that structure. So what you end up is fan units and vent stacks. In this location, if we were to go next to this pole with the RRU units, those are the radio units that were proposed on the pole, and if you notice when we moved them to the ground, they were very close to the pole. If they were to go into a vault, that vault would have to be immediately adjacent to the pole, and that would require removal of trees, and then no trees could go over the vault. It would be that large of a structure. The also visual result would be that you would still have a meter pedestal that could not be placed underground. That has to go above ground according to Edison's rules. And you would have the vent stacks for the vault. So it's depending on the type of equipment, there's a difference of scale, whether a vault is smart. On a large macro cell, it makes sense. On sites with very little equipment, it makes sense. The added benefit here is outweighed by the impacts of placing a vault at this location, which is why we're not proposing it. With that, we request that you approve one of the designs. And there is also Mr. Paul Albritton will continue the presentation on the other issues that were raised. Thank you very much.
Did you want to do that right now? Go ahead. Yep.
Good afternoon, Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. I apologize, my flight was delayed 3 hours out of San Francisco, and I just ran here from the airport. But through the miracle of modern cellular technology, was able to listen to the presentation as it was being live streamed. And so I did pick up on some of the points. Thank you very much for your time for listening to this appeal. Obviously, the design was approved by the ABR. The staff has made a recommendation regarding an alternate design. Verizon Wireless wants to do its best to provide a facility that minimizes visual impacts while providing needed service in that particular area. I want to make just a few quick comments about federal law. I think you know that you can't regulate wireless facilities based on the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions. And I just wanted to follow up on something the appellant said. That applies also to claimed effects on property values and other issues that may be related to health effects. There's a report in the packet that we sent to you from Hammett and Edison Consulting Engineers that shows that the facility will be 12 times below the federal levels that are allowed, and so this fully complies with any emission requirements. The federal law also requires that there be substantial evidence to deny a site, and in this case we feel that appellant has made arguments, but they haven't presented any real evidence of aesthetic impacts or other impacts that would affect their property, affect their views. We think the ABR was correct in saying that the visual impacts were minimized, and really Verizon Wireless does many, many large sites. I'm sure you've seen faux trees and flagpoles and that sort of thing. And really the minimum impact facility is what's being proposed here, where we've got an antenna on top of an existing utility pole, follows your guidelines. It's screened by trees. It uses an existing structure and really minimizes the impact to the area to provide service. So we feel there's substantial evidence. We meet the guidelines as staff indicates, or as ABR indicated, and there really isn't evidence that would suggest the kind of impacts that would warrant with denial. And that's one of the requirements of federal law. Then the last issue I wanted to touch on is that where we show that there's a significant gap in service, and this is the least intrusive means of filling that gap, that the federal law also compels approval. But in this case, I just want to point out that we have included in the materials we provided to you a statement by Verizon Wireless's RF engineer. I think it's very clear from the coverage maps that are provided the gap that will be filled with new 4G service. 4G service is LTE, which is digital service, and all of cellular phones will be converted over to LTE, voice over LTE service within the near future, and as the 3G service is being phased out. And that's why it's so important for them to provide this high-speed, high broadband level 4G service to this area. So we've shown a gap, and then the question is this the least intrusive place to put this facility? There's also an alternatives analysis also included in our materials that goes through all of the poles that are immediately adjacent to this pole and shows why some of those poles are completely unavailable because of PUC General Order 95, which regulates where we can go on a pole and also regulates the structural integrity of the pole, another one of the issues raised by the appellant. Because of California Public Utility Code Section 7901, we are only required to look in the right-of-way for this kind of facility and not outside of the right-of-way. As the appellant indicated, you have the right to review the time, place, and manner of that installation, but not to deny the installation completely. And we think that we have put this in the right place with the right design to gain that ABR decision of minimal visual impacts. It is a 90-day shot clock. I heard some comment about a 150-day shot clock. The shot clock is very clear on that. I won't bore you with the details, but under the shot clock, any attachment to an existing structure is a 90-day approval period. This application's been in process since before August, as you know, and so given the approval that we received, we wanted to move forward and have this appeal heard so that Verizon Wireless could provide this needed service to the San Roque neighborhood. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we did send a text message to our customers in that neighborhood. We got 291 text messages back of residents who wanted specifically to improve service in that neighborhood from that location. 300 Grove Street was identified in the text. That letter is also in our materials. So we had 11 opponents, 291 supporting. So it is something that the community wants. We're finding the demand for Verizon Wireless service is doubling every year. And Verizon Wireless is working hard to provide that service, which is used by E911 and everybody's for so many things. Thank you for your time. I apologize for rushing in here, and we'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Okay, and you're at 8 minutes and 21 seconds. So, okay, now questions from council. Mr. Dominguez?
I wanted to follow up on the location, and if I understand council correctly, we're not allowed to question whether there were other placements available? Or what is your position on the placements?
Maybe that's just staff, right? Or is that?
That was a question for us? Is that the...
Yes.
Section 7901 of the California Public Utility Code actually dates back almost to Civil War times. And what it did is it granted telephone corporations in the state of California the right to occupy the right-of-way in order to provide telephone service. And case law right up to 2014 confirms that wireless companies have this ability to put basically telephone equipment in the right-of-way, and as is in this case, put telephone equipment on a telephone pole. And so we have a right to go in the right-of-way and either put up our own pole or go onto a telephone pole. The state law was amended in 1998 to add 7901.1, and that grants local jurisdictions the right to regulate the time, place, and manner of the placement of equipment in the right-of-way. And it's in a manner that does not incommode the public use of the right-of-way. So we have provided those poles that we looked at in the area that could still provide the service. This is a very small service area. It's about 1,000 feet in all directions. We're building a very tight-knit network to provide this service, and shown how each of those poles is unavailable to us. I'll try to be very quick, but GO 95 regulates where we can put things on a utility pole. The utility pole is owned by the Joint Pole Association, so the electrical utility, Verizon Wireless, all the companies on that pole own that pole. And there are very strict regulations. We have to be 6 feet above any electrical transmission lines. We have to leave one quadrant of the pole available for a lineman to get his belt up. And so there are many restrictions. Most of the poles have too many crossbars, too many transformers, or don't have an open quadrant that allow us to put up a wireless facility. So this pole was selected because it provides the coverage. It also has space that allows us to go on the pole. In addition, it has screening trees, which help screen the facilities, and we didn't have to raise the pole up high. It's roughly above the 25 feet it is right now. So for all those reasons, we thought this was the right pole and the appropriate pole. The adjacent poles are unavailable, and as I said, they're described. And Peter can better describe them. Maybe you saw them on the sidewalk yesterday, but they are, each of them has various specific reasons why they were unavailable to us. Did I answer the question?
You did, and it looks like this is Exhibit E. And I was curious, you don't happen to, this is all you have, you don't do like a ranking where you grade like screening, you might get 10 points, cross poll, you lose 2 points. There's no kind of formula you use. It's more of a, you look and you write up a narrative?
It's pretty much yes or no. And I said Pete can speak more to the different polls that we looked at. As I read the alternatives analysis, I don't recall any of them that would allow, is that right? Our facility, other than the one we took from where our pole is, as I mentioned, the coverage area is relatively limited, about 1,000 feet in either direction. And that's because of the miracle of cellular is that as you go from one cell to the next, your phone hands off from cell to cell. And like a sprinkler system, you have to place them so that there's a handoff between them. Within the poles of the area of the search ring, as we call it, this was the only pole that was viable and screened and provided the service that we needed.
Ms. Maria?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is it Albritton, Mr. Albritton?
It is, thank you.
Welcome to Santa Barbara. So can you describe what your outreach was to the neighbors of this pole?
I let Pete...
Is it a letter? Thank you.
Hi, Pete Shubin, Sequoia Deployment Services.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman.
We followed staff's direction with regard to posting, work with staff for posting a notice, and the city sent the notice to all the surrounding residents. Following your meeting yesterday, I did make myself available to anybody who stuck around after, and a few people did, to answer questions. I was at the ARB meeting to answer questions. That's how we did this. We didn't do anything special for this site, door knocking or any specific Verizon Wireless noticing for this project.
Oh, okay. I did mean way before your application, or not yesterday, but weeks ago, if you were letting people know that you had a plan to put something there.
No, we did not. And to answer, there was also one question from Councilmember Dominguez. With regard to the ranking of candidates, that is quite often done. When we did the initial investigation in this neighborhood, all the other polls did not work. There were, before we even got to planning questions, there were engineering items that prevented their use for antenna attachments. So they went away for that reason. So we were left with use this pole or stand a new pole. With the ARB's focus being on that one project, they did not ask about what other locations, so we did not discuss those at that meeting. Be happy to answer your questions on any of those other polls for the area that you may have. Thank you.
I wasn't done, but go ahead.
There was 300-foot noticing. There was a meeting in August of the ABR. And then Verizon took about 5 months to work with staff to try and come up with a design that addressed the ABR concerns. And then, of course, the second ABR meeting in March, and then the hearing today. So I don't believe there was any specific community outreach meeting regarding this particular poll. Verizon Wireless, oh, forgive me, we also sent the text message to our customers in that area.
Thank you. Okay, so my second question is about the allegation from the appellant that there's been some work already started, that someone was doing a wire overhead. Can you tell us about that?
The fiber optic cabling is installed. Verizon Wireless doesn't own the fiber optic cabling, and its fiber optic cabling is put throughout Santa Barbara by various providers of service. They have their own franchise agreements and their own permitting obligations with respect to putting up fiber. So they could put up the fiber whether we were there or not, and we don't really have control over how and when they put up that fiber cabling. I believe that's what's being discussed, but
so it wasn't your crews up there working; it was someone else. You're
right,
saying?
That's right. It's like getting telephone service to your house or something.
Oh, of course.
It's you call the utility and they bring you the service. The fiber companies are putting fiber throughout the community for various reasons, and there are various fiber providers that are providing it for home internet services and all sorts of things. So I believe that's what he's talking about. There was fiber brought to the pole, and but that was not our work.
Thank you. And so, sir, if we decide to go with a cabinet on the sidewalk, you will be able to maintain screening and look over that in terms of aesthetics?
I'll let Pete answer that one too. Sorry.
Thanks.
Pete Schubin, Sequoia Deployment Services. What we've proposed is cabinets on the ground that are painted, and that would be the screening, so it'd be painted to blend. There's no landscaping proposed as part of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hotchkiss, did you have a question?
If I may add, screening in the vegetation in the right-of-way is somewhat problematic, and frequently it's not favored by public works directors. But I have seen other solutions, including rocks and that sort of thing. So we'd be open to anything that didn't require the kind of maintenance that landscaping requires. Frankly, utility poles and utility installations are designed to be minimalist, and they tend to disappear. We tend to not see telephone poles when they don't have a lot of other ornaments around them, but that's something we can do. I'm sorry, there was another question.
Mr. Hotchkiss, did you have a question?
I do have two questions, if I could, to you, sir. You mentioned a vault has a fan that aerates it, I guess it is. Is that audible?
Yes, it is.
And is it intermittent?
The vaults have fans that would run continuously. So it's not just a temperature item in the vault. The ground provides a great deal of insulation. So as that sits around it, even minimal heat produced by the equipment is contained and must be evacuated. So it runs, and then the smaller you make the vent stacks as you try to constrain them, they begin to make more noise. So the best ones that work are about 18 or 24 inches in diameter and 3 feet tall with perforations.
And those are visible from, obviously?
They do have to be above ground. That's another item that causes problems when you're in a parkway or an area that could potentially be irrigated, is a broken sprinkler or anything of that would saturate the ground would have the opportunity to infiltrate the vault and then pour into the vault and destroy the equipment, and that becomes quite common.
I understand. Okay. How many antenna does Verizon have in Santa Barbara City? Do you know?
No, I do not know.
Guesstimate, 100, 50?
We didn't, sorry, we didn't count, but there are a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any speaker slips for this, so I'll open and close the public comment portion of this, and the appellant has 2 minutes and 2 seconds. If you'd like to use any of that at this time, you're welcome to. But I'm going to keep you to your 2 minutes and 2 seconds. And there's a...
her 2 minutes, but I don't know if she got on the list in time.
I don't have any speaker slips, so I just opened and closed the public comment section. So if you'd like your 2 minutes and 2 seconds that you have remaining, you're welcome to do it.
Okay. I'd just like to address a couple of things. The applicant said in 5 months the project was taken offline. They were working with the ABR. Basically, what they did was they came back with the most obtrusive installation possible. There's nothing more obtrusive than running it up the pole. So it's not like they were doing any hard work on this. The counsel for Verizon mentioned installation of ornaments. They're not ornaments. They're quite obtrusive, ugly pieces of equipment. We have 9 neighbors that can see this pole from inside their house and this installation. And the tree that sits on the left that they're using for their best efforts at screening doesn't block any of the 9 property owners. Yeah, that doesn't matter right now. They said they got 291 proponents. About 5 blocks away from the proposed installation, there's a very dense apartment district. My guess is none of those people are property owners, and they all want their little cell phone gadgets to work even better indoors in their 3-story apartment. They addressed some health effects. We didn't comment on any of the health effects of the pole or the installation. They say they don't want to bury it. I think if you've got to put it there, they should bury it. They didn't talk about, they mentioned most of the poles, some of the poles not available, but they made no showing that there were no poles available, and we've provided substantial evidence that the installation there is hideous.
Thank you.
And it's in the most obtrusive location possible for the entire neighborhood.
Thank you. I know there was a lot of...
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, are there any questions? Did you have a question, Mr. Hotchkiss? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I understand you correctly, you don't want anything there?
That would be my preference because it's the most obtrusive location
And
from
it's
my...
sort of a yes or no question.
Yeah, from my
So
location.
what would you accept there?
What would I accept there? I think if they put it all underground, that
Okay,
would
even
be
with the fan noise and all that?
You know, they make fans now that you can't hear that the fan is turned on.
All right, so basically you just don't want to have anything here.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm
tell me what you're saying.
They've made no demonstration that they've looked for other less obtrusive alternatives. They've said none of the other poles or a lot of the other poles, but they said there's a 1,000-foot radius, and yet in that neighborhood there've got to be 100 poles. And I know there's one.
No, we're talking about this pole right here now. You said you...
Talking about this pole.
Right.
Within 1,000 feet, they're saying there's no other pole. but
I'm
this
saying
pole.
you're saying you don't want anything on this pole.
I'm saying this pole is on the most commonly traveled street in the entire neighborhood, and not only one, but 2, it's right in front of my house. That's what I have to look at every time I come home and every time I go to work, every single morning, and every month I write my property tax
Do you have any
check.
poles on your street now?
I want to say something.
But
because
your time is up for the presentation unless you have your questions answered,
answer
Mr. Hotchkiss.
his question that 9 residences have view from inside their house.
Do
of
you have
this
any
pole.
poles on your street now?
We have them running down the property line behind our house. Every year, we have a consult with the neighbors, and people have come and gone, so it makes it difficult to get consensus. But
So you have
talking about burying
no other
poles
poles on your street?
on our street, no. They run in between the streets, down the back property line.
I understand, thank you.
And that's what I'm saying is most of those would be appropriate and less obtrusive.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, to the applicant, I think a lot of your questions were answered, but you do have up to 8 minutes and 21 seconds if you need to finalize anything at this point.
We very much appreciate your time. Paul Albert and Verizon Wireless, and I will be extremely brief. First, I want to say there is a utility pole in this location, perhaps adjacent to this appellant's home. If he had the choice, I'm sure he would rather not have the utility pole out in front of his home. All of us benefit from public infrastructure, street signs, stop signs. Most of us would rather not have them right in front of our home. But it's public infrastructure that benefits the public. And he mentioned the apartment nearby, and it's true that nearly half of homes, particularly of people 40 and under, do not have wireline service anymore. They're relying on wireless service. So it has an enormous public benefit. This particular design on a utility pole is very small compared to the large footprint of a macro facility. He mentioned 1,000 feet, and I just wanted to confirm that the 1,000 feet that's in our materials is the entire coverage area. So we don't have 1,000 feet to put our facility. That's the center of a 1,000-foot radius where we're putting our facility. If you moved it to either side, you would not get the coverage that we're trying to obtain. And again, through modern technology, we've been advised by Verizon Wireless that there are 40 sites in the city of Santa Barbara. And with that, as I mentioned, it's telephone equipment on an existing telephone pole. We're happy to take the design that you prefer. I've done hundreds of these poles, and various communities prefer equipment on the ground or on the pole. I have to say the majority of communities ultimately prefer to have the sort of slimline profile of the equipment on the pole itself. But again, Verizon Wireless is here to try and minimize the impact from your eyes while providing this valuable service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, there's a number of people coming in. I know there's an estimated 4 o'clock item, which we will get to once we finish this item, and I'm going to need to take a little break before we get to the next appeal. So it'll you're welcome to stay, but just know it'll probably be, well, we'll see how long we take up here and then add 5 minutes or so to that. All right, so it is to the council. Mr. Dominguez.
I had one more question of the Verizon folks. I'm looking at the 2 pictures on Exhibit E on the 3rd and 4th page, and the neighbor mentioned that there's rows of poles that are off the street or behind homes. Is that correct, and are those alternatives?
Essentially, they're not. They're in public utility easements, and our rights are in the right-of-way and not necessarily in public utility easements, and that's why we're using a facility in the right-of-way. There are, depending on how the public utility easement was created, generally it is not considered right-of-way where we can go on the pole with the rights we have.
So are there situations in Santa Barbara where you've been able to use those poles?
I don't believe so. Public utility easements.
No, sir, I know of none where that has been done in the city of Santa Barbara. There are some places, very rural locations, where poles run across open spaces where there's additional lease space gained on that land, but that wouldn't be on a single-family residential site. You are correct in that most of the poles in this neighborhood run behind the properties. Along Grove Lane, the main trunk line, if you will, of power poles runs on the west side of the street. And the only poles on the east side of the street are the poles that carry the lines across to run behind the residences and the neighborhoods on the east side of Grove Lane. And then the poles all to the west side of Grove Lane all run behind the residential properties and are in actual residential backyards. So even though there might be hundreds of poles in the area, there are actually very few that are available to look at in the public right-of-way.
Thank you.
And just to add, as you can imagine, access to that kind of location is much more difficult for construction equipment and maintenance equipment. And again, the legal rights are different in those, depending on how they've been created. Thank you.
Okay, so to the council. Mr. Hotchkiss.
Mr. Attorney, City Attorney, if we wanted to grant Verizon the right to accept their design with fewer less equipment on the pole and with ground mounted as they have designed it, would we necessarily approve this appeal and then say the stipulation being that we return with the design as I've just described somewhat clumsily? Is that the way we would do this?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hotchkiss, I think that's what staff's recommending. If they feel differently, they can let you know.
All right. So I think that's the correct way to go, and I'll make that recommendation as a motion if anybody would second it.
So a motion for the staff recommendation, is that what you're saying? Is there a motion by Hotchkiss? Is there a second?
Question. So and that is to have the vault to the south of the pole. Is that right? That was the option. Right.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember White, yes, that is the recommendation. As you can see from the visual simulation and the plans that were submitted to you this morning, that is what staff is recommending, that you approve that installation with that ground-mounted equipment to the south.
Okay. For discussion purposes, I'll second it, but I would like to follow up and ask about the undergrounding
Sure.
aspect. If staff could comment
Sure,
on the undergrounding.
Up to this point, staff does not necessarily agree that the amount of venting would be as significant as Verizon reps have indicated. Now, we haven't dealt with Verizon equipment in a vault. We've dealt with these distributed antenna systems, which apparently are less equipment. So they may have a point that their specific engineering requirements mandate a larger vault. But up to this point, we've accepted basically a 4x6 vault installation at various points throughout the city with ground-mounted vaults that are flush to the ground, vents, and for the most part have not had any complaints with the noise associated with those.
So we have other instances of those vaults being they're in existence within the city.
That's correct. Now, to be honest with you, the majority have not been in residential neighborhoods. They've been in commercial downtown locations where we have a lot of pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, I'm picturing one on like right next to the county building, as a matter of fact, that's got those vents going up there. And that's too bad, that Madam Mayor, that we did not get to see one of those underground vaults. That would be one option that we could have to, if we were to turn over every proverbial rock, it would be to see one of those underground vaults and see and listen to them and see whether they are intrusive, whether the noise is intrusive or not. That's visually, the underground's got to be the best way to go. And then the question is whether it's audible or not. So I don't think we have an answer on that today.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Just a clarification. Whether we go underground or not, we still have that pole there with the lines attached to it.
Councilmember Hotchkiss, that's correct. You're still going to have the antenna at the top of the pole, right, and some of that equipment still remaining on the pole. But the larger pieces of equipment would be placed underground.
Right. So if the offense is the pole, it's still going to be there no matter what we do here.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I understand the motion, are we precluding the idea of a vault? Are we including that as a possibility for design review?
We don't have that plan.
Well, as I made the motion, no.
Okay.
Because I think actually the vault would be more interesting.
I just have to say that from personal experience with my business being on one corner right next to an Edison vault, and it is audible, and they do have to pump a lot of groundwater out of it. They just were doing it all day today. And then another telecommunications vault was going to go on the other corner. And when I saw the parameters it was going to take to put it there, it was going to take up quite a bit of my frontage. So in that case, I have no idea what the scale of this one would be, but that one was going to be substantial. So I wouldn't take that decision lightly. I agree with the aesthetic component and whatnot, but I think that the vault is putting things underground means you may, in some circumstances, be putting them underwater, and that's something that we may want to take a big look at in the big picture. So I don't think a vault is a slam dunk in my estimation.
Mr. Hart? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just, Madam Mayor, our recommendation is to approve the pedestal mounted equipment that we have a set of plans for and you can easily approve. So you can either approve today plans that are on record for this installation or what ABR approved. We do not have plans for a vault.
Right, so the motion is for the plans that were presented right here. Okay. Mr. Hart.
Well, I appreciate the neighbors' concern, and they're trying to have the best impact for their neighborhood. And unfortunately, I think what happened is this document came very late in the process that described in much greater detail the effort that had been done to look at alternative sites. And so in the conversation with the ABR and the information that the neighbor had available to file their appeal, they didn't know this detailed information about other sites that were examined and the reasons that Mr. Albritton was describing that other locations weren't available. And I don't think staff report covered that as well as it could have perhaps. This is a challenge to explain this information, to make it clear to people, but probably in hindsight, that is important early on in the process, is to make it clear to everybody that all the alternatives that might be perhaps in folks' minds less intrusive had been exhausted and for one reason or another weren't available. And it sounds to me pretty clearly that they were, that this is a very finite physical area that this service has to cover. And then when you draw that box and you try and locate something that is the most effective, you have a finite number of public right-of-way poles to site this on. Private property poles just inherently aren't available because even if they were better, just because of the complexity of getting private property owners to give permission for the use of their pole and to access that, I understand that. This is a modern utility that is. Everybody has one in their pocket in this room, I suspect, and relies upon this service as a function of modern life. And I don't see that there really is an alternative. But I don't think that was apparent until today in this conversation, in this hearing, with this additional information. And I think in the future, having more of this earlier, making that more clear in the staff report would be useful. Thanks.
Ms. Murillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do support the motion. If the motion was the staff recommendation for an on-the-ground cabinet, thank you. And I wish that Verizon folks that you had obeyed the Architectural Board of Review. And I use that word. They did ask you to come back with something, and you came back with something else. And so I see the appellant's point that there was some injustice there, or something that you weren't playing by the rules. And then please acknowledge that, I mean, you're saying it's unobtrusive, and to my eye, maybe it's unobtrusive, but it's their neighborhood. And so I acknowledge that you don't want something there, but I will vote for it. And also what I agree with Councilmember Hart about the process. Not everybody is familiar with appeals and city council and reports as you were, and I overheard some conversation on the street yesterday, and that I would just ask staff, when you think someone really doesn't know the process, to just spend a few extra minutes letting them know that there's a report, there's a recommendation, or whatever. There was some gaps there in their knowledge, and you're right, Councilmember Hart, that report came late, and so thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Dominguez?
I'm for the motion, but with the caveat that staff maybe can get one last set of input from the neighbors, because it sounds like there was some information that came in late, but limiting it to the choices. I think Verizon said they would go with either of the three plans. Is that correct? So since it sounds like council is going to vote to keep this the location, the least we can offer up is that you get to choose which one of the three configurations you're going to be saddled with. So sounds like with the vault, you still have something above ground, is that correct? And something on the pole? So I just want to make sure those three impacts are felt, and that we deny the appeal, but allow the neighbors to pick which one of the three configurations were offered.
Mr. White?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my looking at this, first of all, I agree that this pole should retain the facility. I'm not satisfied that the underground vault alternative has been adequately explored. We don't know what that sounds like, and I think that we could have, that would have been good to have that as part of our site visit, to go and look at a residential area vault. So I won't be supporting this motion, although I do support that this pole is where it belongs, and as far as the options, the staff recommendation is a reasonable one, although we just haven't looked at we haven't vetted the underground alternative adequately.
Ms. Murillo?
Madam Mayor, so do we need someone else to second the motion?
No, he seconded
It's
it.
okay that
You can disagree.
he can second it and not vote for it. Okay, we'll let it go with that.
The purpose of motions and seconds is to vote on something, and that's what we're going to discuss it. So he doesn't have to vote for the motion he seconded. Mr. Hart?
So what exactly would Councilmember White like in a motion?
What did I like? I like that this poll was
Why don't you withdraw your second and make the motion that you want to make?
Mr. The motion is on the table. You're not running this meeting, so we've got a motion on the table. I've expressed concern about the underground vaulting, and that's my concern.
Well, I think that this issue is complicated in the sense that there are federal and state regulations that limit what a council can do to begin with, and yet we still go through a regular process of design review that gives the impression that we have a lot more latitude than we do. So I think that can create some kind of tension and confusion. I agree, Mr. Hart, that the information it's valid information that was brought to us later. Had it been brought to us or brought to the neighborhood earlier about the reason why that particular location was so important, I think that might have helped the conversation of explaining why that location was the one necessary, and maybe that is part of our process in the future, looking into especially in neighborhood areas or even in commercial areas, about the rationale behind the location. That might be helpful moving forward, because again, we're very limited in our scope of what we're able to do. True, Mr. White, we don't know the information about an underground vault. We don't have that information, but just knowing through hearing underground vaults in areas in other parts of the city, that kind of sound, especially at night in a relatively quiet neighborhood, could sound louder than one may think. And so, I think that would be a whole other issue. I don't necessarily think we need to get through today, but I appreciate where you're coming from. So I think the best solution out of all of them, although it doesn't sound like any one of them is completely satisfactory to everyone, is the staff recommendation, and so I'll be voting for the staff recommendation. So with that, I believe we're going to have a split vote, so why don't we have a roll call, but the motion and second is for the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Dominguez? No. Councilmember Hart? Aye. Councilmember Hotchkiss?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember White? No. And Mayor Schneider?
Aye. So that passes 5-2 with Dominguez and White opposed. Okay, so thank you very much. It is 4:15. When that clock says 4:25, we'll start up again, and thank you for your patience. Order, thank you for your patience. Can you read up item number 13?
Item 13, appeals of storefront collective dispensary permit at 118 North Milpas Street.
Okay, this is an appeal. It's a bit unusual, but before I describe things, I know we have interpretation services available, and if we'd like to come up and if you want to announce that offer right now, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, the whole hearing is being simultaneously interpreted, and we have 4 earphones back there. Tenemos 4 audífonos disponibles en español. And also, if anybody's going to be speaking Spanish to the council, there's a new law that tells me that I have to make my record on a public hearing. My name is Carlos Cerecedo, Judicial Council Certification 300249. I'll be interpreting from English to Spanish, Spanish to English in this meeting whenever needed. And I do have an affidavit on file on Superior Court in the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have actually two appellants to this item. So the way this is going to work is as follows. We're going to have a staff presentation about the project. It's a planning commission appeal. So after the staff presentation, any questions from council, if any planning commissioners have any comments at that point, they are welcome to come up to speak to the council at that point. And then we will have the first appellant, which I believe I'm going to go in the order in which the appeals were received to the city, and I believe that was Pete Dalbello first. So, Mr. Dalbello, you'll be able to give up to 20 minutes for your appeal. Then the second appellant, which is Mr. Gorin, you'll have up to 20 minutes for your appeal. You don't have to use all of your 20 minutes. Whatever time you have available afterwards, you may use after public comment if you choose. After that point, the applicant also will have his presentation. I'm going to just say right now, you typically have up to 20 minutes since there are two appeals, and if the council feels like you need extra time, we can consider that. I just want to give that to the council if that's necessary. I don't think it'll be necessary, but I wanted to express that. Again, you don't have to use all of your 20 minutes. You can use whatever reserve you have afterwards after the public comment. Then it's public comment. The public has up to 2 minutes to speak. I've been asked if people can waive their times to others, and you may do that up to a total of 10 minutes maximum. You can't go beyond 10 minutes, so that's there, and you have to be in the room when I call your name if you want to waive your 2 minutes to somebody else. You can only do that once, even though there are two appellants, just making it clear. And then any time available left to the appellants or the applicant can be used. And then it's to the council. And when it's to the council, it stays up here unless we ask a specific question of anyone else in the room. Before we get started, I wanted to see if any one of my colleagues had any ex parte communications from anyone who has an interested party, who's an interested party in this appeal. Is there anyone here? Mr. Dominguez.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Dominguez, and then Ms. Murillo.
I've spoken to the applicant and his lawyer and to the appellants and their representatives.
Okay. I believe you need to, about what aspect of the appeal you need to describe what the conversation was about.
Not necessarily about the substance of the appeal, but about process or generally about the project. And several of those conversations were way before the appeal. I just wanted to report it out of a abundance of caution.
Great, thank you. Ms. Murillo?
Thank you. I had a meeting with Joe Allen and Ryan Howe, but it was before anything was appealed. I just wanted to reveal that. And they talked to me about their desire to make this project go forward. Thanks.
Great. I, too, had similar conversations. It was actually before the appeals were filed. Anyone else? And that was with Mr. Allen and Mr. Howe. Okay. Mr. Baumann, you are up.
Okay. This item is an appeal of a medical marijuana storefront collective dispensary permit at...
Is your mic on?
Okay.
Okay, just if you could talk a little louder, that would be great.
Okay, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a storefront collective dispensary permit at 118 North Milpas Street. This slide shows a little bit of background of this application and the process it's gone through. These types of permits are reviewed by the city staff hearing officer who approved the application on January the 20th. The application, prior to the staff hearing officer review, went through staff development application team review. We looked at compliance with provisions in the dispensary ordinance, the zoning ordinance, and building codes. The staff hearing officer approval was appealed by Mr. Dalbello to the Planning Commission, and on March 17th, the Planning Commission denied that appeal. These applications consist of, the dispensary ordinance talks about locational limitations, that it be a not-for-profit, collective, or cooperative. It consists of an operations plan that describes in detail how the product will be handled, the configuration of the building is described in floor plans, site plan, and security plan. The security plan shows all the secured features around the dispensing area, cameras, the way the camera recordings are kept. And the dispensary ordinance also calls out 12 criteria for issuing a permit. And these, because today's hearing by the City Council, it's a appeal of the Planning Commission's approval, but it's also a de novo hearing. So we'll run through all 12 of those criteria that a decision maker needs to make on deciding whether to approve or deny a permit. So the Planning Commission's decision was appealed by Mr. Dalbello and also Jarrett Gorin. And this slide is a city map, a portion of the city that shows where dispensaries are allowed. The pink areas indicate the commercial zones in the city. The ordinance that was adopted for dispensaries, the first ordinance was in 2008 and it was revised in 2010. That was through reviews by the Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and finally adoption by City Council. The ordinance was allowed dispensaries in the city's commercial zones, but you can see the downtown area. I can point, this is downtown Santa Barbara. It was decided among all those meetings and decision makers to exclude the downtown area from consideration. So the ordinance allows a maximum of 3 dispensaries in the city, and they can be one in each, no more than one of each, in 5 allowed areas. So from the west out here, this is called the Outer State Street area. Upper Delavina, around Cottage Hospital, is called the West Pueblo Medical Facility area. These 3 orange pieces comprise the Mission Street area, and then over on the east side is the Mission Street, or Milpas area. The ordinance was originally set up to not allow dispensaries in proximity to parks and schools. That was the 2008 ordinance. When it was revised in 2010, it was simplified where it just specified these indicated blocks of specific streets on the map. So the ordinance calls out a list of addresses where dispensaries are allowed. For example, over on Milpas, this is the 0 to 400 blocks of North Milpas, and the red shows the parcel at 118 North Milpas. There was a buffer in the original ordinance around schools, which explains why the allowed area of Milpas only goes up to Haley Street, the 400 block, because above that, Milpas Street gets pretty close to Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara High, so that eliminated the upper part of North Milpas. This is an aerial view of the vicinity. The arrow points to the building at 118 North Milpas, and you've probably seen a good bit of public comment. There's quite a few people on Juana Maria Street. This is a little 1-block street to the east of the 100 block of Milpas. This is the site plan.
Excuse me, can you go back to the slide? Can I ask a question? You identified Juana Maria, that's a residential street?
That's right.
Can you identify the residential buildings on Milpas next to the red arrow, just for sake of completeness?
The 2 immediate neighbors are residential. I'm not sure about the others. It's a mixture.
Sorry, you got to speak into your mic. You're speaking quietly.
The 2 immediate neighbors of 118 are residences. The others are a mix. I can't identify them specifically, each one, which is which. It's a mixture on that block. There was also consideration when they were drafting this ordinance whether or not dispensaries should be buffered away from residential zones. And that idea didn't go forward into the ordinance. And one reason why, in some of the meeting minutes you could see that they figured if they did buffer residential zones from dispensaries, that would pretty much eliminate North Milpas because it's kind of a narrow block, just kind of one parcel on each side of Milpas is commercial, and then immediately, especially on the east side, immediately behind those fronting parcels is residential. This is the site plan. Milpas Street is over here to the left. North is up. So I've outlined the property lines in yellow. Here, I've shown, rather than the property line that goes out here into the street, this is the back of the sidewalk. So this is effectively their property boundary. And then the building, the existing one-story commercial building, is outlined in green. This plan shows, well, to orient you, here's the front door, and this kind of odd shape on the front of the building are the bay windows on the front. This is the pitched roof, older portion of the building, and then the larger flat roof addition to it that came later. This shows some of the site features. Just last year, about a year ago, this accessible ramp was added to the property. This application is proposing to block off this existing driveway by installing landscaping here and a security fence here to secure this courtyard. This is a pad with bicycle racks on it for 4 bicycle parking spaces. And then back here is a trash enclosure that would screen the trash containers. We had a question at the site visit about light fixtures. So the existing light fixtures on the building would remain in place. And there's one of those at each of the doors. So there's a light fixture above this front door, one next to this side door, and then there are 2 other side doors that have existing light fixtures. And they seem to be adequate. This drawing is focusing more on the floor plan rather than the site. So here the building is highlighted. I color-coded different colors. This front portion is that older pitched roof part of the building. It's a large open space to serve as the waiting area. And the front door and the accessible door, people can come and go in either of these. If they need an accessible door, they can use the side door. They would come in here to inquire about membership. They don't need to be vetted through security to be in this portion of the building. And then this red line I drew around the secured portion of the building and the site. This is where security keeps things controlled. There's a window here where people could interact with staff through a sort of a pass-through reception type window. Patient members would be escorted into this yellow area, which is the dispensing area where they would interact with management members to receive their products, their medicine. And the red area just indicates management only, where, this, for example, is a new vault proposed to be built inside the building. The products would be shown on movable display cases. These would be rollable, and when they're closed in the evening, they would roll all the display cases back into the vault, and they would be kept here at night. And a couple of proposed offices for management. And Mr. Howe told me, we had another question about how many management members. He said there would be 2 management members on duty at all times. And they're required as a condition of approval. They originally proposed 1 security guard, but a condition of approval added a second, so there would also be 2 security guards on duty at all times. This is an exterior view of the property looking down that existing driveway. Some landscaping has already been installed there. So to discuss the Planning Commission approval a little bit, that was on March 17th. The Planning Commission denied Mr. Dalbello's appeal and upheld the staff hearing officer's approval of the permit and didn't change any of the conditions. The staff hearing officer added several conditions of approval. One of them was to eliminate a curb cut at that driveway, which would provide 1 or 2 on-street public parking spaces. We say 1 or 2 because that just depends on how big the vehicles are and how tightly people park next to one another. And there were some conditions added to the operating plan. Minimum 2 security guards. Miscellaneous minor changes were things like the patients could only enter through the front doors and not through the gate and the new fence, and management would bring out the trash for pickup outside the secured area. The application includes a patient agreement form, and there was a condition to add, well, the applicant had offered a zero tolerance policy regarding loitering or misbehavior by members, that their membership could be revoked at the first instance of not following the rules. That was added formally as a condition of approval to be on the patient agreement form. Interior signage would describe the rules of conduct and the hours of operation, et cetera. And that sign is yet to be drafted. That's something that would come to staff for review of the sign and what it contains prior to installing the sign. So the appeal issues today are, well, we received two separate appeal letters, one from Mr. Dalbello and one from Mr. Gorin. And the staff report, the council agenda report, is organized by appeal issue. The issue areas are negative impacts to neighborhood safety, namely being that a lot of people in the neighborhood and Mr. Dalbello feel that the area already has crime issues, and the presence of a dispensary there would make matters worse. Management members of collective, this is in Mr. Dalbello's letter too, and he attached an anonymous letter that we received just prior to the Planning Commission appeal hearing that alleges that Mr. Howe may have been soliciting members or soliciting investors for a profit-making operation. Mr. Dalbello is concerned that all the management members may not be identified in the application. Inadequate parking, inadequate environmental review of traffic, failure to provide public notice, and other adverse effects to the neighborhood, mainly being that the dispensary is likely to have negative effects on the neighborhood. So now I'll just go through a little bit on each of these issue areas. So Mr. Dalbello provided a list of calls for service. However, his list doesn't encompass the current property owner or this proposed use. They take place between 2008 and 2015. He's concerned how we got to the determination that this is not an area of increased or high crime activity. That's a criterion for consideration in issuing the permit. However, the police department confirmed with staff that this is not an area of increased or high crime activity, and there's no such area in the city of Santa Barbara. Staff has reviewed the application, and we feel that the proposed operation and security plans are thorough. They seem to provide a good response to all the criteria in the ordinance. They've got pretty good security features in their plan, and 2 security guards. And it's worth noting that these permits for operating dispensaries are subject to annual review by staff, and the permit can be suspended or revoked. The staff hearing officer would hold a public hearing to consider suspending or revoking the permit. Another issue was the management members. Mr. Dalbello is concerned they may not all be disclosed. There may be other operators behind the scenes, but Mr. Howe is the only management member identified in our application. He plans to take on additional management people to help him run the place as he gets, once he gets his permit and he's operating. It is a nonprofit corporation that'll manage an unincorporated nonprofit collective. Mr. Dalbello, he was mentioning there seemed to be a conflict whether it was incorporated or not. And staff is not aware of any false statement or omission of fact in the application by Mr. Howe. That's another criteria that we'll mention later. We heard a lot of concerns about inadequate parking. This site is legal. The site is legal non-conforming with no on-site parking. We reviewed all the archive plans for the property. There's reference to a delivery driveway, but never any formal parking shown on the site. The dispensary, in the dispensary ordinance, is defined specifically as a commercial use relative to the parking requirement. So a change from the retail operation there that was before, or had been there with other uses before, wouldn't be any different parking requirement for the dispensary. So it's not a change of use in terms of the parking requirement. And there's no change in square footage, no increase in the size of the building that would require changes to the parking. They are proposing bicycle parking. They're able to accommodate that on the site. And the new curb we mentioned to provide public street parking for anyone to use. And also there's a limited number of members. It's not just open to the broad general public, but there's a limitation on how many people would be going to this place. And the trips we expect would be dispersed throughout the day. There wouldn't be a concentration of people trying to come here at any given part of the time of the day. This is just excerpts from the ordinance that I just mentioned. And the ordinance doesn't anticipate that dispensaries should have any different parking requirement than other commercial retail uses. Another appeal area is environmental review. This is mentioned mostly by Mr. Gorin, that staff didn't do adequate environmental review, particularly in the area of traffic. But this project clearly qualifies for a categorical exemption, 15301, for minor alterations to existing buildings. This is just a commercial tenant improvement, no expansion of use or expansion in the building. Non-conforming parking is not an unusual circumstance in Santa Barbara. Many of the older commercial buildings in the city have fewer than the required number of parking spaces, and the ordinance gives or dictates when non-conforming parking needs to be brought up to code, and that's not the case in this situation. The project also would qualify for a CEQA exemption 15183 for projects consistent with general plan and zoning. The 2011 general plan environmental impact report analyzed traffic and assumed that there would be business turnover in existing commercial buildings and allows for retail uses along the Milpas corridor. As we mentioned, dispensary is a retail land use for the purpose of parking and also for a traffic analysis. There's no change of use. Transportation planning staff looked at the worst case scenario of the highest trip generating uses in that traffic, in the city's traffic model. And even in that case, this site wouldn't result in a project-specific impact to street intersections. And we have transportation planning staff here today if you have any more questions on that. And Mr. Dalbello in his appeal, or Mr. Gorin, mentions a study regarding recreational dispensaries in Colorado and how they have very high trip generation rates and result in a lot of traffic. But we don't think those are comparable to a medical dispensary in Santa Barbara. And staff believes we don't have any expected traffic control problems. The public notification, I don't need to talk about this in detail, just to say that we have in the file, we keep records of who we send notices to, and it just looks like we followed our normal notification process for this. We saw that we did. Well, according to our mailing list in the file, notices were sent to 2 of Dalbello-owned properties. Mr. Dalbello spoke with public comment. The very first hearing was the ABR consent agenda, where they looked at the landscape plan mainly and the minor alterations to the building, the fence. So because he attended that hearing, he was added as an interested party, and we see that he's on our mailing list as interested parties. We heard from a number of people in the public who were concerned that they weren't notified, but they are renters in the vicinity. But we don't typically, our process doesn't call for mailing notification to tenants. We send notices to owners of property within 300 feet. Another appeal area is adverse effects to the neighborhood, and this is specifically getting to criterion 9 of those 12 criteria, that the project is likely to have no potentially adverse effect on the neighborhood. It seems like they have adequate security measures built into their floor plans and their security plans. They'll be able to control members because it's a membership type situation, so the management will be able to control the behavior of the members and revoke membership if necessary. The permit itself could be suspended or revoked at a hearing by the staff hearing officer, and staff will conduct annual review to make sure all the security measures are in place, and finance staff will also review the records of the dispensary to make sure there's no redistribution or anything like that going on. So the items for council to consider at today's hearing are the appeal issues as well, because I mentioned this is considered a de novo hearing. We should at least touch on the location criteria and the 12 criteria for issuing the permit. I won't spend a lot of time on these, but we've, in our staff review, we've confirmed these things are true. It's commercial zone. It's in the 0 to 400 block of North Milpas. This site has a particularly good visible ground storefront location with large windows in the front. The fence that they're proposing is a wrought iron style fence with good visibility into the courtyard area from the street. It's not within 1,000 feet of another dispensary. There's no other applications in Milpas, no other dispensaries. We have 2 other active applications, but we wouldn't have any more than 3 dispensaries in the city. So the council has asked, as the decision maker in the dispensary ordinance, this calls out for the decision maker to consider the 12 criteria in determining whether to grant or deny a medical marijuana storefront collective dispensary permit. So number 1, it is consistent with the Compassionate Use Act and SB 420. We mentioned the location is not identified as an area of increased or high crime activity. By the way, these are greatly abbreviated on the slide to fit. This is not the full text of these criteria. I just pared them down to fit on the slides. Number 3 is not applicable because it talks about calls for service or crimes or arrests in the area of another dispensary operated by this applicant. He has not operated any other dispensaries. The size of this building seems appropriate to meet the needs of the community. It would serve the needs of the city within proximity. This is the only allowed area on the east side of Santa Barbara. The location's not prohibited. It doesn't seem like the location itself would result in nuisance issues or problems and complies with zoning. These 3 criteria, 7, 8, and 9, really get to the heart of the matter, is whether a dispensary is likely to cause problems or not. So we looked at these very carefully, and if you read the full text of these 3, they're kind of interrelated, and it's a little difficult to parse out exactly what they mean, but really number 7 seems to get down more to the physical improvements on the site, namely the site plan and floor plan, security features. That seems to be pretty thorough with this application. Criterion 8 seems to focus more on controlling the conduct of patrons. We think they've done that with their patient agreement form, the security guards. And number 9 is kind of a broader, more general statement that the dispensary is likely to have no adverse effects in the neighborhood, like graffiti, loitering, crime, that sort of thing. Number 10, no violations have been identified And the permit can also be suspended or revoked if any of these things are violated. Number 11, staff's not aware of any false statement or omitted material fact in the application. And number 12, the applicant's not engaged in unlawful, fraudulent, deceptive business acts. The applicant passed the required background check with the police department and provided a sworn statement that he has not done any of these things. So staff recommends that council deny the appeals and uphold the Planning Commission's approval with the conditions of approval, and find that the application complies with the location criteria, the 12, well, the ordinance says you've considered the 12 criteria for issuance. And like I said, the staff hearing officer conditions that were kept in place by the Planning Commission would continue to apply. And staff can return with a decision and findings to council. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions at this point? We have Planning Commission report. Ms. Peugeot? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you. I am here today representing Planning Commission. As mentioned in the staff report, we did hear this item back in March. We voted unanimously 7-0 to deny the appeal and to support the staff hearing officer's approval of the project. The appeal at that time was by Mr. Dalbello. I believe Mr. Gorin was in the audience that day, but he wasn't a separate appellant at that time. When we reviewed it, just to kind of go over how our discussion went, we found it consistent with the policies and the criteria for the zoning district, the regulations of the ordinance, and particularly, of course, the medical marijuana ordinance. We did look at the zone. We asked plenty of questions about some of the appeal issues at the time, which were primarily focused on parking and crime records. And so we did spend quite a bit of time. I think our hearing was a couple of hours overall on it. We did, when it came to our conclusions after questioning and information from staff, we accepted the CEQA exemption, and we did not, as staff mentioned, even find the need to add additional conditions because we thought the conditions of approval as applied by the staff hearing officer were complete. And we also found the operational plan and the security plan to be very complete. This was the third dispensary that the commission has seen over the last year, and the third and the most recent. And we, in the past, we approved one dispensary on Upper State Street, I think on the 36 or 3700 block of State Street. And then we also denied one on De La Vina Street. Primarily in that case, that denial was for insufficient information and what we felt was not an adequate operations plan or security plan. So I am here to answer any additional questions that you may have about the commission meeting and hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Madam Mayor and council members, I offered to let June have the last word, but June, first, you heard that word unanimous, and I will admit to you that I supported this project as part of the unanimous approval, but I immediately went on a 10-minute narrative of why I didn't like the project, but I was supporting it just in context of the other two that had been predominantly supported by a majority of commissioners and set a low bar. I realized this mistake last week in talking to Councilmember White on the South Hope project when I was seeing how disappointing it is to be the sole voice who disapproves of something, and he reminded me that you should never give up that sole voice. So I'd just like to tell you briefly what some of my thoughts were on this particular project. I actually feel that this location is actually, from a location standpoint, is better than the other two locations. It's a high visibility, high traffic location that's right out on the street front, and I think that's what these need. Unfortunately, part of that high visibility, high traffic in this particular location that it doesn't share with the other two locations is right in the epicenter of a pedestrian pathway to 3 schools and a public library for children. Neither of the other two the other approved project or the partially approved project share that characteristic, and there are plenty of more locations that can be approved in the city that don't share that worry. I'd also like you to look really closely at this operational plan and ask if the operational plan is in the context of the ordinance that just touches on the delivery and the sale of medical marijuana to patients. This particular operational plan also talks about being a classroom location, a community center location, and an endeavor that attempts to link social events to the dispensary function. And I would pose to you 2 issues on that. I don't think the context or the applicable ordinance applies or gives us the latitude to allow that inside the ordinance. And I also don't think the use at this particular site contemplates that type of use. The ordinance contemplates a retail walk in, make your purchase, and walk out operation. It certainly doesn't contemplate 50 people showing up to go to a seminar or a class or a community gathering and exasperating the lack of parking that's already there. Staff has clearly made the point that they're approaching this as a retail operation where you walk in, make a purchase, and walk out. Much of the applicant's operation manual talks about other endeavors. Lastly, I'd like you to step out of your frame of reference. I can tell you that on the Planning Commission, there's only 2 of us with children in the house. I will give 2 of you up there that same frame of reference or recent frame of reference. And I would tell you that if you've had 4 children go through public schools here in the last 15 years, as our family has, that you know that underage drinking and use of marijuana is pervasive at the high school level. It's probably also very present at the junior high level. I will grant you that, as I hear this rebuttal all the time, I will grant you that the war on drugs is an absolute failure, that we have liquor stores up and down both Milpas and other areas of our community that lead to this problem. But putting a medical marijuana dispensary in front of our children on their way to school in a high traffic area is not helping to resolve that problem. It's adding to the burden of parents who are trying to raise their children and keep that out of their lives. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, no, in just a second, Mr. Hotchkiss, I'm going to ask the audience, there are people here with a variety of opinions. We want to hear what everyone has to say, so I'm please going to ask you if you want to cheer or jeer to do so outside the council chambers, just so we can really focus on the issue in hand and make a qualified decision. Mr. Hotchkiss has a question. Go ahead.
Mr. Jordan, could you tell me why passing by a medical marijuana dispensary is particularly damaging for your children?
Well, I think there's 2 issues there. One is that the potential is there for something bad to happen because it's right there. A peer of theirs, or a peer that's a little bit older, could be in a social situation to give or sell one of your children marijuana. And then the second would be that I think it just sends the wrong message to people that are at an age where it's the wrong message to send them and put right in front of them that that's an acceptable part of everyday life. If you heard my whole spiel at Planning Commission, I'm the son of a hospice nurse. So I've had these conversations before on drugs and end of life and chronic illnesses. I am a supporter of the use of medical marijuana. This particular location does not work. There are plenty of other locations that would work.
And just so I better understand, does the same sort of feeling apply to liquor stores if kids go by?
I would think that would be an obvious yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Jordan, there's another question, Ms. Murillo.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Mr. Jordan, but I think I have questions for staff as well.
Okay. Which
but you did approve it,
yes.
right? Okay.
I did approve it, then I immediately went on a 10-minute narrative of why I thought it was a bad idea.
Why did you approve it, Mr. Jordan?
Because I've been in the approval of the first one. I was the sole dissenting planning commissioner, and that was actually I was the liaison to staff hearing officer appeal and pulled that up to the planning commission, and it was a 6-1 vote to approve it. The second one was sent back down to staff hearing officer for more work on a 4-3 vote. I was one of the 3 who did not approve that too. So I've been steadfastly against both of the others up till now for various reasons, some of which are consistent with this project. But it was clear to me that this particular project had met the criteria of fairness that we applied to the other 2.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thanks. So Mr. Jordan did mention something, and this is a question for maybe a planner or our city attorney. I'm looking at the language of the ordinance itself about storefront locations. This is section 28.80.050. And the ordinance was drafted to specifically choose a place that had good public views and an entrance and windows that could be seen from the public street. And what was the reasoning for that?
Don't all go at once here.
I'll take it, Madam Mayor.
Kalan.
I don't know the reasoning for it. The findings in the ordinance don't describe the council's intent. I think you can infer a number of reasons. First, the idea that eyes on the street or eyes from the street have a mitigating effect on the potential for criminal activity. So I know that, for example, in the context of massage parlors, I've seen ordinances that require open views into the premises. So without knowing the council's intent at that time, I would say that the preference for a visible storefront ground floor location is intended to minimize the chance that criminal activity would go on. By the way, I want to be clear on the record, as the council knows, I represent you as the decision makers during this hearing. Mr. Vincent and Ms. Ostranger are attorneys in my office. We have been screened from each other during this process. They will represent the staff in their views on this application. Now, having said that, to the extent possible, Mr. Vincent and Ms. Ostranger will be happy to answer questions. If for some reason I disagree, I'll let you know.
Thank you. I think, go ahead, Ms.
Thanks.
Mayo.
And then,
but just to clarify on your question, and I think Mr. Hotchkiss and I are the only ones of the 7 of us who were around when the ordinance was put together, right?
And Bendy White.
At the
in
second
2010.
Round, 2010. Yeah. I was trying to remember who was where. Okay.
You 3.
You were there too. Yes, you were. Your first year. That's right. That's all. God, time is flying. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I did want to pose that question as well. How did you choose the mapping? I think that would be illustrative, because one of the things we're hearing is that Milpas is not a good choice. So you chose those 5 zones, for some reason. So at some point, that would be a great discussion point. Section G, paragraph 2, talks about that it cannot be a for-profit operation. What is in our system following their finances, or how are we going to know if it stays a nonprofit?
Councilmember Murillo, we have set up a process to review these annually. Mr. Kalan was in some of those meetings, and city finance would be looking at the books for the dispensaries. And we may even contract with outside auditors to do that work rather than city staff finance reviewing them.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I should add that our office, in conjunction with community development, is coming back to the council on May 24th with a report that details a number of issues the council needs to deal with as the law relating to marijuana changes. As you know, there is a real potential of an initiative qualifying for the November ballot that would authorize recreational or non-medical marijuana sales and use. We will be addressing that. In that report also gets into the question of whether an annual inspection is enough. The current ordinance that's before you today allows more frequent inspections. We believe that more frequent inspections will be necessary as the city adapts to not only the new law, but the manner in which these dispensaries operate. So I don't view the annual inspection as a commitment. We will likely want to inspect earlier than annually should a dispensary open and be approved and open.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kalan, and I would point out in the 12 provisions that a dispensary has to meet, that number 7, 8, and 9 would require monitoring, right? If it's not disturbing the peace, if security is adequate. And so this isn't exactly a conditional use permit, correct? But there is some way to be monitoring and making sure that the 12 categories are met. There's Ms. Ostrander.
You got it.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo, the ordinance as drafted does allow the permit to be revoked if, a hearing to be conducted and the permit to be suspended or revoked if there is evidence of public nuisance or the operator is not complying in some way with the operation requirements and the municipal code.
Those are my questions for now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Dominguez?
I wanted to follow up on the maps for the zones since I wasn't on council in 2010 or the other date that was mentioned. The bubbles, the blue and green bubbles, it looks like they represent 500 and 600 feet from schools and parks. Now, I'm curious, when this ordinance was passed, was that considered to be, I mean, the inference here, I'm not sure if we have anything in the findings, but the inference is that's where the schools are, that's where the children are, that's what we want to protect. Is that a correct inference from anyone?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Dominguez, I will go back in time if you'll indulge me a bit just to give a little history of how we did have the current maps developed about where dispensaries are allowed. So going back to 2008, at the time, dispensaries were allowed in either C2 or CM zones, so those are fairly intense commercial zones. And then 3 other very specific areas were designated, including parcels fronting State Street from Calle Rales all the way to the western city boundary, parcels fronting Milpas Street between Canon Perdido and Carpinteria Streets, and CP zoned properties on the Mesa. So we started off with a very broad area where they were allowed, and then from there went through some criteria where they are prohibited, and that first included parcels located within 500 feet of a school or a park, parcels within 500 feet of another dispensary, parcels fronting on State Street between Cabrillo Boulevard and Arriaga Street, so the downtown corridor, and parcels zoned RO or any residential zone. So it started permissive, and then you did the mapping to figure out where you were left with areas that were allowed. That was in effect in 2008. In July 2009, Council directed the Ordinance Committee to review the ordinance and specifically asked the Ordinance Committee to consider a cap on the number of dispensaries allowed in the city and to review the locational requirements. So we had multiple hearings, I believe over 17 public hearings between September 2009 to April 2010 of both the Ordinance Committee and Planning Commission, and you're remembering those hearings. In that, there was a lot of debate and finally a compromise that resulted in the June 2010 council meeting when our current ordinance was adopted that ended where we are today. And we went away from zone designations and buffering schools and parks because there was a concern that those uses could change. Schools and parks could change, they could be added, other dispensaries might move, and then the buffers around them would also move. So there was a direction to staff to actually make a static areas where dispensaries were allowed. And as Mr. Baumann said, these are described as specific block faces on specific streets in the code. And council also, in the revision of the ordinance, ended up with a cap of 3 dispensaries in the city, with no more than 1 dispensary in each of the 5 areas where they're now allowed, and that's the 5 areas that Mr. Baumann described. So through all of that, the area along Milpas where dispensaries could be proposed are limited now to this 4-block stretch, and only parcels that actually front on the street. You can't even go in a parcel beyond the frontage. So is that a long answer to your question?
It provided a lot of useful background. It didn't get to the specificity that I want, and this goes back to the colloquy between Councilmember Hotchkiss and Commissioner Jordan regarding what is the particular harm we're trying to guard against with our police powers as a city government. And based on all the bubbles on all these maps, it seems like we took a lot of effort to keep the dispensaries away from where schools are. So I'm trying to find out what the particular harm was, because when we left the site visit yesterday, a lot of city meetings have happened since then, we saw a lot of kids walking down Milpas. It was about 2:30, 3 o'clock. We were rushing back for our budget workshop. And so 1 or 2 of the schools had just ceased operations, so there were a lot of kids walking down Milpas. So if the idea behind this, these bubbles, was to keep them away from schools, that seems to make sense, except when they're in school, they're actually pretty safe. You've got the principal, you've got the teacher, you've got playground assistants, you've got now police officers assigned to campuses. So during those 8 or 9 hours while they're on campus, and you add in all the after-school activities for junior high and high schoolers, they're pretty darn safe. So the problem is when they leave school, and then until they get home and open that front door, and a lot of these people, particularly on the east side, have parents who are working, at least 1 job, maybe 2. Both parents are working, a lot of single parents. So there's a lot of time between 2:30 and when the parent gets home and they're in protective custody, so to speak, when things can go wrong. And so that's why I'm kind of curious what the legislative history was, and if it's unclear and we think there's a better solution now a couple years later and several years into the medical marijuana ordinance, I'd love to hear if staff has an idea about that. But otherwise, it seems like these bubbles actually created the opposite impact in that it forced the dispensary exactly where we wouldn't want it. We'd almost want to have it right across from the junior high, maybe without a lot of signage, but at least there, if you want to talk about having it in the public view and open and obvious, parents are driving by the junior high, the principal's there, the staff's there during those operating hours, that's probably the safest place to see it. But I'm concerned. Is there another...
I'm gonna interject here, because this is just to answer the question, and I think there are a couple things that were missing from the history, which 2 things. One was an ordinance took a supermajority of the council. The 17 meetings that was just mentioned was the second iteration, if I'm remembering, of the ordinance. And it only got to a vote as a compromise because the council also agreed to put what became Measure T on the ballot that year in 2010, which would have banned all medical marijuana dispensaries. And that was the way we were able to get a supermajority vote as a compromise for a whole variety of issues. And all those things that you were bringing up of legislative intent was back and forth. This room was packed a number of times. The issue of a dispensary next to a school was verboten. I can tell you from the sense of the community at the time, so that was not really a negotiable issue. And in order to get something, because the ordinance that was currently on the books from 2008 was not adequate under anyone's standard, the 2010 ordinance was a better one for most people, knowing that in addition to that, we'd put on the ballot what became Measure T, which failed dramatically, which would have banned all medical marijuana dispensaries. So I would suggest let's have the appellants. We have 2 appellants and the applicant. Let's go through this process. Let's hear the public. And if you want more history of things, then we can do that as part of the deliberations, but in the context of this particular application. Okay? Okay. Any other questions? All right. All right. Mr. Dalbello, you are up. There's 20 minutes. As you know, the timer is right there. And thank you very much.
Madam Mayor and City Council, My name is Pete Del Bello, and I've known the East Side for all 44 years of my life. My family owns the properties at 135 North Melpas Street and 132 Juana Maria Avenue. Both properties are within the 300-foot radius of the proposed medical marijuana dispensary, which would be located at 118 North Melpas Street. I am the founder and president of the International Chiari Association, the ICA. Chiari is a serious neurological disorder. I have seen firsthand how medical marijuana can help people with chronic pain. I myself suffer from this condition. Sometimes people judge how I come across because of the effects of Chiari. It took doctors 8 years to diagnose it in me. Without detection and medical intervention, I would now be in a wheelchair. When my doctor and I were discussing options to manage my pain, he brought up cannabis as an alternative. I am very sympathetic to applicant Ryan Howe's project. As I have said in the past, I support medical marijuana because I have seen its benefits. But this Melpas location is not the place for a dispensary. Why? Let's begin with crime. My evidence is in the administrative record. As its March 17th hearing, the Planning Commission was a little schizophrenic regarding crime. They dismissed crime on the east side, yet it plays a role in the city ordinance, requiring this business to assist in reducing potential crime-related problems, including the perimeter and surrounding properties. At the same time, reservations were expressed about the city ordinance governing security. The Planning Commission said a low bar was set. Furthermore, the police chief hadn't approved the security plan, yet the Planning Commission denied our appeal and intends to let the dispensary go through. Thus, my appeal to you. What concerns does our own Santa Barbara Police Department, which is already understaffed, have about the proposed medical marijuana dispensary at 118 North Melpas? We haven't heard from them. 5 medical marijuana dispensaries on the east side have been shut down by the feds, including 3 on Melpas in recent years. They include the 300, 500, and 800 blocks of Melpas, as well as the dispensaries on Olive Street and Bond Avenue. Crime exists on the east side, especially in the Melpas area. Dispensaries in California will be a target of drug cartels because they will want to defend their drug trade turf. In 2009, 16.9% of dispensaries in Colorado were robbed, according to a Denver Police Department survey. By comparison, the 5 dispensaries in our neighborhood attracted burglaries and assaults. 100% were robbed. After learning from these problems, the ordinance should have been amended to have higher standards for security as recommended by the Planning Commission. Dispensaries should have a higher barrier to entry, and City Council needs to take into account the problems brought to our neighborhood as a result. East Side residents, including Abby Fregosa, a member of the city's Neighborhood Advisory Council, recently commented on what it is like to live near dispensaries. Her comments are written on the survey and located in the administrative record. Ms. Fregosa, who lives on Bond Avenue, lived next door to a marijuana dispensary for 5 years. She commented on how severely impacted parking was. Strangers knocked on my door at all hours, thinking my home was the dispensary. Litter was a huge problem in my neighborhood with the increase in visitors. Ms. Fregosa wrote, "The dispensary brought so many people to our street, and with it, their trash and messes." She witnessed clients picking up their marijuana. They would smoke it in their cars, in full view of kids and families nearby. Very little concern was given to our neighborhood needs. The Santa Barbara Police Department put a substation next door at the Franklin Neighborhood Center due to crime. Our historical 911 calls show that this business will increase crime, not only at this location, to the surrounding area and neighborhood as well. The day after the Planning Commission hearing, graffiti, which is frequently seen on the east side, appeared on the wall of the proposed dispensary. In less than 2 months, there have already been 4 instances of graffiti. At least 3 of them are from gangs, 2 East Side gangs and 1 West Side gang. The ordinance that Mr. Howe is supposed to follow states that graffiti must be removed in 72 hours. Unless something happened this morning, the graffiti is still there. It shows he doesn't have the capacity to manage this location according to the lowest bar the city has set. Security risks for medical marijuana dispensaries include counter theft, smash and grab attacks, internal theft, gang-driven robbery and violence. Santa Barbara dispensary crime data looks like this. There were no dispensaries on the east side in 2006, 2007, and 2013. However, when 331 North Milpas opened, there were burglaries and crime scene investigations yearly until it closed. At 500 North Milpas, there were burglaries, assaults, thefts, crime scene investigations, and robberies yearly until close. At 305 East Haley and 715 Bond, there were similar issues from open to close. After the May 2012 DEA raids, 2013 went back to previous levels for these addresses. While the security plans might have protected the dispensary merchandise, it did nothing to protect the neighborhoods as the problem spilled out into the surrounding areas, as evidenced by these 911 calls. Camarillo Police Commander Monica McGrath said medical marijuana dispensaries are cash-only businesses, which raises the level of theft and robberies where they are located. She mentions that 26 out of 52 dispensaries in San Bernardino have been closed because of numerous violations. She is quoted in the Ventura County Star saying that crime rates in areas surrounding dispensaries have skyrocketed. Our Santa Barbara data mirrors that. Further, she says it creates a situation where we need to ensure public safety, and there's no stringent safeguards without the ban. Police often investigate complaints and find other elements of crime. This was the case with the Ojai dispensary that was recently raided. Mr. Howe sat on their board. Shangri-La principals are in prison for a plethora of crimes. We have to ask, is securing this location an attempted monopoly, part of a larger plan, and using the canopy as a front? Also, how are 2 security guards going to make sure 10 members per hour are going to make it safely back to their cars 2 to 3 blocks away while maintaining security at the proposed dispensary at the same time? Remember, they denied the dispensary on De La Vina their permit because the security guards could not realistically accompany patrons to their vehicles. If security is a problem for patrons and special consideration needs to be made for this business, then is it right for a neighborhood that has over 1,000 children going to and from school with their friends, siblings, and parents? This chart illustrates the number of children in schools adjoining this location. Franklin School is roughly the same distance to Melpas Street that the Santa Barbara Junior High School is to Melpas Street. Yet this was never taken under consideration, especially when we were talking about grade school children. Most people that work for the city, including 2 employees at the January 20th hearing, have no idea what this neighborhood goes through on a daily basis. But they make decisions for us nonetheless. The city is tone deaf when it comes to the east side, which is why district elections exist. You wouldn't want to deal with the daily problems caused by the homeless who walk up and down Melpas from Path, add the rescue mission and other halfway houses in the neighborhood, including the one right next door to 118 North Melpas, where individuals are trying to get their lives together. Planning and zoning sent this issue here because they saw city ordinances as the culprit. It is one reason people referred to the east side as the dumping ground for the city of Santa Barbara. Melpas should have never been considered as one of the 5 allowable areas for a medical marijuana dispensary. If the city is so intent on adding another medical marijuana dispensary, then it should look at the West Pueblo medical area and nearby medical offices. The West Pueblo medical area, unlike Melpas, is also not near any schools. When you make your decision, please realize that this is more about building codes. It is more than about tax revenue. Put yourselves in the shoes of the people that live there and already face such concerns as crime and the homeless on a daily basis. Do not add the negative elements associated with a medical marijuana dispensary to our already difficult struggle. It is also worth noting that Joe Allen, the attorney for the applicant, will be operating the approved medical marijuana dispensary to open in Ontario Plaza at 3627 State Street. What is Mr. Allen's full involvement in both Mary Melpas LLC, the property owner of 118 North Milpas Street, and the Canopy? Is he growing weed in his backyard? Are they trying to corner the market on dispensaries in our town? Who are the partners in both Mary Milpas LLC and the Canopy? Oh, that's right. Joe Allen, Mr. Howe's attorney, is a partner in Mary Milpas. Joe Allen, the marijuana monopoly king of Santa Barbara. Is this a conflict of interest? That's another question. Who are the partners in both Mary Milpas and the Canopy? The public deserves to know. The character of the applicant becomes relevant. Under the ordinance, an anonymous letter went to the Planning Division and is in the material submitted to you. I don't know how accurate it is, but it was accepted into the public record by the City Attorney's Office. If it is not a joke, and if someone is too afraid to make themselves known, then perhaps we need to take it quite seriously and wonder why that person is so afraid. The letter makes serious allegations against Mr. Howe, a businessman from Los Angeles. The Canopy Club Incorporated has always presented itself to the city as a nonprofit. Its executive summary calls itself a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. According to the city ordinance, section 28.80.080.G.2, no medical marijuana storefront collective dispensary shall operate for profit. The letter says that many people in the community have been approached by the applicant and has solicited for funds to invest in the Milpas Street project and offered high rates of returns in a for-profit business scheme. It also states the following. On top of that, some members of the Santa Barbara community have been approached by the applicant to be used as surrogate applicants for the third available permit. One of the people solicited has already come forward to a member of the Santa Barbara City Council and has shared their firsthand knowledge of this situation, of this solicitation, as they thought this behavior was unethical and felt they should come forward to prevent this from happening. They felt that the applicant had come from out of town to set up shop, and if done right with the proper ethics, there would be no conflict, but to go after two permits in a deceptive and for-profit scheme rubbed this person the wrong way. In addition, at least one grow location that has been cited and used in the city's application is not valid. Not only has the landowner of the address used in the application refused to work with the applicant, they too were solicited for money to invest in the Milpas enterprise. They are willing to come forward as well. Some of the people who were solicited for money and who were approached to be the surrogates for the Milpas Street applicant's second location are willing to discuss what they know with the city attorney's office and or members of the Planning Commission. The ICA is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization, and the Canopy, in comparison, looks like it is for-profit. As the founder and president of a medical nonprofit organization, this is of great importance. People place nonprofits, especially those that are medical related, in great trust. The Canopy calls itself an unincorporated nonprofit voluntary association. Doesn't the Inc. in Canopy Club Inc. mean that it is incorporated? Incorporated is obviously the opposite of unincorporated, nor does it have 501c3 status with the IRS. Shouldn't we question this? Furthermore, the city should request a list of those involved in the Canopy Club Incorporated. Who are the people involved? Who signed the Articles of Incorporation less than a year ago? And are they still with them? For example, Stanley P. Cox signed the Articles of Incorporation and has withdrawn. Ms. Cox spoke at the March 17th Planning Commission hearing in favor of my appeal because a dispensary needs to be in areas that are safe and convenient access for medical marijuana patients. And the Milpas location is not, because of buckling sidewalks, the traffic situation, homeless people, drunks, junkies, people defecating on the sidewalk, etc. In fact, she pulled out of the organization, citing concerns about Mr. Howe's ethics, the quality of this enterprise, and other serious concerns. Obviously, Ms. Cox didn't like the direction it was going in, or she would still be with the nonprofit. Are Paul Simonian and Thomas Martin, who signed the Articles of Incorporation on May 13, 2015, still with the canopy? That Mr. Howe, a Los Angeles businessman, was on the board of Shangri-La Dispensary, should also raise flags. You know, Madam Mayor, as a president of a nonprofit, the Articles of Incorporation are one of the most important documents a nonprofit could have. And without it, it could not exist. And when more than one, at least one person, maybe several people, that signed the Articles of Incorporation less than a year after it's been signed is already withdrawn, it would be interesting to know why they've withdrawn. Speaking of character, did Mr. Howe get permission from each of you to use your likeness on his brochure? Which one of you endorses this dispensary? The use of your picture gives the impression that this proposed dispensary has already been endorsed by the highest governmental body of our city. Please refer to the 3-page letter submitted to you arguing how this falls under misrepresentation and unfair trade practices. Finally, Linda Vallejo, who does private investigation work with investigating medical marijuana dispensaries being an area of interest in the Los Angeles area, told me that property values could decline as much as 25%. Kevin Lasota, a real estate broker in Seattle, told MarketWatch.com that even having a dispensary nearby can be a negative. I don't think it improves your home value to be located near recreational or medical dispensaries, Mr. Lasota said. You don't need people coming 3 doors down to get their weed. At the March 17th hearing, Planning Commissioner Addison Thompson said that if notices were not received, they would have to restart. Notices were not received by some of the proposed dispensaries' neighbors. Let's let common sense prevail by putting the concerns of both medical patients and the Milpas neighborhood first. Remember that the East Side will remember how you vote on this issue. When something happens, and it will, especially to a patient or a child, people will remember this day. Do what's right. Find another site.
Thank you. You have 1 minute and 38 seconds left if you need that after public comment. Mr. Gorin? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning, and I represent Natasha Todorovic and Santos Guzman. Santos owns El Bajío Taqueria right across the street from this, and Ms. Todorovic is a resident nearby in the area. I listened to the staff presentation today, and again, basically, as staff has it, dispensaries are just like any other retail use, and they're really not. They're a special use. The city adopted a whole new section of the municipal code, 2880, it's on everybody's t-shirt out here, to address dispensaries. And unlike retail uses, the city has to find a proposed dispensary application consistent with 12 criteria in order to approve it. The city doesn't have to do that for a coffee shop or a hardware store or a flower stand. My clients are concerned mainly about the traffic and parking impacts of this project. That's really what our appeal was limited in scope to. So the evidence that there is, dispensaries are a fairly new use in the United States. There isn't even a ITE trip generation category for them yet, but the current evidence suggests that they generate far more traffic than other typical retail uses. And this dispensary is proposed on a site that has 0 parking spaces. So obviously, people are concerned about traffic and parking issues here. 2 of the criteria that the city adopted in Section 2880 specifically address traffic and parking issues, and that's 2880-070B, 8, and 9. And criteria 8 states, among other things, that the city has to find all reasonable measures have been taken to address a bunch of different things, but traffic control problems is one of them. And then in criteria 9, it says the city has to determine that the dispensary will have no potentially adverse effect on health, peace, safety of persons living or working in the surrounding area, overly burden a specific neighborhood, or contribute to a public nuisance, and a bunch of other things, and will not result in nuisance activities such as illegal parking. Those are specifically called out in the criteria that was adopted as part of this ordinance. In this case, in the findings that were adopted both by the staff hearing officer and then again readopted, I guess, by the Planning Commission, there isn't a single mention of traffic or parking in the findings of approval. Now, findings they're important in any case, but they're particularly important in a case where there's been evidence that's been presented that suggests that, these things might be a problem. And where those things are specifically called out as criteria that need to be considered for the use that's in question. So evidence was presented at the Planning Commission hearing on March 17th that dispensaries generate significantly higher traffic than other typical retail uses, and that as a result, it's likely that this project could result in traffic and parking impacts that could make it inconsistent with the criteria established in the Municipal Code sections 2880, 70, B8, and 9. And to put it simply, the Planning Commission, they basically ignored that. They did not provide any basis to support the findings they made when they denied the appeal on March 17th. Specifically, they did not articulate any basis for their ability to determine that the project would not generate traffic control problems, as is required by criteria 8 in your ordinance. And they also failed to articulate any basis at all for the ability to determine that the project wouldn't have a potentially adverse impact on health, peace, or safety of persons living or working in the area, overly burden a specific neighborhood, Milpas, or contribute a public nuisance as a result of illegal parking. Okay, it's just not even mentioned. Ask your city attorney about this. Okay, you can't just completely ignore sections of findings. You can't just say, well, we're just not going to talk about it, especially when the subject matter of the stuff you're ignoring is what was particularly of concern to people at a hearing. People can present evidence on both sides of a finding, but there has to be evidence to support the finding that you make when you approve a project. And in this case, there was evidence provided that indicated these things were going to be problematic. There was not any real evidence provided to the contrary, or if there was, the Planning Commission didn't discuss that evidence at all in its findings or what the basis of its findings were. And they needed to, for those to be legally adequate findings of approval. Now, that's a lot different than, say, how the city handles, the scrutiny it gives to other things like, say, the deck in one of my other clients' backyards that's 2 inches over the 36-inch height. Okay, you guys might wonder why I'm here, I guess, opposing a project. I represent developers and applicants. Normally, I would be here representing Mr. Howe against these appeals. And one of the reasons why I have an interest in this case is because of how lax I feel the city review of this was and how casual it was. Even today in the hearing, we hear like, well, it seems as though we can make these findings. It seems as though it's not really going to have an impact. And contrast that with the enthusiasm and gusto that the planning department pursues other people for years over that backyard deck, which has no impact on anyone And here we're talking about something where there's a very real possibility of an impact to an entire neighborhood. And that's what really generates a lot of my interest in this, but it should generate your interest in terms of the inconsistency of the scrutiny and level of review here. That should be consistent with all projects, either all lax or all scrutinized, but it needs to be consistent. So in any case, I met with the applicants and discussed my client's concerns, which again are really related to the parking and traffic impacts of the project, and was really pleasantly surprised. Honestly, I think the applicants really, they understood our concerns. They were willing to offer some feasible solutions, or solutions that sounded feasible to us. And here's what we discussed. We talked about this curb cut, which is already a condition here, which has to go away and become curb, and that is going to create 2 additional on-street parking spaces. But what the applicant and we agree about is that just having on-street parking spaces is not really going far enough to address the real need here, which is for short-term parking. And what we'd like to see, and we think is critical here for you to be able to make any findings to approve this project, if that's what your inclination is for the entire curb in front of this property, all 5 parking spaces that are available there, to be short-term 15-minute parking. And my understanding is the applicant asked for that, and transportation said, well, we need to study it further. We don't think that needs to be studied further. We'd like to see that. That will address a big issue that we have as a concern, which is that patrons of this business, when they are unable to find parking in front of this business, are going to park in front of other businesses and take up its parking and be an issue. If they can find short-term parking right in front of this business, that really goes a long way to alleviate a lot of what our concerns are about the fact that there is no parking at all available on this site itself. Also, a major thing that they agreed to was to limit the number of clients that they serve in a day. Okay, one of our issues with dispensaries and traffic is how much more traffic they can potentially generate and what that data shows. And this applicant says that they are willing to limit their customer service rate to 150 a day, period. And if they're willing to do that, then we're not so worried about traffic generation rates, because now we have a number which is pinned to a permit. And if you distribute that number over the 10 hours that they're open during the day, that's 15 people an hour, or if it distributes out to peak hours, maybe 20 people an hour, and then less in the middle of the day. And combined with that short-term parking, most of it's going to get addressed in front of the site, and we think that that would really handle it. And if that can be a condition on this permit, then we think that goes a long way to addressing our concerns about parking and traffic. Also, that the operations plan, if it could include specific language that encourages their employees and clients to use alternative transportation. I know there's no way to enforce that, and it's sort of a feel-good thing, but it doesn't hurt to have that in the plan. I know their plan already includes orientation sessions. If that can be part of the orientation session, we think it would be helpful. And finally, their plan, and we didn't see this addendum until recently, the original operations plan was provided on the city website, but this addendum, which I guess has been part of the record for a while, was not. But we understand that their patrons and staff are going to be directed to park not in the residential areas, but on the other side of Milpa Street in the commercial areas, which we think is, we're all for that. We were very concerned about their patrons parking in the residential areas and causing some of the problems that Mr. Dalbello was talking about, I guess that occurred on Bond Avenue. So this is extremely helpful, but how do you know? How do you know who their employees are? And they agreed that they would give their employees hang tags for their mirrors in their cars so that they could be identified. And that way, if those cars are seen parking in the residential areas, there'd be a way to know that they were not in compliance with this plan, and in some way of knowing that. And we think that that's maybe the best we can do. So we think that if these things were added as conditions to this project, there might be a basis for you to actually make these findings. But there has to be a basis. You can't just blow off the language and say, we make these findings. you have to have a factual basis to make the findings, and to date, there has not been one. So if these conditions are not added, everything on our appeal, I think, stands, and the project should be denied. But if these conditions can be added and the applicant agrees to them, which I think they're amenable to, I think that you could potentially make these findings and this project could go forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. You have 8 minutes, 7 seconds should you need it after public comment. All right. And it's to the applicant. Too bad.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ryan Howe. I am the applicant for 118 North Milpas. I'm not a speech maker. I'm a businessman and a filmmaker, so I'm going to do my best here. I've been a resident for Santa Barbara for about 2 years. The reason I came here is the same reason I think many of you came here, is to start a family. I chose Santa Barbara because of its community and its connection with the neighbors. And I want nothing more than to get along with my neighbors. The basis of this whole organization and this whole project is a community outreach project. It's very much what a wellness center and dispensary is all about, if it's run properly. And I'm here to run a proper business, just like I've been running for the last 22 years and various other businesses. But I've always run businesses according to the law and according to good business practices and standards. My intent is to do what I can do to assist Santa Barbara in maintaining its charm and its beauty. I don't want to do anything that would not reflect that. This is my community too, even though I am new, and I care very much about it. Just a couple of the examples that we've already talked about today. Just some examples that I think would spell out what I just said. And that is, it's a significant cost to redo the sidewalk and the curb cut, but it's something that I'm more than willing to do if it helps our community. Not just that, but we're adding parking spots. I think we've already talked about that. I know parking is a big issue for the entire community across the city. I mean, I live in the city too. I deal with the same parking issues every day. If I want to go down to the supermarket, I deal with parking issues just like everybody else does. So I very much am concerned with that, and I very much understand it. We're implementing a garden, a Japanese garden. Would you mind? Alongside of the building where the parking lot used to be. The garden is for purposes of things like meditation, yoga classes, but in very small groups. So not 50 people like I think Planning Commissioner, I'm sorry I forgot his name, was talking about earlier, but small groups of people, 2 and 3 people, maybe 4 people at the most, including the instructor. We got into a lot of this during the planning. And then, of course, what we're doing is we're not really building a dispensary pot shop kind of thing like I think Santa Barbara has seen in the past. In keeping with the standard of Santa Barbara and what Santa Barbara has set, we're really building a wellness center. It's a state-of-the-art wellness center that, yes, one of the products is marijuana, but it will not be run as a pot shop. It'll be run much more as a wellness center. So a very important thing that I wanted to stress. In addition to the security that Mr. Baumann has already described, we have developed very stringent requirements for our members and our employees.
criminal background checks for all employees, all management. Obviously, you've already seen the parking map, which spells out where and when to park. All members, all employees will be given this map. A 24-hour waiting period to join, that's built right into the ordinance, but we fully support that. We support it in our operating plan, and we support it in our membership application agreement. 2 managers on site at all times. 6 employees, in addition to the 2 managers, will also be on site. And employees will be told to park either in the commercial zone or not to bring their car to work at all, which I'm going to be stressing on a daily basis. And then lastly, weekly education classes for the employees so that they're up to date on the ordinance, the changing laws, and the changing tide of the business, which seems to change every week. The last thing I'd like to say before I turn this presentation over to my esteemed colleagues is just a few words about the attacks against my character. I don't normally discuss this kind of thing, as I feel that actions always speak louder than words. But since the city would be entrusting me, if in fact these appeals are denied, to operate a very sensitive business within the community, I thought I should respond to some of the allegations which have been made about me. I've been running businesses, nonprofit businesses, for 22 years, and absolutely nothing in my history suggests that I would do anything that either one of those 2 letters has accused me of doing. The second thing that I'd like to say about this is that when Mr. Allen and I kind of went out on this venture about 2 years ago, he helping me through the permitting process, we knew that it would be challenging to deal with the communities. We also know that the application process is a very intense, very critical process, but the one thing that we didn't realize is the backlash that we would be getting from the former dispensary owners. And this has been a real problem. Attacks against my character and anonymous letters only showed up after I refused to work with several of the former dispensary owners. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Professor Dan Linz from UCSB, who's going to come and talk to you a little bit about medical marijuana and the crime impacts on cities in California. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope I can precariously move this.
That other mic also works if you want to.
Well, yeah.
We can give you a. Let me stop the clock for a second. If you need a chair, or are you okay? You got it.
If you can hear me,
we can hear you just
good.
fine. Yep.
So thank you. My name is Daniel Linz. As mentioned, I am a professor of communication law and psychology at UCSB. I'm also an East Side resident. I live on Mellifont Avenue and have lived there for approximately 5 years. I'm employed in the Department of Communication at UCSB, and I have for the last 20 years, and certainly for the last 12 years, been involved in research on crime and sensitive uses in communities across the United States. Now, I've provided you with a copy of my vita. I've provided you with a copy also of some previous research that I have done on these sensitive uses and crime effects associated with them. But I'd like to talk to you today just briefly about the 2 petitions for appeal made to the Commission's March 17th decision. First, Mr. Dalbello's request that there be, as a result of the Commission staff's finding that the storefront collective dispensary is likely to have no potential adverse effects on health, peace, or safety of persons living or working in the surrounding area. And then the appeal that is being asked by the Vanguard planning representatives who initially were concerned about the adverse effects on peace and safety of people in the community. I'd like to draw to your attention 3 scientific studies that have been conducted on the relationship between marijuana dispensaries and crime, both in California and outside of California. I choose these 3 studies because they represent the best scientific evidence that is available from peer-reviewed studies published in reputable journals or undertaken by reputable research enterprises, including UCLA School of Public Affairs, the RAND Corporation, and a study that they had completed a couple of years ago now in Los Angeles, and then a panel, a state panel data study from 1990 to 2006 that has taken place nationally. I have provided you copies of each of these studies in their entirety, and I'll just take a moment to summarize a few of the major findings associated with each. The first is the UCLA School of Public Affairs study, which is conducted by some researchers at the Luskin School of Public Affairs at UCLA. This is a published study in a peer-reviewed journal. And they measured the spatial relationship between the density of medical marijuana dispensaries and 2 types of crime, violent crime and property crime, in 95 census tracts in Sacramento, California during the year 2009. What the study concludes is that the density of medical marijuana dispensaries was not associated with violent or property crimes in Sacramento. There are a variety of other control variables that are introduced into the situation. There are a number of other features of Sacramento and communities that are associated with crime, but dispensaries are not one of those features. The RAND study, which I've also provided you a copy of, these researchers collected data on a number of crimes overall in Los Angeles, reported per block, surrounding communities such as Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County as well. They looked in this study at the 10 days prior to and the 10 days following the June 7th, 2010 dispensary closures in Los Angeles. As you may be aware, Los Angeles had a large number of dispensaries, many of which, the majority of which, were closed as a result of a variety of policies that were introduced there. And they examined crime before and after those closures. This was a major study undertaken by the RAND Corporation. And what they found was, perhaps contrary to what you might feel are the intuitions about crime and these dispensaries, is that crime increased after the dispensaries were closed. Let me repeat, crime increased after the dispensaries were closed. Compared to those dispensaries that were in those areas surrounding the dispensaries that were allowed to stay open. In fact, overall crime increased almost 60% in the blocks surrounding closed clinics in the 10 days following their closing. Finally,
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Can you go back to that slide, please? The 10 days following their closing, is that statistically significant?
Well, I don't know that days are statistically significant or not.
Okay. And the other question, it says...
No, what I'm saying is it's not clear to me that your question implies anything about statistical significance. So if you are asking, is 10 days enough in order to measure reliably a crime effect, that's debatable.
The other question I have is, so UCSB, did they sponsor this study as well?
UCSB?
Yeah.
No, this is a study done by the RAND Corporation.
But your slides all say UCSB.
All my slides say UCSB.
And did UCSB conduct a study that...
No, it did not. This is a report of a study that I, as the University of California, Santa Barbara professor, am providing for you.
So there's no relationship to the UC system?
In the RAND study, no. The RAND study is an independent corporation unaffiliated with UC.
Okay, I'll start the clock back up. Go ahead.
So overall, then, crime increased after the clinic closures, or after the dispensary closures, by almost 60% in the blocks surrounding the closed clinics in the 10 days following their closing. Finally, there is a study conducted with regard to statewide data from 1990 to 2006, and by states I mean across the United States. I provided you an example of this study as well. This is the University of Texas at Dallas study in which criminologists looked at trends in homicide, rape, robbery, assault, burglary, larceny, and auto theft in the 11 states that legalized marijuana for medical use between 1990 and 2006. While crime fell nationwide, as has been the case for many years now, it fell more sharply in the medical marijuana legalization states than in states that did not legalize medical marijuana, even after the researchers adjusted for a variety of other variables and factors between states. So the studies that I provided are the studies that I'm able to find that exist in the literature and have been peer-reviewed that offer the best scientific evidence for the relationship between crime and dispensaries in California and elsewhere. In summary, I would say that they indicate that medical marijuana dispensaries are not associated with crime and, in fact, may actually reduce crime in the immediate vicinity. The question remains, though, why would they decreases, or why would crime decrease after dispensary closings? Here, the RAND study is very, very specific about the reason. They indicate that marijuana dispensaries may reduce crime by providing additional on-site security. Most of these dispensaries, if not all of the dispensaries, certainly in California, are required to have this security, and it serves as a means of buffering the neighborhood against crime. Secondly, because the dispensaries do, in fact, draw customers to the area or medical participants to the area, they may reduce crime by increasing local foot traffic, which provides eyes on the streets or neighborhood guardians where they did not exist before. So thank you, and I'll take questions if anyone chooses to stand.
Is that the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, it is.
The entire presentation?
It's the conclusion of mine.
No, so why don't we do unless there's why don't we finish the presentation, then we'll see if there are any questions for any one of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're at 5 minutes and 18 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to be brief and concise. Let me take the Vanguard appeal first. We had an extremely constructive meeting this morning with Mr. Gorin. We are entirely in agreement with the conditions that he requested for the council to add to the conditions of the permit that arose through the staff hearing officer and the planning commission. Specifically, those are a hard cap of 150 patient visits per day. What we proposed to him is that, of course, we're going to be keeping meticulous records in any case. That's required by the ordinance. Our proposal, which Mr. Gorin says satisfies one of his concerns, is that when the 150th patient visitor, either an applicant to join or an existing patient, has come to the location will close for the day. If that happens at noon, we'll close at noon. If it happens at 4 in the afternoon, we'll close at 4 in the afternoon. I frankly doubt that in the first year of operation, we will see a 150 patient day on any day of operation. I would be astounded if 150 people in one day came to the canopy. But we have no problem addressing our neighbors' concerns, and 150 people a day is generous in being able to provide the services that Canopy is organized to provide. With regard to the sidewalk, Mr. Howe already committed to the planning staff and the planning commission, and he repeats that commitment here, that he's going to tear out and replace the sidewalk in front of 118 at his expense, because the sidewalk is old, it's broken, it's got cracks, it's got places that would be difficult for a person in a wheelchair or a person using a walker or a cane to safely negotiate. So it has to be redone. Likewise with the curb cut. The calculation is that the curb cut will add, by filling it in and creating solid curb where long ago there was a residential driveway, that will add 2 additional on-street curbside vehicle spaces. So there will then be 5 vehicle spaces directly in front of 118. It is our wish that they all be painted green so that they will turn over every 15 minutes. Disabled individuals who have blue placards or disabled plates, of course, will be able to park longer as they can in any green space anywhere in the city or anywhere in California. But historically, all the previous commercial tenants had 3 parking spaces. Mr. Dalbello pointed out in his appeal that historically there were 3 spaces. Those spaces have always been at the curb. There has never been a time when there was a commercial use at 118 and there was parking off-street on the property. The reason for that is that the city's transportation policies do not allow people to back out into Milpas Street from a commercial use. That's forbidden. You can't do it. If it's a residence, which that was 50 years ago, then yes, you can have a driveway and you can park in your driveway and you can back out onto Milpas Street from a residence, not from a commercial use. So that's why there's never been any commercial parking on the site. The city rules forbid it. Now, with regard to employee parking, we've covered that. We agreed this morning with Mr. Gorin that it's an excellent idea to have some sort of identifying placard or sticker or something that as a condition of employment, employees at the canopy will be required to display so that anyone who believes that the parking plan is being violated and people are parking in the residential neighborhood only has to note the presence of that identifying information and get a hold of Mr. Howe. We have no interest in causing an adverse impact to the neighborhood. I would respectfully like to ask the council, if you will, to give me 4 additional minutes because there are some things that Mr. Dalbello raised that I think I need to address. And
I think that's reasonable considering you had 40 minutes of appellant, so you have 4
thank
minutes.
you very much.
So you're just now at 0, so I'll put in another 4. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dalbello asked what my role in the canopy application is. That's very simple. I'm Mr. Howe's attorney. I have significant personal experience in land use matters generally because of 3 years' work at County Council in the land use section of the County Council's office. And quite apart from that, I've been through the city's regulatory process with regard to my medical marijuana permit on North State Street. So Mr. Howe came to me for advice, and here we are. I am not a partner in Mary Milpas, LLC. Mr. Howe is not a partner in Mary Milpas, LLC. The only thing I know about Mary Milpas, LLC is that it is a property investment company. Mr. Steve Berntsen, who appeared at the staff hearing officer and at the Planning Commission to state that as the property owner, he supports the application. Mr. Berntsen is the managing member of Mary Milpas, LLC. He is the only member of Mary Milpas that I have ever met. So Mr. Dalbello asks me who the other property owners are. My answer is, I don't know. All I know is they were willing to give Mr. Howe a lease on this building. With regard to the familiar refrain that this is a wonderful thing, if only it would be on the other side of town or somewhere else, just not here. The constraints that are imposed by the city's ordinance are further constrained by the fact that very few property owners wish to have a medical marijuana dispensary as a tenant. This property owner was willing to do so. Mr. Howe canvassed dozens of buildings in Santa Barbara looking for a place that would accept his proposal. This is the place that accepted him. In reliance on the city's zoning map, he brought his application. Now, I don't know how to respond to conspiracy theories that are set forth in anonymous letters based on unnamed individuals who offer to come forward but never come forward. The same charges Mr. Dalbello made about shadowy conspiracies were expressed in virtually the same words to the Planning Commission 2 months ago. The Planning Commission dismissed them because there were absolutely no facts supplied by Mr. Dalbello or by anyone else. I'm at a loss to explain why anybody would be afraid of me and would fail to come forward to the city council or to the city attorney or to the mayor or to the planning staff because what? The only thing I could do to anybody is I could refuse to let them be patients at my store at 3617 North State Street. Other than that, I don't have any way to discourage anybody from anything. Anybody who's concerned about this has had from the Planning Commission hearing where Mr. Howe's application was approved 7-0. I only got 6 votes. Mr. Howe got 7. Anyone who's concerned has had from March until today to come forward and say whatever they want to say. They haven't. They haven't. I'd be glad to respond to any questions.
Thank you. That was exactly 4 minutes. That was. So. Any questions for any of the applicants? Mr. Dominguez.
Hello, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen
Dominguez.
and I worked together at County Council for
Indeed.
a while, and it was always a pleasure. And I had a question about a couple things. So the articles of incorporation, that was one of the things that the appellant brought up.
Yeah.
And I perused the law a little bit. I didn't see anything in there where you're required to submit those. Is that correct?
Let me back up a second and explain the structure. The patients who become members of a dispensary, either the one on State Street or the projected one here at 118 Milpas, the members constitute an unincorporated association. That is the patient collective. It consists of all the patients that are registered at a particular dispensary. That is a self-governing body that exists under California law. The articles of association for the patient collective have been filed in Sacramento as an unincorporated association. There is also a nonprofit California Mutual Benefit Corporation that was formed by Mr. Howe and 3 of his friends to serve as the management entity for the canopy because the property owner, logically, wants something other than a cloudy, unincorporated association of patients to be on the lease. So the nonprofit corporation is on the lease. It will pay the rent. It will keep the books. It will issue the paychecks to the staff. It will pay the contract for the security guards with whichever security outfit supplies them. And it will maintain the books and records that the city is free to inspect and audit anytime they want.
Thank you for that answer. The next question is regarding edibles. So we were talking a little bit earlier about youth, and is it the intention of the dispensary to sell edibles?
Eventually, yes. Both I and Mr. Howe have been trying for months to identify a commercial kitchen within the city of Santa Barbara that would be willing to enter into agreements with us to produce edibles for both of our locations. We have not yet identified a commercial kitchen to do that. But assuming that eventually we can, yes, we would love to offer edibles because there are a variety of medical conditions for which the optimal route of administration of medical cannabis is by eating it, not by breathing it or putting it on your skin or whatever the other possibilities are. So, yes, we would like very much to be able to do that.
Okay. Did you submit a security plan to the police department to have approved?
In connection with the State Street store or Milpas Street?
Milpas.
We had the police department review it. Nobody had any objections. The police department did not appear, as I recall, at the Planning Commission hearing. But the security...
Do you remember who you submitted it to?
I don't.
And you yourself did it, or the applicant did it?
Mr. Howe did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was Sergeant McGrew.
Sergeant McGrew. That's absolutely right. Sergeant McGrew came to my office and reviewed it with me. Thank you. Good memory. It's a problem having your attorney be 71 years old. All right. Before we leave the subject of security, thank you for reminding me. If Canopy opens under essentially the plan that is before you, there are going to be 6 security guards on duty on Milpas Street during daylight hours. All 6 of them are going to be at the intersection of Mason and Milpas. 2 of them at the Canopy on the east side, 2 directly across the street at Wells Fargo Bank, and 2 more directly across from Wells Fargo Bank at McDonald's. That is going to make the intersection of Mason and Milpas the safest place on the east side other than the police substation at Franklin Park. As to the graffiti, I apologize. I did want to say this. It is true that there's been some graffiti at the 118 site. Mr. Howe has removed it as soon as he has become aware of it. The problem is that the building is vacant. There is nobody there. The security guards are not there yet. There's no one on the site to report graffiti and to pick up the phone and to get the removal crew over there. So as soon as Mr. Howe has become aware of graffiti at the site, it's been removed. We're grateful for someone pointing out today that there was graffiti. It'll be removed.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Mr. White? Not of him, but of Mr. Howe. Okay, Mr. Howe.
I didn't get the number of employees. How many employees will be on site?
A total of 6 employees.
6 employees. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Murillo?
Mayor, thank you. I have a question for staff about making a green curb in front there. What is the process to do that, please?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Murillo, Dan Gullett, Transportation Planning. A request comes into Transportation Operations staff, and Transportation Operations staff visits the site. In an instance like this, the preference is to see how the new business would operate. It is public parking in front of the business. The adjacent businesses and tenants have different needs and uses. So it's to assess how the parking functions in the neighborhood after that dispensary is opened, and then make a decision on time restricting parking.
Thank you. I did just want to acknowledge that there are other uses and other, we could make a decision that that's a good idea, but that does seem like something that would need community input from the other businesses or residents in the area. Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Do you see any problem with the green curb there?
I personally don't. It's the matter of the extent of the green curb. There hasn't been outreach to adjacent businesses or tenants, and I'd say staff doesn't have a good understanding of how the street parking works on Milpas right there. It is time limited right now to 90 minutes.
The residential parking there, are there any of those adjacent properties other than the one house or kind of safe house or whatever we want to call it, recovery house?
I'm not aware of our residential parking permit program on Milpas in front of the.
So it's 90 minutes everywhere.
Right.
I got it.
Mr. Rouse?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, I think, for Mr. Vincent. Part of the appellant's case was refuted by staff based on the parking studies from recreational marijuana dispensaries in the suburban Denver area. And their distinction there would be that it is substantially different than a medical marijuana dispensary use and traffic pattern. However, anticipating the potential of what's going to happen maybe this fall in California, if the conversion, if the law changed, would this facility or facilities approved be distinctly different enough to have to reapply as new types of facilities, or would they be able to go into the new mode of the business?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rouse, quite honestly, I'd probably kick a full answer back to Mr. Kalan because the council is going to be considering that issue and probably many others on your May 24th meeting. To answer the first part of your question, as far as what happened at the Planning Commission, there were a couple things, and I'm probably going to ask Mr. Gullett to come back up here to fully answer your question. First off, yes, the information that Mr. Del Bello provided to the Planning Commission at the Planning Commission meeting, I would describe it more as argument as opposed to evidence. He presented, he made statements and referred to a website that provided arguments that recreational marijuana dispensaries in Colorado have shown high incidence of traffic. However, he did not provide the underlying data that demonstrated that. He made the claim, but didn't provide the underlying data so that there was any opportunity to evaluate the information. And then also, as you said, as your question kind of prefaced, there were distinguishing factors, not only Colorado, but the fact that it's recreational versus a medical marijuana dispensary operated by a nonprofit, and other distinguishing factors. I believe Mr. Gullett probably could more fully answer how that affected their response to that information.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rouse, I did go through the effort to get the data from that website that was referenced, and also requested the locations. And they were, all 4 locations were in suburban Denver area. 3 of the 4 were on state highways. The data was taken over 3 days at each of the 4 locations. 2 of the 4 had fairly normal traffic generation rates, and 2 of the 4 had very, very high traffic generation rates, on the order of what we see in the what's called the ITE manual that Mr. Gordon referenced, of a drive-through coffee or donut shop in a suburban area. So those aren't rates we would expect. Those aren't rates that we saw at other dispensaries. Based on that highest rate, 125 trips per 1,000 square feet, that would be the equivalent of a trip per every 15 or 20 seconds over the PM peak period.
So your distinction was more about regionality or location versus type of dispensary? Was that?
Also, there's a differentiation between the medical marijuana collective dispensary and a retail dispensary. We would expect those trip generation rates to be different.
And then, Mr. Vincent, is the rest of my question then premature to at the 24th, or is it something that I mean, it's because there was a distinction drawn by staff, so I have to follow up on it.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rouse, I would say this is that we really don't know what's going to happen in the future. there are some rational. We never do, but there are some rational conclusions that some people may draw. But until it all plays out, we really don't know what the voters will do, or even the legislature, for that matter. So to kind of, and how you react to what they may or may not do in the future, that is to you and your successors. And so how we might, if recreational marijuana comes to California, and how we choose to transition from medical marijuana to recreational, that's going to be up to your council and your successors. So I would say it's premature to make any decisions at this point.
Mr. Collin.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rouse, again, we'll be talking about this in more detail on the 24th. In sum, there is work to be done to anticipate the day when marijuana can be sold for profit, medically or otherwise. The ordinance in front of you today is premised upon a couple of things. First, that the marijuana provided is cultivated by members of the co-op or collective at specific sites that should be identified in the application. Secondly, it's premised on the notion, based on the Attorney General's guidelines from 2008, that medical marijuana can't be provided at a profit. A collective member could exchange cash for medical marijuana, but only in an amount sufficient to cover the costs of producing that marijuana. So what we're going to see as recreational use becomes legalized and as the MRSA becomes effective over the next couple of years is a transition away from collectives and cooperatives. Your ordinance limits this application to a collective or cooperative operation. We would like to look at the law to address what happens if retail sales become lawful. The current initiatives do retain authority for the city to regulate those kinds of operations. So you're not conferring by this permit, should you choose to approve it, any vested right to operate a commercial marijuana enterprise when and if those become lawful in California.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To staff, my area, one of my areas of concern is parking, and I'm not clear how we're getting to yes with that parking demand within a discretionary permit. I appreciate that this property is legal non-conforming, doesn't have parking, but if since there is a discretionary process going on here, would not the applicant be required to find parking? And I'm recalling that there's the ability to go off-site even to provide off-street parking. I mean, we have these private deals being made on public land, and that's a little bit disturbing to me. I mean, I appreciate that any business can ask for some green space, some 15-minute parking, but that's an increment of parking demand this project would propose in the form of employee parking. So can you describe that a little bit of what your thinking was on that issue as we went forward?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember White.
Well, am I correct in my understanding to parking requirement?
Well, our zoning ordinance is fairly permissive with non-conforming parking. The parking rules have changed over time and continue to change. No additional parking is required unless it's changing to a use in a category that requires more parking. For instance, going to a fast food use from the retail use would require more parking. The zoning ordinance does allow for off-site parking up to within 1,250 feet of a business. That's what the clear requirement is in the ordinance. You have the ability in RS to interpret the criteria in 2880 for dispensaries.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, is the 150 limit per day okay with the way our ordinances now are? Should we approve this project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hotchkiss, if I understand correctly, the record keeping required by the ordinance, the council could condition the application on maintaining records to show that no more than 150 members of the collective were serviced in a day.
And could that that requirement be retained regardless of what happens statewide with recreational marijuana? Or is that impossible to answer at this point?
Yeah, it is impossible to answer. I'm pretty confident that under the existing revision of state law from 2015, that requirement would be enforceable. I can't tell you what will happen if one or more of the initiatives are successful.
Right, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Dominguez.
I wanted to follow up with staff on the security plan. According to the ordinance, the chief of police is required to approve the dispensary's security plan, and this is number 3 of section E of 2880-060. So did we take efforts to secure approval by the police department and the chief?
I don't believe the chief of police approved the security plan.
So this is one of the mandatory requirements. Doesn't that mean we have to deny this or risk having this overturned in court by an appellant?
One.
I think the council could supplement the record if it wanted to. I believe our chief of police is here tonight. Whether you have to do that is another question. I think you could remand this, so to speak, to get the police department's review. The information Mr. Allen provided about Sergeant McGrew was news to us this evening. And if Sergeant McGrew has provided any review, I certainly haven't seen any written evidence of it. Likewise, the application that before you tonight fails to identify the locations where the marijuana will be cultivated. I understand the staff has that information, but it's not before you tonight, and it needs to be in order to regulate those locations. So those are issues that can be addressed if the council wishes, but they are, in my view, defects in the application.
And just to read the language, it says the dispensary shall provide a plan which shall be maintained in accordance with the plan approved by the chief of police. So it doesn't seem like it gives us much wiggle room, even as a council, to unless we want to set another hearing and change the law. In regard, just to add a little set of facts to the Sergeant McGrew, he's been out on injured leave since before the Planning Commission. And this came up at the Planning Commission. I'm not sure if it's Commissioner Higgins or may have been Commissioner Jordan, and I think he's left. I think all the commissioners are gone at this point. But someone brought it up and addressed it to staff. Is that correct, Mr. Bowman?
Councilmember Dominguez, just to be clear, I believe Mr. Allen's referring to Dan McGrew, not Mike McGrew.
Dan McGrew?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not sure that's within, is that part of his set of duties? Or was it sounds to me more like it was a casual on-site conversation more than submitted up the chain, because this specifically says chief of police, so.
Sergeant McGrew spoke to me about that and indicated that he had met with the applicants, but he never approved it. It wouldn't be something, as far as I'm aware, that he would do. Has the authority to approve. You'd have to speak with Sergeant McGrew.
So you're recommending that we approve this despite not having this requirement met?
I'm not recommending anything.
Staff?
Councilmember Dominguez, the police department's declined to participate in review of these applications. And that goes for all of them, all three of them. And staff has just been going forward despite that with the applications.
So, and I asked the appellant's lawyer if they submitted this to the police department. He said no, that there was just this off-site conversation. So I'm trying to reconcile these two opinions, and you're saying the police department's not cooperating?
They have not participated in reviewing any of the security plans.
Have you submitted it to them?
They wouldn't accept it. The only thing they've done is to confirm that locations are not in areas of increased or high crime activity. But that was sort of a blanket statement because there are none of those areas in the city.
And the reason I'm concerned now that I know no one's actually submitted a plan to the police department is, as Mr. Gorin referenced, this entire ordinance is it's a preferred permit. It's somewhere between normal, like he said, a coffee shop, and a conditional use permit, which is one of the higher levels of scrutiny. And some 70, 80, 90% of this is related to security, and for obvious reasons that we don't need to hash over. But if there's a requirement here that we give a security plan to our police department for approval, it seems like that's a core kernel. This is not a 1-inch deck height that we can kind of waive as a council. But unless you guys have anything to add, that was my question.
Mr. Kalan, just to follow up on that, the recommendation in front of us on Section B is to direct staff to return to council with decisions and findings reflecting the outcome of the appeal. Could we have as part of those findings the issues of concern here related to the locations of the cultivation and a police chief review of the security plan?
Madam Mayor, essentially, yes. The council could remand this back to staff to complete the gaps in the application. I am not fully, I can't testify as to the police department's reasons for not reviewing, as Mr. Bowman described. Maybe that's something that we can address. So the council could.
So we wouldn't have to stop everything right here and now. That could be an issue. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to make the findings when it comes back if those items weren't addressed. So
right. And Madam Mayor, I think the appellants and public would have to have an opportunity to address any new information we brought back.
Okay, good information. Okay, Mr. Dominguez, were those all your questions? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. We've been sitting here for a little while, so why don't we take a stretch break till 7, and then we'll go right into public comment. Thank you. We can get going. We'd like to continue this. I'm going to call the council meeting back into session, into order. Thank you. If you could take your seats. Okay, I know we have a bit of public comment. During the break, I asked if we could have the chief of police come and speak about some of the issues that were just brought up. A little Perry Mason moment, as I was thinking. I watch the reruns. What do you want? So, okay. Chief Cronbach, there are some issues related to police review of this application, and your comments would be most appreciative at this point.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, prior to my arrival, my understanding is that there was concern on the part of members of the police department after consulting with the district attorney that they believed that they could somehow be complicit in violation of federal law, being involved in this where ultimately marijuana was going to be dispensed. And after a lengthy conversation with our city attorney, we were assured that that was not the case. And so I was just off the phone and am told that, yes, we have reviewed the plan, and it's satisfactory, and we have signed off on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to public comment. So just as a reminder, obviously we have a lot of opinions in the room about this issue. We'd like to hear what everyone has to say, and so just appreciate any comments, opinions, cheers, whatever that happens outside the council chambers, so we can really focus on what's being said in here. You have 2 minutes each, and if you've waived your time to someone else, you need to be in the room when I call your name to be able to do that. And I will call the first person and then whoever's up on deck, and so whoever is coming up next, if you could be close to the front of the room so that way we can just keep this moving pretty efficiently, that would be very, very helpful. So we will start with B. Molina, and I believe there's some people. Is Alan Bleeker still in the room? You're giving your 2 minutes, okay? And Patty Morris, you're there. And Santos Guzman, there you are, Santos. Okay, so Ms. Molina, you have up to 8 minutes, and you'll be followed by Rose Aldana.
Good evening. Anyway, you all know me. You know that I have been very active in this community for a long time, but particularly I have spent a significant amount of my personal time trying to improve the conditions on Milpas. I was raised on Milpas as a young girl, and that Milpas has been gone for a long time, and we have worked very hard to bring it back. I feel that throughout the years, and my family owned business there, so it's not just residential, that Milpas has become a dumping ground for the city in many, many policies that have been made over the last 20 years. And I don't have to take your time to remind you some of them, but I'll remind you of 2 big ones. The homeless shelter. That has created, our hearts and empathy for the homeless, but the problems that the people from Milpas have had to suffer from that area have been horrendous, and it's not fair. And I think, from a personal perspective, I think that they didn't articulate their voice in a way that they should have, and they should have used that power, and they have not. Guess what? We're changing, and you are going to be hearing that voice much more articulate and stronger in terms of protecting our community and our families. I'm trying to get behind a lot of stuff, but I'm going to talk about when this issue was happening. As you know, I have canvassed that area for many, many years, and I actually walked every house behind a dispensary all the way to Franklin School. I walked the businesses area off Nopal because I used to live there. And one of the things that was very apparent was, one, the lack that they even knew the dispensary was going in. I talked to the neighbors on the street, and I understand what the city said about notification. But unfortunately, our area, being the area that has been kind of under lower economic situations, nobody owns their houses in that area, and nobody owns the properties, the businesses on Milpas. They are all renters. And I would venture to say that the city knew that because we even brought that up at the Planning Commission. And even from there to now, they still had an opportunity to notify all the renters in that neighborhood of what was coming. Didn't happen. So they have to hear it from B. Molina and the other walkers who are here. Was not a pleasant experience. Trust me, it was not. So I had a number of questions from them. One big question from all the parents who have kids on Franklin School and Adelante. What if my child's walking in front of the dispensary and some marijuana is dropped on the ground and they pick it up and they take it to school? Not to consume it, but because it's kind of curiosity. Look what I got. And they take it to school. What's going to happen to that student? Oh, let's see. Maybe getting dispelled, disciplinary action, the parents being called. And is that fair? Okay. Milpas Street, and this is what a lot of people said to me, Milpas Street is like State Street for that area. State Street got the privilege of being taken away as an area where they can put a dispensary. But God forbid that Milpas would have that same honor. Not fair. And again, people have asked me why. Is it because of the diversity of poor people in this area? I said, I can't answer that. I wasn't around when this happened. Okay? Another message. The other problem is that I am really horrified as a mother of 2 boys, and if you don't think this issue has come up in my family, it has, about walking in front of the dispensary twice a day when they're going to school and when they're coming back. And oh joy, big windows so they can see right in to see what's going on. joy. Isn't that a pleasant experience? So we're not telling them to smoke, but we're telling them to watch what's going on and that it's okay. I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, the city can do something about that too. Are you going to provide public transportation for free so those kids don't have to walk in front of a dispensary? That was a question that parents asked me. And I suspect, given the issues we've had with public transportation in the past, you're not going to do it. All right? Milpas has had a horrible reputation. I know when I used to talk to my friends about, let's go eat at Milpas, they go, hell no. Excuse me. I didn't mean to say hell. No. And we have worked so hard to change that. We have some internationally known restaurants on Milpas. We have brought back the Christmas parade that was gone. We have brought back trick-or-treating. We have the county bowl. We have a number of wonderful activities for the whole community to enjoy. And now in the middle of that mix, we're going to put a dispensary. What is the messages that we're giving the community? What is the messages? And I don't think I need to take your time to tell you what we think the message is. Now, I am concerned, after attending the Planning Commission meeting, on the inconsistencies of the approval process. If the approval process had been exactly the same in terms of the parking and all the other issues for the 3 dispensaries, I'm not sure we would have been here today. They were totally different. And in the last Planning Commission meeting, some of the issues that were brought up that killed the De La Vina weren't even brought up in ours. How is that consistent and how is that fair? It's not. And let me, for the record, and I forgot to say this, you all know I work for Visiting Nurse Hospice Care. So you all know that we have patients that need this marijuana. I am not opposed to the marijuana. I have seen what it can do for my dying patients. I am opposed to its location. And I somewhat resent the comment that was made earlier. Oh, that's an argument, take it somewhere else. Well, darn right, it's a medical facility. It's a medical retail. Why can't we put it near a hospital? Why can't we put it near other? There's so many medical facilities in this town. Don't tell me we can't find a place. We can't because the owners are scared to rent it out to them. But that's not Milpas's issue or problem. At least I'm not going 10 miles an hour as I usually am. The floor and security plan that they talked about, I was very pleasantly surprised to hear today because one of the issues that I was going to bring up is that we need to have security policemen in the street, not just in front of the facility, not just inside. We need to have them in the street because that's where the problems are going to happen. People are going to get mad because they can't find a parking space. They're going to be rushed. They're going to be running. Kids are going to be walking through. Kids are going to be playing. All the situations that could possibly occur will occur. And we have to have security on the street, not just inside. So I am very happy to hear that they're going to do that. But I didn't see it in the report, and you never mentioned it. So I'm going, okay, I hope that's what's going to happen. The other thing that I was asked to come and talk to you is that the city never approached McDonald's and never approached Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is directly across the street, and McDonald's, as you know, is on the corner. Okay. Now, do you not think that those parking lots are experiencing a lot of problems? Crimes, litter, homeless, I can go on. And do you not think that Peter had to bring in security at McDonald's 24 hours a day because of the problems? Do you not think that Raul, the manager, had to hire a security guard, which he no longer has right now, in his parking lot because people were parking in that parking lot?
Thank you very much.
Or because of the litter?
Thank you. Your
Did
time
I finish
is up.
my 8 minutes?
You went, yep, you're way back.
Well, that's what I get for going slow.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rose Aldana will be followed by Reverend Pedro Lopez.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. The reason that I'm here today is to advocate, and you have a copy of a petition that was submitted, and it's dated March 28th. This is requesting your approval of Pete Del Bello's appeal. It's a petition of 176 signatures, neighboring properties to the 118 North Milpa Street property, and the property owners are concerned for security, public safety, parking, and children, family concerns. So my main reason for being here is to ask you to please approve Pete Dalbello's appeal. Number two, there are 2 security guards that they say will be hired at the canopy, but they are not security. They will be high-tech bouncers because they cannot carry a gun. So in essence, they are not security. They are high-tech bouncers. So that perhaps needs to be further checked into with the security plan, because with the product that they have and knowing the history of this particular property, the prior owner was assaulted and his employees at gunpoint on their knees. It's very dangerous, and furthermore, it would be unfortunate if someone were to be pulled off the street to try and rob this facility, this proposed facility, and be taken as a human shield. And there's no one on site with a gun. Things like this do happen not only in the movies.
Thank you. Reverend Lopez will be followed by Martha Hymas. Good evening.
I'm Father Pedro Lopez, pastor of Our Lady of Guadalupe Parish. That is one of the older churches in the city, other than the old mission. And we have it's over 3,000 families that constitute our membership. And quite a number of those signed the petition that was just referred to. Our concern is location. It is only a block and a half away from where the church is located. We have a lot of activities other than our Sunday services in which we have families and children involved. And we have done everything that we can to try to secure the premise in order to allow them an atmosphere of security and where they can gather and enjoy being a part of the parish. This facility could compromise that greatly, as has compromised a number of other elements in the area. The homeless is one, but also the shelter and a number of people who abuse alcohol and drugs that are already available in the area. So this adds to the pressure on the residents to look out for their safety and to maintain a safe environment, not only in the church, but in the community. And so I would kindly ask you to review the information that has been made available to you today in order to make your decision for the better of the community as a whole, not only for those who will be benefiting from the use of medical marijuana, but of the whole community. And I believe that is what you have promised to do as our city council and as our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Hymas will be followed by Mary Robles.
Mayor Helene Schneider and respected council members, I'm asking to do what's right. Find another site. I am Martha Hymas, and not on the east side. My strongest concerns are youth, families, and I value families. Many of my friends and neighbors couldn't be here today, and they asked me to please speak for them. Today I'm representing them. History speaks volumes. 5 dispensaries have opened in our neighborhood in the last few years. Accompanying them, we have found in the records pages and pages of 911 phone calls to the police department with an overwhelming number of problems. Each facility has had the same set of experiences and complaints. The site is very important concern. Please, please don't let us live through this again. What will this cost our law enforcement, our families, our children, and our community? Ryan Howe came to my house with this brochure, it seems to me like City Council approved the business. I was shocked and confused and disappointed. My neighbors felt the same. He made it look like City Council endorsed the business. I believe he'll say whatever it takes to open this dispensary. Let us create optimum opportunities for our children by not allowing this dispensary in our neighborhood, as residents have a right to feel safe, comfortable, in a secure neighborhood, on the streets and in our homes. So I urge you again, please, for this Milpas dispensary, please do what's right. Find another site.
Mary Robles will be followed by Mark Whitestock.
Madam Mayor, council members, I am opposed to the medical marijuana dispensary on Milpas. It doesn't fit on Milpas Street. The reasons are many. You're hearing them now. But I think that there is a bigger problem, and the biggest problem we have is this ordinance 28.80 does not work. It is flawed. It was written in 2008, revised in 2010. It is now 6 years later. It needs to be reviewed and changed. An obvious change concerns location. Site options need to be changed. Why not put the dispensary in a business or an industrial area? Citizens would prefer that. I think Ryan Howe would prefer that. He told me that he wants to be in an area like the Funk Zone where he can have a bigger facility. He only sees himself as being on Milpas 2 years. So if we had a better ordinance that would have allowed him to go on to the Funk area where he wants to be, I would be happy for Ryan. Another area of needed change is notification. What is required is not enough. It doesn't even come close. Planning Commissioner Jordan didn't think notification was adequate on this project when he had it in front of him. San Roque, the east side, they certainly didn't have enough notification. We need to change this. This needs to be changed before we go on approving dispensaries. And I hear that you're going to have 2 active applications coming up. So we got to work on this. City Council needs to have a better written ordinance, an ordinance that Planning Commission and city staff can work with, an ordinance that our community can stand behind, and maybe have a citizen advisory forum that can work with city staff, that we can really get down to a good ordinance that's going to work from now on. Thank you.
Mark Whitestock will be followed by Sebastian Aldana. Mr. Whitestock in here? No? Okay. Mr. Aldana will be followed. And is Claudia here? Is Claudia here? Yeah, you're waiving your 2 minutes? Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Aldana, you have up to 4 minutes. And also, oh, actually, and Ramon Lazaro, is Ramon here? No? Okay. So you have up to 4 minutes, and then Vanessa Bucio will be
I'll
after
talk quick.
Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City Attorney. My name is Sebastian Aldana Jr., East Side resident. I'm here today to support Pete Bello's appeal, petition supporting Pete Bello's appeal, and to support the exemption from zoning any marijuana dispensary in the Milpas Business Corridor and surrounding area for the benefit of the neighborhood's health and public safety. For the record, there is no parking west of Milpas. It's zero. It doesn't exist. And I am not against medical marijuana. I'm against the location, the process, and what I feel are double standards the city planning department has. For a business to be projected to have a minimum of 10 customers per hour for 10 hours a day, 100 customers minimum, and now capped at 150, environmental impact review study is needed. On an email I received from Mr. Howe after our community forum was canceled, he stated, and these are his words, "Lastly, I just want you to be aware that the city asked us, Ryan and his partners, not to hand out any flyers or promotional materials until we receive final permitting status." It just puzzles me a little wee bit, you know. Another issue that I'm puzzled about is ownership of the 118 North Milpas. A LLC named Mary Milpas is the owner. Stephen Bernstein is the sole principal on the record for the Mary Milpas LLC. On a conversation I had with Mr. Ryan, he himself told me he had 8 partners and that the same business partners own the property. Yet there is only one principal for the Mary Milpas LLC. Does not make any sense. And that's a conversation I had with Mr. Ryan. I feel that Mr. Stephen Bernstein, owner of the 118 Milpas, and Mr. Ryan Howe should be honest with everybody and tell us who the other 8 partners are. It's only fair that the mayor, city council, city administrator, and city attorney, along with the community, get a full disclosure of the property owners and business owners. For all we know, his partner could be Chapo Guzman's cousin or brother. We have no clue, you know. And I'm not being funny. So please do not let the property owners and business owners treat the community like a mushroom. Please ask for a full disclosure and honesty. And I would like to touch on Mr. Bowman mentioned as far as the buffer on residential. And if we had the buffer, that would eliminate North Milpas. So I would request that we have that buffer, because Milpas is just a commercial strip in a residential area. The other, I think it was a senior planner, that they steered away from having a buffer by schools and parks because it may change. But the residential area doesn't change. So I would recommend having that buffer and exempting Milpa Street from having any marijuana dispensaries. And as far as I do agree 100% with Mr. Michael Jordan, I agree with him 100%. I'm glad Jared Gordon found the findings, but I disagree with what they came up with, because there's various people right here. There's 296 people that signed the petition. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead, Mr.
Aldana.
Mr. Aldana.
Yes.
So I have 176 petition signatures from your neighbor to the south, and then 296 from you. Are these overlapping? Are your 296 including the 176?
What is it? One is to support the appeal, and one is to exempt Milpa Street from having a marijuana dispensary. Two different appeals.
But some of the signatures are the same people?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
And the majority are from Franklin School parents, and then from Guadalupe Church. The majority are from Guadalupe Church, and some residents and business owners also.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa Bucio? Vanessa? No? Naomi Green? There you are, Naomi. I couldn't see you. And then some people are ceding their time to you. Is Natalia Ganovi? Yep, okay. Paul Slater? It's Paul? And Sharon Byrne. Okay, so you have up to 6 minutes.
Thanks.
Sorry, you'll be followed by Ana Rico. Go ahead.
I realize that the process of establishing this, the ordinance, was long, arduous. But I'm not surprised to hear it was the result of a compromise, because it is a desperately flawed ordinance. It's riddled, and that's what I wanted to talk to. We wouldn't be here if we had a better ordinance. I mean, all the community. It's riddled with internal contradictions, and I think they come from, and things that absolutely defy common sense. And I think they come from this inability to really grapple with the ways in which a dispensary is different from other businesses, and the ways in which a dispensary impinges on the community. No community wants it, so why is that? It's different. It's not like a jewelry store. It's not, So, and I think the reason I say it's so flawed, I think that there's this denial, fundamental denial. On the one hand, it says, yes, a dispensary is different. We can only have 3 in the city. And also, we have to pick out some spots on the map where it'll be okay. And also, we need a storefront. And I think that's all that they've said. But it also means, if you're going to have a dispensary, it means that other things have to be changed. As Mary said, one of them is the process of notification. It's not like my neighbor's putting up a new garage where I just tell people on either side of me the 300 feet. It's the whole neighborhood. That's why so many people from the east side are here, because they don't want it. And that means that that they should be notified. Now, it's true, they said, okay, they did put the requisite notice in the Santa Barbara News Press, in the legal pages, or wherever you put notices. But who reads that? If they were serious about telling the East Side, so we could have had this discussion before the whole process began, which was when it would have made sense. They could have reached us in many ways: the city news, the city East site, the East Side site. They could have put the yellow thing on the door where you say this is going to be development. They could have said what it was going to be, but there was no notice. It went under the radar, and it was only much later that we all discovered there's going to be a dispensary. And I don't understand why the whole neighborhood can weigh in when it comes to bike paths or parking, but the neighborhood at Endless, because I was at the Planning Commission, but the neighborhood can't weigh in when it's a question of a dispensary, okay? So that's one way in which it seems to me the ordinance is very, very wrong. Parking, of course, is another. I went through the ordinance on parking, and I looked, and I saw that for almost every business on Milpa Street, you have a certain number of spots allowed. You know, for the car wash, for the fast food places, for the banks, you need a certain number of spots. When it comes to the dispensary, all we say is it's retail or it's commercial. Well, it's not retail, it's not commercial, it's not fast food, but it's its own thing, and we need to think about what it needs in terms of parking. And not only does it not have any parking, but not only is it considered retail, but also if it were really retail and it hadn't been grandfathered in, it would have to have, I think it's 9 spots. It doesn't need any because it's been grandfathered, because the place that was there before didn't have it. But that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, when I was putting up an addition in my house, they said, well, I had to have 2 carports if I go beyond a certain size. So 2 carports or 2 parking spots for a couple that barely drives, and no spaces for a business. And I lived down the road, I lived very close to the 500 block dispensary, and I can tell you that that's a busy place. It's not as busy as McDonald's, but certainly much busier than a normal retail. It's not a jewelry store. So I think that also has to be taken into consideration. And the last thing I think is more amorphous, but important. How does this dispensary fit into the way people live in a given neighborhood? This neighborhood, as everybody has told you, is a pedestrian neighborhood. It's full of schools, full of kids. Doesn't that make any difference? Can we just say we take a spot on a map and say it's okay? And the thing that really upsets me perhaps the most is I have the feeling the ordinance was shaped around knowing that you were going to have Milpas, the ordinance somehow was shaped around Milpas. That's why they had to exempt schools and parks, telling you they could move. So those are my concerns with the ordinance, and I would urge you not only to rethink this, but to rethink. I know it's a horrible job, but I would urge you to rethink the ordinance. Thanks.
Ana Rico, be followed by Abby Fragosa.
Hello to everyone. Can you guys hear me? I'm here as a mom. I hear all this stuff happening to me. My concern is my kid. And I'm here for my kid. And I have an older who goes to junior high. You guys are telling me that it's not on the school zone. My child walks through there. And the reason why I know he walks through there, because I said that's the safe road. This is the path you're going to take because everybody can see you if anything happens to you. There's plenty of ice. There's El Bajío. There's Winchell's, there's McDonald's, there's Wells Fargo's. So if anything happens to you, there's gonna be ice, and I'll be able to know what happened to you. I'm a concerned parent. You could say I'm a helicopter parent because my child calls me one. But to me, he's my future because he's the reason why I wanna be a better person. And this location, I don't like it. First of all, because there's a parade that's gonna happen in December, where it's families, kids. They're probably going to close it because it's going to be in the afternoon or evening. But I mean, this is a message that you're sending to my child that is medical, and it's okay for you if you get hurt. I understand that you guys have chronic illnesses and you guys need it and it helps. I understand that. But for a child to explain that to, it's kind of hard because they don't have those illnesses. They haven't grown up to that point yet, when they do get to that point, and if it does happen to them, they will know why they're here and they want it there. But I want to ask, do you guys live in the east side?
You need to address us, please.
And
Thank you.
also, I want to know if it's medical. Why doesn't your doctor prescribe it to you if it's medical? You guys are saying it's medical marijuana. So your doctor's writing it down. You need it. Then why don't your doctor give it to you?
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
Ms. Rico, I have a question, and if you don't know an answer, it's fine if you know, but you talked about your personal experience and your kids, and I know you do a lot of work with other planning groups on the east side, and you particularly work with families that don't speak English and that are immigrant families, and that's a viewpoint that's often left out in governmental discussions.
Yes.
So have you heard from talking to any of these families, or have you talked to any of these families about what this dispensary means to their...
They had no idea it was going to be there. They thought it was just a rental for another jewelry store like it has been before. Today I told them, and they said, what? What's going on? I saw some nodding about the independence. Yeah, it was there. Look at me. Look at me.
Let me ask one more question.
Don't read the independence. We don't go into the web because some of our parents don't understand English. Some of our parents don't look at their emails because they don't have an email. So
Let me ask another question, because I studied law for a semester in Mexico, and dispensaries are way illegal there. What do immigrant families, particularly from Mexico, think about the whole concepts? Do they even understand the concept of dispensaries?
no, not to the certain level that these people are talking about. I mean, if they would come here and they would hear what they're saying, open up their eyes about what it is. But in their mind, in the way that they see it, it's just trying to make the illegal drug be more positive in the eyes of our kids. It's what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Frangoza, be followed by Bob Bashi.
Okay, hello. There are a few people here who support this dispensary, but I wonder how many of them have ever lived near a dispensary. Mr. Dalbello spoke about my experience from 2006 to 2010. I lived next door to a medical marijuana dispensary called Humanity. No amount of scientific studies can represent the fear I experienced every time my doorbell rang. Not knowing who was on the other side or what they wanted, I experienced plenty of negative and even frightening confrontations by Humanity's customers. I'm glad Mr. Howell will feel safe inside of his business with all of his security, but what about those beyond Milpas? What about the residents who live on Mason Street, Yananali, Juana Maria, and other surrounding streets who already face severely impacted parking issues when Mr. Howell's customers block their driveways and homes and potentially knock on their doors, especially after his 6 employees and 6 security guards remained parked on their streets all day? It was suggested that 15-minute parking zones would remedy the parking issues, yet he hopes to offer yoga classes and a garden. I've never heard of 15-minute yoga classes. It was also suggested that a limit of 150 customers a day would be ideal. In a cash industry such as medical marijuana, how will this be monitored? It's unreasonable to make these type of unreconcilable compromises. Milpas is already a struggling area. This dispensary will further harm our situation. If Mr. Howell truly cared about the impact of his dispensary on our community, he would not consider Milpas for his business. We heard in the Planning Commission report that this dispensary conforms to policy. Policies are meant to serve the community, and in this case, the policies in place do not serve our community. Please send a strong message to Santa Barbara in taking a first step in showing that Milpas is not Santa Barbara's dumping ground. Thank you.
Bob Bashi will be followed by Jesus Pereira. Mr. Bashi? No? Mr. Pereira? Is he here? No? Davin Sojberg? Or is it Davin? Yeah, come on up. You're next. You're going to waive your time to somebody else? Did you do a speaker slip? I did. Okay. And who are you? You're next, so okay. Come on up. You're next. You have up to 4 minutes, and then Annette Russell will be after you. And you did a speaker slip already? All right. Okay, hold on. Mary Bach And who, I'm sorry, and you can only get up to, each can only get up to 10 minutes, so be careful how many people want to waive their time, I'm just saying. I'm sorry, and your name, sir? Eric Anderson. Okay, Mary Bach, Eric Anderson, Danielle Winkler speaking, Davin Sojberg, and what's your name? Lorenzo Diaz, and there you are. Okay, you have up to 10 minutes.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you. My name is Danielle Winkler, and I'm the director of the outreach program for the volunteer group that was put together for SBMC 2080. It's an educational outreach program. The approval for our outreach program was sought and granted. The majority of our volunteers are over the age of 30, and none of whom were college students. Our outreach program came into contact with over 1,000 residents who support the medical marijuana dispensary. And now we would like to play a short educational film for you.
Rooted in history and tradition, enchanted by charm and natural beauty, Santa Barbara has a unique foundation for a thriving community in today's ever-changing world. Like a cool wind swirling through Stearns Wharf, change is upon us. As advances in science, energy, agriculture, and medicine are pulling our community and our nation into the future. With the creation of Santa Barbara Municipal Code 2880, the city has embraced the advancement of science and alternative healthcare through the legalization of medical cannabis.
We've known since 1974 that in experimental conditions with tissue culture and with small animals, that cannabis is an anti-cancer, anti-proliferative drug.
I think that one of the saddest things that I've seen is that people that really have a medical need have not been able to have safe access.
Legalizing the use of cannabis to treat patients who need its healing properties is not only the humane thing to do, but it will also help to unlock the door to a future of new treatments for cancer and other afflictions. So therefore, on behalf of the future dispensary patients of Santa Barbara, we wish to donate this educational video to the city as a public service. Hopefully this video will help the community and our neighbours who have questions about cannabis dispensaries and the laws pertaining to them. So why did we do this? Well, since we made a promise to develop educational outreach programs for the community, we thought, what better place to begin than sharing the facts of SB 2880 while dispelling its myths. Oh yes, and one more thing, we also wanted to say, thank you, Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Santa Barbara. Thanks, Santa Barbara.
For having courage and the foresight to protect our patients' rights. So, we got a bus, developed these flyers, and hit the streets. We walked the neighbourhoods, talked with our neighbours, and lent an ear. And this is what we found.
So we'll stay here, and I've actually had 2 clients of mine that have really bad cancer, and it has really helped with their ailments and their pain. I was really glad to see that Santa Barbara's opening a dispensary. Great idea. The more dispensaries, the better, especially for the CBD medicines that are coming out. I had a brother-in-law we lost to cancer in Ireland, and we should have actually come here to Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have a holistic alternative.
Hello, I am Professor Van Hoot, and today we shall review SBMC 2880. Let's recap history, shall we? The ordinance was born as a set of regulations imposed by the city for medical cannabis storefront dispensaries. The vote passed by majority. In November 2010, Measure T showed up on the ballot, attempting to ban storefront dispensaries. 61% of the voters said no. We do not wish to ban dispensaries. This lasted, of course, until the closings of all Santa Barbara dispensaries in 2012.
I'm the community liaison for Americans for Safe Access, and by not having an ordinance in place in Santa Barbara for the last couple years. Patients have been only able to access it through a couple different dispensaries in Goleta.
My name is Annette Russell, and I was born and raised here. I come from a big local family. My mother's a retired sheriff. Santa Barbara is a big medical town, a lot of cancer patients, and it's definitely needed.
Now, let's finish the history to solve the mystery. In late 2014, the medical marijuana dispensary regulations were revised as part of a major city planning effort. In the early part of the following year, the U.S. Attorney General changed the federal property foreclosure laws. As a result, the first dispensary permit under the revised ordinance was approved for Upper State Street on August 17, 2015.
The citizens of the city of Santa Barbara have been very clear about their support for dispensaries, and I'm delighted that the city council is following the will of the voters.
Now that we know the history, how does SB 2880 affect our community? There can be only 3 dispensaries in the city, and they must be located in these 5 zoning areas. Dispensaries cannot exist in buildings with residents. You must live in Santa Barbara County to be a patient, and there is a 24-hour waiting period to join a dispensary. All records of dispensary can be inspected, and police will review annually. No shenanigans will be tolerated, as 2 security guards will patrol the dispensary and surrounding areas during business hours.
Well, I think it's great that the people that live in Santa Barbara don't have to drive to Los Angeles or drive, a long drive now to go get their medication. They can just get it right here in their backyard.
There's a lot more knowledge, and I'm also pleased to see at the federal level that there's a lot more research being done, right? A lot of the stuff that has been done to kind of demonize marijuana has been done without research. It's just off of rhetoric. The fact that we have some research starting to come into play and we can start to actually see the benefits of it. PTSD is one thing. All the multitudes of individuals in prison for what I would argue is self-treatment of PTSD that goes undiagnosed.
There are people who don't know the difference between the THC and the CBD, and they think it's all the same. More and more people that I talk to understand it, and I just learned about it, the difference just a couple of years ago myself.
Once the revised laws were set into place, city planning began accepting applications from individual residents. During this process, nearly 2 years were spent with the applicants, and as a result, a new way to operate dispensaries was discovered. Now, each dispensary has agreed to provide the community with the following services: education workshops, cooking classes, one-on-one and group consultation sessions, charitable donations, donations for community programs and events, concert events, neighborhood security, meditation and yoga classes.
Many years and a lot of hard work has gone into creating SB 2880. In doing so, Santa Barbara has upheld its traditions while holding the new dispensary applicants to the highest standards. And for this, we say again,
Thank you, Santa Barbara. Thank you, Santa Barbara, for 2880.
thank you, Santa Barbara.
Thank you, Santa Barbara. Thank you, Santa Barbara, for 2880.
Thank you for passing SB 2880.
Thank you, Santa Barbara, from the bottom of my heart for passing SB 2880.
Thank you, Santa Barbara. Say thank you, Santa Barbara.
For more information, please visit the city website.
Please do what's right and find another sign.
Okay, that's all we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Russell, and then Stephen Bernstein, and then the final speaker will be Jose Otero Gallegos.
Yes, I'm sorry, I have laryngitis, so I would just like to say I'm a full-time single mother. of a 13-year-old teenage boy, and it is my job, not liquor stores, cigarette stores, or dispensaries, to teach my child what's right or wrong, or to have a policeman out front. That's my job. So all these people that are so concerned about their children need to go home and do their job and take care of their children, not put it on the community. And I just want to thank you. It is a medication. It is not a drug. It is a flower. It's a herb. It was the first medication on earth, along with essential oils. It was anointed in the Bible. God was anointed in the Bible with cannabis oil. So I just want to say it helps a lot of people, and I think a lot of people that have voiced their opinions here are not very well educated on the subject. That's it.
Stephen Bernstein.
Madam Mayor, fellow council persons, my name is Stephen Bernstein, and I am the managing partner of Mary Milpas LLC. It's a partnership put together to own the property. There's 6 partners. I'm the managing partner. We are the landlord, property owner. Ryan Howe is the tenant. His group is our tenant. He has nothing to do with Mary Milpas LLC, and we have nothing to do with his group. None of us are members. He's not one of our owners. It's totally separate. It's a landlord-tenant relationship. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Nope. Thank you very much. Final speaker, Jose Arturo Gallegos.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm a little sleepy right now. I myself need medical marijuana, and I've been needing it for a number of years. I have arthritis in my knees and in my lower back, and I'm all for it. Trust me. I met Mr. Ryan Howe last year when Council Member Jason Dominguez was running for 1st District. Actually, I like the guy. I have nothing against Mr. Howe at all. I think he means well. He has a good heart. But I'm going to have to say no to the medical marijuana dispensary on Milpas because of everybody's concerns. And my main concern is the parking and safety. That's my main concern. I, too, grew up in the east side, like B. Molina. I, too, went to Guadalupe Church when I was a kid. So, yeah, I'm all for it. But it needs to be maybe like in the Cottage area or some other medical facility. I'm all for that. And maybe it's time for doctors to prescribe them and maybe get medical marijuana at a pharmacy with a prescription from a reliable doctor. So, I think what Milpas needs, more important, is the East Side Better Business Improvement. That's what Milpas needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Del Bello, you still have 1:38 seconds. If you'd like to use any of that time, now is your chance. Hold on, let me just do that. Okay.
Madam Mayor and City Council, after hearing the passionate East Siders and the history that they've had to endure, you could see why they're unhappy and concerned about the possibility of additional crime. I'm personally offended by the term Mary Milpas, considering the history we have had to go through on this part of town. I think Mr. Bernstein should reveal who these other partners are. And that's insulting. It's insulting because Mary is presented like Merry Christmas, meaning happy. There's nobody happy on Milpas or on the east side about this. And I think we should also, many of the questions I presented about the nonprofit were not answered, especially is Ms. Cox the only one who signed the Articles of Incorporation who has left? This is very important that we look at the nonprofit aspect of it and we look at the patient aspect. I know this specifically, running a medical nonprofit and how strict this state is. The state of California is one of the strictest laws for nonprofits, if not the strictest. And it's something we have to look at. We have to think about the patient. Is it safe for them to walk 2-3 blocks to this dispensary? Is it safe? That's something we have to look at. And is there parking? Caregivers trying to drop off the patient, or patients trying to find a parking space. There's a lot of things we need to look at and a lot of questions tonight that were not asked and were not answered. Thank you.
And Mr. Gorin has 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Is he still here? Has he left? Okay, so he doesn't have 8 minutes and 7 seconds. It is to the council. Ms. Murillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank everybody who came out today for a really difficult decision and a thorough talk, a thorough discussion about a really important issue, especially to the east side. I've been making notes. It feels like this has been a long journey, and here we are at the end. And it started with the passage of Prop 215 for me, that the people of California approved marijuana as a medicine. Our city residents, as has been pointed out in our discussion today, said that dispensaries are okay within the city limits. And it wasn't me on the city council, but another city council drafted this ordinance, limited the number to 3, which is a reasonable number, and approved a series of zones. And I believe that the applicant has followed the rules. But I promise you, Mr. Howe, if you do not follow the rules, we are going to be watching. And I will call for that hearing of violation, and we will pull your permit. And there's a lot of people who are going to be looking out for what's going on Milpa Street if it passes. We need rigorous monitoring to ensure strict compliance. And I do appreciate that Mr. Gorin met with you all and hammered out agreement on some very important points. That was very grown up of that to take place. I have to say, I do not appreciate our picture being on that brochure. And I think you've pulled back from that, but don't do anything like that again. It didn't fool anybody, and I'm hoping that you'll hold yourself to a higher standard than that. I do think we need to notify renters. How easy is it to put resident and the address and then send the notification to them, as well as whatever address is associated with the property owner? On the west side, we have a new neighborhood association, and we actually knock on doors with bilingual flyers. There was a big uproar about the Chino Bike Boulevard, and the neighborhood association went out there and took Spanish and English flyers to get people. When there's huge neighborhood issues, there needs to be the support of a neighborhood association. Councilmember Dominguez and I are talking about going to the Neighborhood Advisory Council and looking at ways to do neighborhood councils in our neighborhoods where the city is supporting us, and it's not a ragtag group of people just getting together in someone's living room, which we have been doing. The other thing I'll say is that I'm working with our youth council and the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse to do a speak out with our teens about what we think might be the legalization of marijuana in November. We need to have a conversation about, and I've talked to Michael Jordan about this too, we need to talk about how easy it is for young people to get marijuana. They shouldn't be smoking it at underage or until they're ready to make those kinds of decisions. So I know that CADA has some marijuana prevention programs, and we need to put something in place now to anticipate that possible change. Thank you to our legal counsel and staff. We're bringing back later this month, I think, the issues of cultivation and where we might go with legalization. And the only thing I'll say to finish is that these kinds of land use decisions are the most serious decisions that we make up here. It's quasi-judicial. I love Martha Hymas. You are my Nana too, Mary Robles, I honor the work you do with our elders. Naomi Green, she and I are fighting for the libraries. So, Honorico, and your work. And so I can't be persuaded by my personal relationships with you. I will look out for your children. And like I say, we're going to hold them to a high standard. So I am ready to support the project, deny the appeals. And I am very interested in the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Rouse?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When this whole issue first came up, I was actually sitting out there. And at the time, kind of helping to represent the downtown organization, and we did have a voice, and we were able to prevent these from coming downtown. It has nothing to do with how I feel or anybody feels about marijuana, its efficacy as a medical drug or whatever it's all about. It was about, do you really want to be next door to one of these? And it turns out even people who really feel strongly about marijuana don't necessarily want to be next door to one. And when I was in the audience, I got to know the folks who are now the core of the MCA and a lot of the folks who live on Milpas, and realized how passionate they were about their neighborhood, and somehow they did get dumped on once again. And completely unfair. It is a commercial street with a residential flair to it. It is all the combinations of all the things that are really good about this city, and yet it was chosen as one of the places where it'd be okay to have this use. And it wasn't lost on me when we were at the site visit yesterday and pulling away that throngs of kids wearing backpacks were walking right by us on both sides of the street. And I think you have to take notice of it. It's not necessarily that the dispensary itself is going to draw them in or they're doing anything evil. But we have to respect neighborhood compatibility and neighborhood sanctity. We just can't take a policy that we think is really great up here and dump it on any neighborhood we feel like because, well, that's just our policy. That's what we believe is best for you. I think once in a while we have to listen to the neighborhoods. Tonight I'm listening to the neighborhood. I'm going to vote to uphold the appeal.
Mr. Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the issue here is complicated because we have this very mixed up legal regime where in federal law, marijuana is still a controlled substance. It's a class 1, which is the most seriously regulated and controlled substance. There's nothing obviously that we can do about that here at the city level, but that's still the reality we live in. It caused problems for the police department when trying to decide what to do with the security plan. It causes problems for me up here as a member of the California State Bar and being sworn to uphold the laws of the state and the nation, and knowing that our federal law says that this is a controlled substance and we're supposed to do everything we can to bar its use and its sale within the state. And that this could change all in November or January when the new president comes in. We had some very acute examples here within Santa Barbara of business owners who were prosecuted by the feds, and their property was almost seized, but for very good legal advocacy by the bar here to prevent their property from being forfeited. So it's not like this is some parade of horribles that we're making up. This happened here in Santa Barbara 5 years ago. So it's a very tricky legal landscape that we're negotiating. So that's kind of the background. I think Mr. Dalbello mentioned there were 5 shut down, 3 on Milpas. We have issues with HIPAA, with the medical records privacy. This part of the ordinance requires that the medical dispensaries make the records of Americans and residents who are using marijuana available to the government against their will. And that may be something that the patient agreement needs to be updated on, or the city ordinance can be updated on, because it seems like that does potentially violate HIPAA because you're talking about people's medical use of marijuana. So it's a very tricky legal landscape. So that already gives me great pause, and it seemed to me everyone's agreed that the issue here tonight is not about whether marijuana is good or bad or drugs should be sold, but where this place should be located. The big thing, number one for me and a lot of people, is the youth. We've heard some very emphatic expressions of our community members about youth. I taught high school for 1 year, and before that I was in high school. And I know that things can be distracting, whether or not they're beneficial for your health or not. Symbolism matters a lot. Ideology matters a lot. And it's unfortunate we didn't have any school district personnel here tonight. I'm really disappointed that they weren't here to talk about the impact on teaching situations. Someone mentioned, I think it was maybe B. Molina, talked about the disparate impact on minorities when they're caught with drugs. Councilmember Murillo and I were both at a restorative justice thing a few weeks ago, and the school district put up their own statistics. This is the school district telling us how they get it wrong, how they've closed the gap, but minorities who get caught with marijuana still are punished and have more dramatic penalties than non-minorities. So that's something that we want to fix, because you don't want to have minorities who are already at-risk students who have lesser educational outcomes in our schools. This is not a theoretical thing. This is what our school district tells us. We don't want those kids getting caught up into the criminal justice system. Once a juvenile ends up in a juvenile criminal facility, there's a 72% recidivism rate. It becomes a breeding ground and a trading ground for criminality, and that's something we absolutely have to stop. There are 4,000 K through 12 students in the area, and I know because my district is about 15 blocks by 15 blocks, and those were the statistics the city generated when they were carving up the districts. So it goes from State Street to APS and from Cannon Perdido down to the beach, and it's about 15 blocks by 15 blocks. My district is the only one that's square. Maybe that's representative of my personality type, but right in the middle of the square happens to be this dispensary. And again, it's all about location, 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 like a real estate agent would say. So within this district of 4,000 students is the dispensary. I don't know what the other districts K through 12 is, but I'm pretty sure this is the most students by far. You have Franklin, students going to Franklin, Cleveland, Adelante. You have Santa Barbara Junior High. You have Santa Barbara High School. You have, what's Kitsal? Cleveland. Some of the students up towards APS go to Cleveland. And with 4,000 students there, that's going to have an impact. The major concern I have is the edibles, because I don't know if you guys have seen these. They're produced, they look like gummy worms, gummy bears. They're something that's going to be very attractive to kids who are on the fence. And that's something that I'm very concerned about. With the traditional pot, it's much harder for kids to smuggle into the school and use it, because they have to light it up or use a vaporizer. So whatever happens, I hope we can spend some time creating policies that will minimize as much as possible the trickling down of edibles. And it's not so much I fear that a kid's going to walk by and all of a sudden decide at all costs he or she's going to get into marijuana. It's just really the trickling down impact of the older brothers and sisters. I had an older brother, and that's generally the mechanism. Aside from the youth, I'm concerned about the security plan. Mr. Howe and Mr. Allen didn't submit it to the police, and the city didn't submit it to the police. Apparently, they somehow got a hold of it, and they've approved it, but I'm concerned about how rigorous that process is. I want to make sure we really nail that down. There's a problem with going back to the location with the youth. There's the unique problem with this particular dispensary is it's on Milpas, literally next door to residential. That means there are people living there who either bought or rent literally right next door, adjacent. That's not the problem we had at De La Vina when the Planning Commission rejecting that application. So De La Vina, it was right next to Jedlicka's. I think that trust fund owned Jedlicka's and the property next door. So if you all know where De La Vina is and where Jedlicka's is, it's across from the chicken ranch next to Yellow Belly. And there's no residences right there on that block. So this is an inferior location as regards to that. The other problem is there's a halfway house really close by, a recovery home. And the concern I have is I think as Ms. Brooke explained, that we tried to create a static plan. The problem was in doing that, and I'm sure it brings some benefits, but we don't have the objectivity around the city. We could have done something that was more dynamic in the sense of having carve-outs like just the schools and parks, because then in the Milpas area, there'd be areas closer to the freeway, like this is, I know none of you can see here, but this is Quarantine and this is the freeway. You could have put them somewhere near here, which is a light industrial and manufacturing zone. And you can see there's no schools or parks within this range. So if the ordinance can be changed to allow them to move there, and I know someone mentioned that they'd be happier in the funk zone or nearby, so that's a possibility. Whatever happens here today, I'm certainly willing to bring this back so we can address this very, very big shortcoming. It's the whole purpose of this was to create a location that worked, and I think we could put some time into updating that. Again, the bubbles was something that was really popular, and it's a great graphic, but I think we can take it up one more notch. This is a heightened standard. It's akin to a strict liability because it's a controlled substance, so the rules need to be followed 100%. We didn't see the location where the marijuana is being sourced, and we don't know. Again, there was the problem with the security plan, and so 2 out of 12 things there were issues. The parking, people are still debating in their minds the parking. I wish we would have had more data, and it sounds like part of the problem is because it's new to California, at least it's not new in the sense of medical marijuana because that's been around for 7 years, but it's new in the sense that I guess ITA hasn't studied the data. And I don't know if there's more pot users in California or Colorado. It's interesting because it's recreational versus medical, but having had medical here for quite a while, and California has kind of a history with holistic medicine, I'm not so sure those numbers would be dramatically different. I know definitely at the beginning, Denver's become kind of a hot spot. They're saying there's a new reason why it's called the Mile High City. So maybe there has been a huge influx, but I would have loved to see more solid data because that was definitely a ground that both appeals were concerned with. It was the grounds that one of the grounds that the Della Vina dispensary was rejected. So I would have loved to have seen more numbers, even if we could have been the city generating those. And I'm not sure if other cities in California did we talk to maybe like Santa Ana or Oakland? We didn't get any data from any other cities or any notions. Okay. I should have started with the good things because I do have a long list of good things, starting with the two gentlemen who are behind, or Mr. Howe as the applicant and then Mr. Allen as the attorney. They came up with a very comprehensive plan. It's very detailed. It's very thick. They've covered a lot of contingencies from the get-go. It seems like Mr. Howe has wanted to run a very sustainable business that really looks to engage the community to get them involved. And that was my impression just when I first met him, and he floated the idea by me. But after seeing the volunteers and the film, it seems like he's really doubled down on the idea of making it a sustainable business. There's another good thing is there's kind of a lot of auditing built into the system, both with the police being able to audit it, and there's a lot of things they're going to have to do really right, or they're going to lose their permit, and that's the nice thing about the performance standard. I'm glad that they took some time and met with Mr. Gorin to talk about the parking and try to sort out the issues. That's a good indication that they're going to try to be good neighbors further down the line. I'm impressed that it's the ordinance makes it a nonprofit, and so it's really about people's health and it's about the community. And they're talking about classes and yoga, so these are all really good things that I'm really supportive of. Again, if we can just slide it over away from this area where there's just a lot of youth walking around. Thank you.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
It doesn't make any sense at all to me to say that somebody walking by a front door, if something's going to be infected by it, whether it's a liquor store or an infirmary or a hospital. That, if we applied the criteria that my colleague here would apply, it would mean that we'd have barbed wire around hospitals or liquor stores or grocery stores. This is a silly, silly way of looking at things. The applicant has done his best, and I think even better this morning today with meeting with some of the appellants and coming up with a short-term parking recommendation and a limitation of clients. I think that's good. If this was in my neighborhood, that's what I would like. Remember that I was one of the people when this subject was first came up and the ordinance was written. I was one of the most restrictive ones. So I feel that way also, but I don't think that the description of where it is now is anywhere as bad as some other people do. So I was told when I took this job that you got to realize you're going to probably lose half your friends, and I probably lost more than that today because almost everybody on this side of the room is my friend, or at least was until I started talking here. But in any case, I think we should deny the appeal with the provisos that Mr. Gorin talked about, and I think that you'd have agreed to. Thank you.
Mr. Hart?
Well, I think that my colleagues have really well described the dilemma that we're in. The law has been changing dramatically over the past 5-6 years. It's going to change more. As our city attorney described, the model that this ordinance was created under in terms of the state's legal framework is about to shift, I think. I think that there's going to be a different state regulatory system after November, and we'll have to respond to that, and we'll have to adjust our ordinances accordingly. But the fact of the matter remains that the ordinance that we have in place today is the ordinance that we are obligated to follow. That is our job. Whether we agree with the previous ordinance and how it was constructed, whether we supported it, whether we were here, whether we were not, it doesn't actually matter to this proceeding tonight. We have to apply the law as it exists today. So the choice for us is to apply the 12 criteria that are listed in the ordinance to this project. And the only things that I have heard people have any objection to or even question about is whether the police department reviewed, the police chief approved the safety plan at this location. We have heard directly from the chief of police that they have. The other issue that folks had is to whether or not staff knows the locations of the grow sites that will be the source of the medical marijuana for this facility. Staff does know that, and they haven't disclosed it in the staff report for public consumption because of security issues, much like state law allows us to not list archaeological sites when we're doing planning work because of the potential that those would be raided. The similar principle applies in this case. So finally, we're left with the parking. And the parking story is hard to understand because it's complicated and it has a very long history. The staff report describes it, but I think for folks who don't regularly deal in this subject matter, it doesn't sound intuitive, but it is fact-driven. This is a commercial building in a commercial neighborhood. It has a parking requirements associated with that commercial use, and this project is meeting that standard. That is the law. That is how we are supposed to judge these things. We're supposed to take our opinions and our feelings and treat everybody equally under the law. That's, I think, what people expect from members of the council. That's what I intend to bring to this discussion. So when the facts are just put out on the table, this application should be approved.
Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was one of the council members who actually was chairing the ordinance committee at the time that hammered out this ordinance. And the winnowing down to 3 was part of the compromise, and the putting one in different parts of the city was another element, with the expectation that that people would not have to travel a long distance in order to be able to gain access to cannabis. So that part of it, the location on Milpas doesn't. I fall in the area of supporting the ordinance or following with the ordinance on the location. That was a hard fought and even followed up by in the midst of that was the election, which obviously gave us a strong indication of how our city felt. Where I still don't have support is I believe that the dispensary should have its own parking and in particular for folks that are disabled, that parking should be on site. So that's the part of this, and I respectfully disagree with Mr. Hart on his analysis of the parking. I think that this, as a discretionary permit, and it's called out in addition, it's over and above the requirements of the zoning ordinance. I think that there are ways, I queried staff on it a bit, where off-site parking could be supplied to staff, and that might be a way to improve the impact of the facility on the neighborhood. If there were some number of parking spaces that were required to be leased off-site, I think that would be a balancing of the parking demand. It's obviously, if you have yoga classes there, that still is going to have an impact, which is greater than what normally would be allowed, except by this unusual facility here, which obviously was built and in another time and allowed to proceed without having parking. So that's my impediment on supporting this project at this point. If it had on-site parking, I would be able to support it. I think that I appreciate the issues raised about children passing by, but I thought Mr. Hotchkiss framed it clearly that that barrier needs to be parental and legal, and have our support services caring for our children. Thank you.
Well, thank you for actually a very, intense but excellent discussion about a very important topic on all sides. And I think it brings to light and brings back to memory this room packed for many sessions on the evolution of what the city of Santa Barbara has been through when it comes to marijuana dispensaries. And about 10 years ago, when we didn't have any ordinances and dispensaries were popping up everywhere, that was a huge concern, and having to rein that in. And many people involved in this appeal on one side or the other, and some are still in this room, are very, very much involved in that. And myself as a council member and then as mayor, having to grapple with that and to finally get to changing a zoning ordinance that required a supermajority with a very diverse council with huge differences of opinion about the role of marijuana in any use. It was a very challenging process. And so I think the ordinance we have in place today, when we approved it in 2010, was a good process that had abundant community input. I'm more than happy to relook at our ordinance and see if we have 5 votes to make any changes into the future. And in fact, I'm looking forward to the conversation we're going to start having, I guess, in 2 weeks, because the law is changing again. And the ordinance we have on the books may not be, we have to be nimble and be flexible with what's happening with federal and state law. I'm remembering when the issue was up way back when, and still believe, wouldn't it be great if you have medical marijuana need and you have a prescription, you can go to a pharmacy and get it filled. But federal law does not allow for that. Federal law needs to change, frankly, in my opinion. Or, issues related to cash only and dealing in banks being concerned about having accounts related to marijuana dispensaries because of the federal regulations there. So it wasn't anything the ordinance did. I mean, there's complex issues going on here. And those complex issues, I think, are going to get more complex come November with an initiative that we need to be very much aware about what it is and to be smart in adapting to it. Ms. Murillo, I want to commend you in talking about with the Youth Council of being eyes wide open about what I frankly is going to see, whether it's this year or sometime very soon, the legalization basically of non-medical use of marijuana. I think that's going to happen in California, and we have to be ready for it and make sure that we don't set ourselves up as a city where we're being forced to have something available on every corner, right? We have to have still some local control about that. That's what we tried to do in 2010. I think we came up with actually a pretty good ordinance if you look at others throughout the state and what has been going on. So just to help put some context of where we got to today, and to remember why medical marijuana is something that's of use and a good use for people in need. That it may be the only form of medicinal substance that can help someone in dire need for pain management, for cancer treatment, for a variety of other ailments. And had it been classified in any other way than how it is under federal law, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But to deny someone access to that kind of assistance, I think, is, in my opinion, not something that is worthy to do. Plus, I think I want to keep in mind Measure T, 61% of the voters actually said they do not want to ban dispensaries in the city of Santa Barbara. So leading to this issue here, I think the applicant has done, I think, a commendable job in following through with the ordinance. I have full faith that you are going to ensure that you are keeping your adherence to the ordinance. I do suggest, and I think this seems obvious to you now, that reaching out to your neighbors, having bilingual access and communication, and not being seen as an other in this area is going to be imperative, because having those strong neighborhood relationships are going to be imperative to you, and I think you want that as well. I think that's your intent. So that, obviously, you have some work to do there, but I think you are certainly up to it, and that's where you would like to go. The noticing, I think, is a good issue to bring up if and when we do want to discuss about the ordinance on issues related to this. That's not just some land use issue about a design review. This is something about a potential neighborhood impact, and given that 60% of residents are renters and not owners, especially in certain parts of town where it's the vast majority, that just seems to make sense. So that's something that I'm sure we can talk about at some other point. So I believe there are enough votes to deny the appeals, but I think I just want to recapture some of the additional conditions of approval and then see where Mr. White is based on the parking issue. But I think I heard 5 things. One was something unrelated to the appellants that came up just before the break, which was to make sure, let me back up. On the staff recommendation, there's item B, which is to direct staff to return to council with decision and findings reflecting the outcome of the appeal. So any of these additional conditions of approval we would put in this period there. Certainly, whatever we need to do about adherence to the ordinance about the locations of the cultivation disclosure, we need to actually put that in, so to make sure we're compliant there. The other 4 items I heard were a hard cap of 150 patients per day, the curb cut and sidewalk improvements in front of the facility, I would say to direct staff to review looking at up to 5 15-minute parking spaces in front of the facility without having the community outreach. I think instead of making it an automatic, I think to initiate that process would fall within the good faith effort that we're talking about here. And the issue related to employee parking off-site somewhere, whether it be through placards in another part of the neighborhood, if there's an off-site leasing, maybe that might help in your concern, Mr. White, on the employee parking side of things. And the other issues about on-site parking, I understand, I think Mr. Allen, you said it was not being allowed to actually back up for commercial use, and that makes sense to me. So I don't know if we want to impose something like that, but I think the employee parking somewhere other than right next to the facility would work. So I think that's kind of where we should go. And Mr. Hart, you had your light on.
Yes, I'd make a motion to deny the appeals of Mr. Gorin and Mr. Del Bello and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the application, and directing staff to return to council with the decisions and findings, and to have those findings include the issues that you raised, I think the staff report includes the curb cut and improvements already. The identification of the grow sites, I think that was intended to be included. The hard cap of the 150 patients per day, which would result in the closure of the facility when it's exceeded. Direction for staff to review the 15-minute paint on the curbs, and the employee identification of vehicles with some sort of a sticker rather than a placard. And one thing I think is really...
Hold on, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Hodges.
One thing I think is very important to remind everybody is when you're looking at that map of the 5 locations in the city that are authorized for medical marijuana dispensaries, they all have residential neighborhoods immediately adjacent to them. Milpas is not unique in that respect. The project that we approved on Upper State Street, immediately behind it, adjacent to the property line, there are residential homes. I live 1 block away from the location that's proposed on De La Vina Street. I probably can't even vote on that item when it comes in front of the council. We should look at that. Similarly, this location has immediate neighborhood neighbors adjacent to it. So does the Oak Park neighborhood. Every one of these neighborhoods, because all of the commercial districts in the city of Santa Barbara have residential neighborhoods immediately adjacent to them. We don't have districts that don't have residential neighborhoods immediately adjacent to commercial neighborhoods. So the point that somehow Milpas is being unduly burdened by this isn't really the case. It's the fact of the matter is we wanted to put a limit on how many locations were going to be available in the city of Santa Barbara. 5 was the number that was specified in the ordinance, and then it was further limited to the first 3. That's the situation we're in. There isn't any intentionality here that's different from Milpas as it is for any other neighborhood in the city of Santa Barbara. So I think that's really important because a lot of the testimony that we heard tonight was about Milpas feeling as though it had been the dumping ground of projects, and that just isn't the case, no matter how many times it's said.
Mr. Hotchkiss.
Just a quick point that might help bring Mr. White on board. We could put a handicapped, first off, the applicant is adding 2 parking spaces there, so actually increasing resources. I think the off-site parking for employees is an excellent idea, but right in front of the facility itself could possibly be a handicap parking if, in fact, that's
Actually, code would allow if there is handicap placards, they can stay there longer than 15 minutes.
Fine,
anyway.
good, you solved the problem. Thank you.
Mr. Dominguez.
With all due respect, and I mean it sincerely, because Mr. Hart has been a public servant for dozens of years, and I know he speaks with his heart, but I don't think he understands, and maybe it's because the community didn't make it clear. They have been the dumping grounds in a lot of ways, and you're right, it's not intentional, but we as a council have to do better. We as city staff have to do better. These people who live behind the dispensary make 1/10 of what some of us up here make. These people who live behind the dispensary, a lot of them don't speak English and are from foreign languages, or from foreign countries. There were, 3, 5 people who opposed the De La Vina project. How many people were there who spoke out against it? A handful. We had dozens of people here tonight. We had 300 people sign one petition, 200 people sign another petition. The east side has the worst environmental pollution in the county. If you look at Cal EPA's Enviro screen, air, earth, water pollution, it literally is the dumping ground. Marburg is there, Estero is there. Again, it's not anyone's intentionality. No one said, hey, let's stick these people, ha, 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 ha. But we owe them more. The educational outcomes are lesser in the schools there. There are less resources that are pushed there. We need to do more. It's not just a matter of, will some kid walking by a dispensary all of a sudden become a drug addict? It's how many drugs end up in that area that shouldn't be there. And I'm all for medical marijuana for patients who it's going to help. That's 100% not the issue. And everyone tonight has been in line as a chorus. But people on the east side were not represented when these maps were drawn. These are not fair maps. They don't allow medical marijuana. Where's the map that shows the Mesa area? Okay. Milpas got hit with it. State Street didn't get hit with it. The manufacturing didn't. We should be honest to the people of the East Side and said, you know what, we made a mistake. We could have done better. Let's fix it. We don't need to go in and fix it 3 months later. We need to fix it now. And I think the saving grace here is that this law is going to change in November. We're going to have a completely different landscape. It's going to be recreational. We're going to have to come back and start all over. But to tell all these people who came here and made a lot of valid points that there's nothing we can do, we got to follow the law. We are the law. We write the law. We're the man up here. We're the ones who say where marijuana goes and where it doesn't. It's easy to hide behind the law, but these people here brought their kids. They're concerned about their kids. They're not making money by getting rid of the dispensary. This is not the kind of thing where someone's going to profit from it. And again, I mentioned a dozen good things about the dispensary, and I think it's going to be a great thing if it ends up, especially if it ends up somewhere else. But we can't keep telling this community there's nothing we can do for you. That's not the kind of message of hope and optimism. We want people on the east side and east of Milpas particularly to work hard and to put as much time and energy into raising their kids as we can. We want them to walk away from this meeting saying, this group of people up here support our needs, support our causes. They're willing to put some more time into something to make sure it's done right. That's the message we want to send, not we're going to be a little sloppy on this one and let it go through, even though it's unintentional.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Before the council votes on the motion, I did want to point out that the staff recommendation in the conclusion also brings forward the Planning Commission conditions of approval. And I did have one question regarding the employee parking placards versus off-site parking. The employee placards would be entirely within the applicant's control. Whether or not the applicant is able to find off-site parking and even what number of parking spaces that might be is outside of their control. And so I was wanting the council to be very clear about if that's a requirement, and if so, what is expected of the applicant.
All right.
I think what I was intending was what they had offered, which is to require their employees to have a sticker on their vehicle identifying them as an employee of the dispensary, so that if they end up parking in the neighborhood and causing neighbor impacts, that the neighbors will be easily, that'll be known to them and be able to communicate to the dispensary operators that their employees are not following that rule.
Okay. Does that clarify things?
And the conditions of approval are incorporated in the
conditions of approval.
Yeah, that's in your staff recommendation, so that's there. Okay. Mr. Kalon, do you have everything from us that you would need if?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and second. It's a split vote. Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Dominguez? No. Councilmember Hart?
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss?
Aye.
Councilmember Murillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
No.
Councilmember White?
No.
And Mayor Schneider?
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Rouse, White, and Dominguez opposed. Okay. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the conversation here. And we have one last item, I guess, for the council. So if you have conversations, please take it outside the chambers. And that is if there are any council member committee assignment reports to report at this time. Ms. Murillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the Harding School Cinco de Mayo celebration. I'd like to congratulate the school. Also related to West Side Schools, the La Cumbra Foundation had a dinner, and they honored an alumna of the year, Tammy Robitaille, and a teacher of the year from La Cumbra Junior High, Katie Pelly. So congratulations to them. I'd like to thank Laura Knight, owner of Pascucci Restaurant. They had a fundraiser for Solstice, and I think raised several $1,000s. And I was a waiter, a server. It's incredibly hard work. And so I'm only going to do it once a year. And so thank you to Laura Knight, very, very generous. The Visit Santa Barbara had a tourism luncheon, and that was a high-energy event. And Pico Iyer was very inspiring. And finally, the Sister Cities Puerto Vallarta group installed their new officers for the year. And they don't just party and drink tequila. They also support medical clinics in Puerto Vallarta, schools, and educational programs. It's a really great group. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.